Sweat drips down his face as the guild member's expression grows strained, revealing the seriousness of his upcoming request. He nervously admits that it might be inappropriate to bring this up so early in their acquaintance. Kang Hyun's thoughts briefly shift back to the tutorial, analyzing the challenges he will face in the next stage. Clenching his fist, he resolves that he will not suffer another defeat and vows to clear stage 3 with style. A figure from the Yongjin Guild stands silently in a dimly lit room. Across from them, a member of the Hasten Guild remains shrouded in shadow. The tension between the Yongjin and Hasten Guilds is palpable as they clash over disputed territories. A week ago, the Yongjin Guild launched an aggressive invasion into a dungeon managed by the Hasten Guild. Back in the present, the Hasten Guild member confesses that the invasion felt highly unusual. He explains that both guilds had a long-standing agreement to respect each other's boundaries, but that pact has been broken. The Yongjin Guild has been relentlessly provoking them, their aggression growing out of control. Frustration finally boiled over today, leading to the conflict in the streets. Kang Hyun asks if that's why they were fighting earlier, and the Hasten Guild member wearily confirms yes. Kang Hyun remains silent, absorbing the weight of the guild's struggle and how it might impact the local balance of power. Under a full moon, the Stage 3 tutorial environment begins to manifest as a mysterious golden liquid flows into view. Companion excitedly asks if this is an all-out war, but Kang Hyun tells him to stay focused. The guild member sips his drink, contemplating the gravity of a full-scale war. He exclaims that this is a major issue as both guilds are fiercely vying for the top rankings. Kang Hyun acknowledges the situation but notes that he currently has no direct reason to get involved. The Hasten Guild member grows serious, hinting that there is a much deeper problem at hand. He warns that if this continues, his guild will inevitably face total defeat. He explains that the balance of power has shattered because the Yongjin Guild has grown unusually strong through suspicious means. Leaning in, he shares a cautious rumor about the source of their new power. He whispers that a mysterious substance is rumored to be circulating within the Yongjin Guild. The golden liquid of Stage 3 continues to pour as the tutorial environment solidifies. A monstrous figure appears, snarling aggressively as it senses an intruder. Kang Hyun repeats the word substance in a low voice, processing the implications. The member elaborates that this substance is said to enhance the power of awakened individuals. The thought lingers in the air, the Yongjin Guild is definitely hiding something fishy. Kang Hyun realizes that between the guild war and Stage 3 things are about to get much more complicated. With the looming guild war and Stage 3 challenges, Kang Hyun urgently presses Miss Sunga, when is our C-rank dungeon raid? Miss Sunga confirms the raid is scheduled for 2 days from now, a tight deadline that weighs heavily on their plans. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow, a calculated gleam suggesting a plan forming in response to the tight schedule, muttering, in that case. Suddenly, manager Kim Kyu-sik interjects, enthusiastically offering their support. Sweet, we'll help you. Kang Hyun's surprise is evident as he stammers, really, at the unexpected offer of assistance. Kang Hyun sets his condition, stating he will help them after I finish the dungeon joint raid. Manager Kim Kyu-sik readily agrees, his relief palpable. That's fine, as long as you help us. Unbeknownst to them, a camera lens glints, capturing their clandestine meeting, a silent harbinger of unseen eyes. Guttural growl echoes from a monstrous, masked entity, snarling, Gur, right now, I. The scene shifts to a horrifying memory. Kang Hyun drenched in a vile liquid, his face contorted in pure, unadulterated rage, swearing, I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you, you damned bastard. His eyes burn with murderous intent, the humiliation of being peed on by a monster fueling his desperate vow for vengeance. Astonished ally points to a phone screen, exclaiming, fuck, what is this? As Kang Hyun identifies the image, looks like someone took a picture of our team dinner. Manager Kim Kyu-sik clears his throat, regaining composure to declare, ahem, I'll start again, signaling a shift in focus. With a commanding presence, Manager Kim Kyu-sik announces the official commencement. From now on, we will begin the raid on the Vanandis forest. Choi Min-sik with a chilling smirk observes the unfolding scene, proclaiming, the world is watching us, his words laced with ambition. The air fills with solemn rhetoric, urging the assembled hunters to sacrifice for the peace and well-being of our nation. Choi Min-sik's smile widens, a predatory glint in his eyes as he bids them come back safely. Kang Hyun stands resolute, his inner resolve echoing the rallying cry, come back, and proudly claim wealth and honor, seize it all. Formidable line of hunters, including Hai-rin, advances towards the ominous gate, their determination palpable. Suddenly, a warrior stumbles and falls, a stark reminder of the brutal reality awaiting them beyond the threshold. Kang Hyun's thoughts race, recalling the chilling detail, a total of 8 stages. He remembers another crucial rule, a deceptive comfort. Death in this place is not connected to reality. But the most terrifying clause gnaws at him, you are unable to give up halfway, and if you fail you cannot try again. Yet, the narrator interjects with a chilling revelation, or so we thought, shattering any lingering illusions as flames erupt. From the fiery depths, a skeletal figure emerges, its voice raspy with disbelief. How could this be? A system notification flashes promising when the tutorial is cleared an awakening and a reward will be given. Kang Hyun stares, speechless with shock. With heavy steps Kang Hyun pushes forward, each stride carrying him deeper into the unknown. The Grand Gate looms, an imposing portal to destiny. As a final, foreboding message echoes, "I wish you victory." The very title of their struggle, Solo Resurrection, shatters like glass, hinting at the trials to come. Kang Hyun surveys the bright sky, a moment of calm before the storm. So, he muses internally. Kang Hyun and his team stand before the ancient gate. This is the C-rank dungeon, Benandi's forest, he identifies, his gaze sharp. Temporary leader steps forward, commanding attention. "Please give me your attention for a moment," he announces to the gathered hunters. His gloved hands clench, a silent emphasis on the importance of his instructions. Addressing the group, the temporary leader clarifies, "I'm not the raid leader, but I'll organize things once, so I ask for your understanding." He continues, "Each guild moves separately in this dungeon as agreed upon in advance. However, as you may have already heard, the temporary leader warns, the monsters here act strategically. You never know when or where a dangerous situation might occur. So if you're in danger." He demonstrates a signal flare, instructing, "Fire the signal flare without hesitation." A system display details the flares. Green means core discovered. Purple means boss discovered. If you see the signal flare, nearby guilds must quickly gather. Two other hunters, having received the instructions, prepare to move. "Okay, let's go," the male hunter states. Manager Kim Q-sik observes the temporary leader, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It was all said during the meeting," he remarks. "You really act like a leader without restraint." The temporary leader's voice rings out across the forest. "All right then, everyone, good luck." Lush, sun-dappled forest floor stretches ahead, inviting the hunters deeper into its mysteries. Kang Hyun turns to his companions. "Let's go too," he says, with his male companion agreeing, Yeah. As Kang Hyun moves, the temporary leader calls out, "Kang Hyun." System window appears, detailing stage 3 conditions. Prove your perseverance and patience by enduring any situation. The clear condition is to eliminate the Gurkha chieftain, with failure condition, death. A tip suggests, if you wait long enough, the opportunity will eventually come. The temporary leader addresses Kang Hyun's group. "How about you moving with us?" Kang Hyun responds with a questioning, "With you? I know you guys are capable," the temporary leader explains, "but you never know what might happen in a dungeon." Kang Hyun ponders this with an internal Kang Hyun's eyes narrow as he considers the offer, his internal thoughts weighing the pros and cons, even though they're like that. As the temporary leader smiles, Kang Hyun concludes internally, he's actually a pretty nice guy. Kang Hyun makes his decision. "It sucks he stole my kill, but fine. I owe him anyway," he thinks. Then, to the temporary leader, "Fine, let's go together for a day." Their hands meet in a firm grasp. "Looking forward to working with you," the temporary leader says, to which Kang Hyun replies, "Me as well." Footsteps rustle through the tall grass, signaling their combined movement deeper into the dungeon. Kang Hyun's male companion calls out, Bro. He questions Kang Hyun, "Didn't we create a guild to go around just among ourselves?" He gestures towards the other hunters, asking, "Why are we going with those people?" The system's stage 3 conditions reappear, a stark reminder of the mission: eliminate the Gurkha chieftain, with death as the penalty for failure. Patience is advised. Kang Hyun, now in a ghillie suit, examines his new gear. A ghillie suit. Ooh, he thinks, this outfit really hits a man's fantasy. This mission must be infiltration, assassination, something like that, right? Hidden in the dense forest, Kang Hyun contemplates his target. Eliminate the Gurkha chieftain, a monster I've never heard of before. So, the first thing is to find him, he concludes. Kang Hyun's male companion cautions him, since it's your first time in a C-rank dungeon, there's always that just-in-case situation. Kang Hyun's female companion agrees. "You're absolutely right, Lord Kang Hyun." Kang Hyun's male companion's mouth drops open in surprise, uttering a stunned, "What the?" Kang Hyun stands firm, his back to the viewer, an aura of quiet resolve surrounding him as he moves forward. A subtle smirk plays on an unseen observer's lips, hinting at hidden amusement or a deeper plot. Two hunters observe Kang Hyun's group. One mutters, "Hey, are you seriously trying to pick a fight again? Ugh, such a damn snake." Another hunter, realizing they've been spotted, thinks, "I got caught." Another hunter expresses his irritation. "Those guys, do they think this dungeon is their playground or something?" A hunter dismisses Kang Hyun's companion. "He's new and has no sense. Leave him. Wasn't he trying to look cool like in the media these days? It's when you're unnoticed that it's safest." Another hunter interjects. "The fact that guys like him are even being compared to the union leader is, honestly, it's disgraceful." Kang Hyun, clad in a ghillie suit, examines his new stealth gear, musing that this outfit truly fulfills a man's fantasy. He deduces his mission must involve infiltration or assassination, specifically to eliminate a Gurkha chieftain, a monster he's never encountered. Perhaps being unnoticed is indeed the safest path, he thinks, as his first objective is to locate the target. Before proceeding, Kang Hyun decides to inspect the rewards from the second stage, annoyed that he wasn't given proper time to check them earlier. The system notes his previous frantic shouting. A sudden, jarring thump echoes, hinting at a brutal impact as the scene abruptly shifts. A hunter with a menacing grin firmly grips on Yuxiang's wrist, warning him to stay still and not pick another fight without reason. Kang Hyun observes the tense interaction, wide-eyed. Yuxiang retorts with a smirk, asserting his own sense of discretion and questioning if they truly believe him to be a fight-hungry lunatic. The other hunter's eyes widen, demanding to know what Yuxiang is holding, questioning when he even pulled out the spiked mace. Yuxiang simply replies with a surprised ah. Yuxiang wonders aloud if he unconsciously drew his weapon, letting out a relieved phew. Kang Hyun watches him, a hint of exasperation on his face. Yuxiang casually asks Kang Hyun why he suddenly looks so defeated. Kang Hyun, taken aback, insists he has always looked this way. Kang Hyun, despite his outward denial, admits internally that he understands Yuxiang's underlying feelings. Yuxiang internally muses that simply beating up the other hunter would be far more satisfying, causing the other hunter to react with a shocked, stuttering protest. A sudden alert blares across the sky, enemy attack. Everyone prepare for battle. Yuxiang, with a grim smirk, remarks on the perfect timing. Hordes of goblin light infantry swarm forward, their menacing forms emerging from the shadows, ready for battle. Turning to his present mission, Kang Hyun reiterates his need to check the rewards from the second stage, still annoyed by the lack of time given to him earlier. The system again notes his previous frantic shouting. Kang Hyun activates his status window, revealing his updated stats. Level 2 has risen to 4, Strength 10, Agility 10, Stamina 11, Magic 14, with 7 additional stats available. His unique ability, Resurrection, is listed alongside Basic Swordsmanship F, Basic Shield Technique F, and Basic Crossbow Technique F. A ferocious goblin lunges forward, screaming a battle cry as it attacks. A hunter cries out in agony, overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of goblins relentlessly assaulting him. Another hunter struggles against a goblin, realizing these creatures move with a speed and ferocity far beyond ordinary goblins. Commander Hunter shouts orders, directing Team 1 to establish a defense formation and Team 2 to stand by for immediate rotation, receiving a sharp yes. In response, the commander continues, instructing Team 3 to support the rear and Team 4 to provide cover. He acknowledges that, just as he heard, improper response will lead to their annihilation. The commander's dire warning hangs in the air as a fierce goblin charges, its glowing eyes reflecting the impending danger. A spiked mace swings down with brutal force, a clear indicator of the raw power unleashed in the chaotic battle. Mace connects with a gruesome impact, splattering blood and gore as it pulverizes its target. Blood pools on the ground, a chilling testament to the violence, as a sinister ho-ho-ho echoes, hinting at a cruel satisfaction. Yuxiang's face contorts into a wide, blood-splattered grin, his eyes gleaming with a manic joy, confirming his sadistic delight in the carnage. Kang Hyun mentally brings up his status window, recalling his updated abilities and stats. Kang Hyun exclaims with satisfaction at his status window, declaring it so rich and exactly how a proper status display should appear. Chaotic abstract pattern flashes across the screen, signifying a rapid transition or intense system processing. With a bloodied mace in hand, Yuxiang grins maniacally, declaring it hunting time with disturbing glee. Kang Hyun observes Yuxiang, labeling him that lunatic, and confirms his certainty about something, even after re-evaluating the situation. Powerful legs pound the earth, propelling their owner through the dense foliage with urgent speed. Kang Hyun confronts a goblin head-on, delivering a powerful blow as he declares his intense hatred for something specific. Kang Hyun's hand glows with power as he internally names Yuxiang, hinting at the source of his intense dislike. Kang Hyun unleashes a sweeping attack, surrounded by a vibrant, shimmering aura of power. With a chilling smirk, Kang Hyun continues his internal monologue, listing the traits he despises, including someone who can't grill meat, followed by an ominous pause. A goblin charges forward, its primitive weapon raised, unaware of the impending danger it faces. Kang Hyun's glowing hand extends, crackling with energy, ready to strike the approaching foe. Kang Hyun recalls his newly acquired basic shield and crossbow skills. He reads the basic shield skill F description, which allows more effective shield use, humorously adding that hard work will block local bullies. He then reads the basic crossbow skill F, improving crossbow proficiency and accuracy, but finds the description still annoying. Devastating magic explosion erupts from Kang Hyun, engulfing the area in raw arcane power. A single word, goblin, flashes, identifying the target caught in the destructive blast. The destructive force obliterates the goblin, sending blood and gore flying. The protagonist, exhilarated, exclaims that blowing up monsters is the best, while his companion marvels at the incredible impact. Another explosion erupts in the forest, marking the 10th kill. The companion shouts his intent to reach 20, while a woman watches the chaotic scene, uttering a soft whoa. Two other hunters, witnessing the brutal efficiency, exchange terrified glances. They conclude that the group are complete lunatics and decide they must avoid them at all costs. Their eyes lock in silent, mutual dread as the full weight of their terrifying realization sinks in. Tears stream down their faces as the hunters despair, convinced they are utterly doomed if they cross paths with the group again. Under a dark, cloudy sky, a blood-red moon hangs ominously, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. Companion sits by a crackling campfire, letting out a wild, triumphant laugh while basking in the afterglow of their successful hunt. Later, by the campfire, the companion admits he had heard rumors but is truly impressed by the unexpected skill of the entire group. The protagonist simply offers a non-committal response. The system interface displays newly acquired skills, including a basic shield and crossbow proficiency. The protagonist notes the descriptions are still annoyingly vague. The protagonist deliberates on his stat allocation, deciding to prioritize strength and stamina for immediate benefit while pondering if he should invest points into agility as a precaution. The manager bows an apology for his guild member's rudeness while the protagonist dismisses it, acknowledging that the manager is already punishing them. The manager offers to team up again tomorrow, but the protagonist politely declines, stating they plan to move separately. The manager, looking thoughtful, asks the protagonist if his decision is due to an earlier bet. The companion holds a bowl of soup as the protagonist responds vaguely, confirming it's something of that nature. A flashback to the dungeon entrance reveals a rival leader calling out to the group. Rival leader, with a sly grin, proposes a bet which the protagonist questions with a wary bet. The rival leader clarifies the terms: whoever contributes more to the raid, specifically landing the finishing blow on the boss, wins. The rival leader then suggests humiliating his opponents, provoking the protagonist to angrily call him a crazy bastard. The protagonist accuses the rival leader of using the situation as a twisted way to show off. Rival leader retorts, questioning if the protagonist's conscience has suddenly changed. The rival leader, with a condescending smirk, mocks the protagonist. He then reveals the prize for the bet, a glowing, spherical item, stating that if the protagonist wins, he'll give it to him, though he doubts that will happen. The system displays the item's details: an enigmatic item of unknown grade that activates upon destruction, described as being made by someone who likes pranks. A sudden realization dawns on the protagonist, his eyes widening as a glowing aura appears, internally confirming his suspicion. The protagonist's face contorts in intense shock as the purple glow around him intensifies. The item system window reappears, emphasizing its mysterious nature and peculiar description. The protagonist's eyes narrow as he connects the description, someone who likes pranks, to his current situation, realizing the true nature of the item. He is certain, as a mysterious figure flashes in his mind, confirming his deep-seated suspicions about the item's origin. A system message appears, stating that clearing the tutorial will grant an awakening and a reward. The protagonist stares, speechless, at the revelation. Drenched in sweat, the protagonist's eyes widen in profound shock as he struggles to comprehend the implications of the system message. An empty inventory grid appears, symbolizing the potential for new rewards or the current state of progress within the system. A mysterious voice addresses the protagonist directly, asking if he understands the situation, implying a shared secret. The rival leader holds the glowing item with a smug expression, oblivious to the deeper significance it holds for the protagonist. The protagonist's gaze sharpens as he wonders if the rival leader also knows about the mysterious administrator, a dangerous thought crossing his mind. More importantly, the protagonist questions if the rival leader is aware that he is a tutorial graduate, a secret he is unsure how to protect. Attempting to feign ignorance, the protagonist sarcastically asks if the item is some kind of monster-capturing ball. The rival leader, however, sees through the act, his expression hardening as he tells the protagonist not to play dumb. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow as the truth comes to light. His opponent already knows he's joined the Special Ability Management team, proving that internal information is leaking faster than expected. But there's something far more pressing on the horizon than just administrative secrets. Kang Hyun watches Choi Min-sik operate a holographic interface, stunned that someone he considers a complete idiot actually holds a position within the management team. Choi Min-sik smirks, asking what the stakes should be, even mockingly suggesting he should kneel. Kang Hyun just laughs it off, knowing that wouldn't be a fair trade for what's about to happen. Demand is simple and absolute: 1 year. A system window flickers to life, revealing a single sword icon in a vast, empty inventory grid. With a curious "oh," Kang Hyun reaches out to interact with the digital item. Choi Min-sik lays out the contract: join his guild for 1 year and obey every order. In exchange, he promises to treat Kang Hyun like any other ordinary member. Kang Hyun scratches his neck, considering the deal. It sounds simple enough, provided there are no dirty tricks involved. Choi Min-sik lets out a sharp laugh, dismissing any notion of foul play. He clenches his fist, insisting that he doesn't operate that way. Fair and square, that's the motto Choi Min-sik claims to live by as he stares down the protagonist. Kang Hyun isn't buying the act, wondering how a bet against 3 people could ever be considered fair. The sun begins to set over the horizon, casting a long shadow over the challenges ahead. Light filters through the dense canopy of the forest where the next stage of the journey begins. Stretching out, Kang Hyun feels like he's finally getting a handle on the dungeon's atmosphere. He notes that if things go south, they still have the signal flares. He taps the inventory screen again, ready to test out his new equipment. The transformation is instant. Kang Hyun is now clad in a thick fur suit, holding a glowing blade that hums with power. A companion approaches Kang Hyun, her expression serious as she prepares to deliver some harsh reality. She warns him that signal flares are useless here. The top-ranking guilds are far too individualistic to care about anyone else's distress call. With a final pat on the shoulder, she wishes him luck, knowing he'll need every bit of it. Kang Hyun waves goodbye, heading deeper into the woods with a confident stride. Suddenly, a scream echoes through the mountains. It's a sound of pure frustration and recurring failure. Choi Min-sik demands a status report. The news is grim: 3 injured and 2 dead. The injured are being treated, but the enemy's relentless assault makes it impossible to counterattack immediately. Choi Min-sik crushes an arrow in his hand, his suspicion landing on a group known as Vanandi. Lizard-like creatures emerge from the foliage. It turns out Vanandi isn't a boss but the name of an entire predatory species. Choi Min-sik seethes with rage, realizing these arrogant creatures are looking at his men as nothing more than prey. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun is marveling at his new gear, his eyes wide with excitement. Even though it's labeled as a shabby longsword, he finds the weapon and the suit to be the most amazing things he's seen so far. Back at the camp, the soldiers are desperate. They see no way to break through except to find the enemy base and wipe them all out. Choi Min-sik explodes, screaming that they are being ambushed and floundering while trying to track a ghost. The subordinate can only offer a trembling apology as the leader's fury reaches its boiling point. If the enemies want to hide in the trees, then the solution is simple in Choi Min-sik's twisted mind. His eye glints with a murderous light. To find them, they just need to remove their cover. The order is given: burn the forest to the ground. A panicked soldier protests, pointing out that they could all be caught in the inferno if they aren't careful. Choi Min-sik just smirks darkly, asking if there's any other solution to their predicament. Subordinate's grim voice breaks the silence. At this rate, we're all going to be wiped out, he cries, seeing no other solution to their dire situation. A transformed figure, wielding a sword, lets out a wild, guttural laugh. This power feels incredible, he exclaims. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Under a vast, clear sky, a voice declares the pre-battle status check complete, signaling readiness to begin the hunt. As they trudge through the tall grass, a panicked voice suggests using signal flares, only to be harshly cut off. And who exactly do you think is coming to save us? A voice retorts. The stern man concedes that rescue is possible but quickly questions the impact on their guild's honor. Have you considered the consequences for our reputation? He demands. Sunlight dapples through the canopy. That's exactly why we must resolve this immediately, a determined voice concludes. Man barks orders, commanding the mage to stand by. Magical energy crackles around him as he demands immediate action. Grotesque, reptilian figures swarm the forest floor, their menacing snarls echoing through the trees. Armored and ready, the hunter stares at the strange creatures in confusion. What on earth are these things? The hunter observes the creatures, noting their strange behavior. They're merely panting instead of attacking, which raises his suspicions. One man speculates that the creatures are issuing a silent threat, warning them not to approach further. When the bewildered hunter asks how he knows, the man simply replies, intuition. The hunter smirks, commenting on how remarkably convenient that intuition is. A faint glow surrounds him as he prepares for combat. A leg tenses, ready to spring. 2, 3. A voice counts down. Hunters descend from above in a flurry of bows and swords, launching a coordinated aerial assault on the ground below. A reptilian foot impacts the earth, crushing the grass beneath it with a solid thud. The air blurs with rapid movement as a creature is struck, the force of the blow distorting the air around it. The hunter's eyes widen in shock as events take a sudden, unexpected turn. The hunter twists in midair, a surprised escaping his lips as he narrowly avoids an unseen threat. The woman looks up, her expression one of utter disbelief. What? A creature snarls as the woman playfully suggests the monsters are just terrified of the hunter's face. He dismissively tells her to stop talking nonsense. The title card dramatically appears. I alone resurrect. A historical record details a legendary sniper who famously crawled 1.4 kilometers over 3 days to eliminate a target general. One man ponders whether to pursue the retreating scouts while a woman suspects a trap. The lead hunter acknowledges the possibility but hints at other considerations. With a slight smile, the man proposes they continue on their original path, deducing that the presence of hidden enemies indicates they are nearing the core of the dungeon. He adds that his intuition suggests something interesting will unfold if they proceed, his smile remaining unwavering. The rugged landscape stretches out as the hunter reflects on the situation, admitting that he overlooks something crucial. An arrow pierces the hunter's shoulder, eliciting a furious scream. He curses his attacker as his body radiates a fierce, fiery glow. Enraged, the hunter glares at the creatures perched in the trees. Come down and face me, he challenges, seething that the ambush is infuriating him. Creature draws its bow, its arrow glowing with menacing energy. An unseen hunter screams in pain, questioning the difficulty of fighting and distracting an enemy simultaneously. Still furious, the hunter curses the monsters, realizing their ambush was a cunning trap designed to lure him in. Surrounded by a volley of arrows, the hunter acknowledges the monsters are annoying even if they aren't strong. Another man calls the fight anticlimactic while the woman suggests they are trying to deplete their stamina. Multiple arrows sink into a hunter's shoulder, drawing blood. A voice grimly notes, but still. The record of the legendary sniper is highlighted once again, emphasizing his incredible feat and unwavering perseverance. Deep within the tangled undergrowth, the hunter crawls, reflecting on the legendary sniper as a figure of great respect. He's been crawling for 10 hours, pushing forward, knowing he is almost there. Holding an arrow, the hunter declares their current approach ineffective and asks the others if they have any sharp tips or strategies to offer. With his previous tactics failing, Kang Hyun flashes a bloodthirsty grin and proposes a brutal new strategy: we're taking hostages. Reptilian creature's eyes widen in terror as Kang Hyun's chilling voice continues, outlining the extreme measures he's willing to take. I don't care if their claws are pulled out or if you skin them alive. Kang Hyun lunges forward, his fist crackling with potent purple energy, a look of fierce determination on his face as he executes his ruthless plan. With a blade pressed to the creature's throat, Kang Hyun bellows, "Nobody move. If you don't listen to me, this bastard is dead." Another reptilian creature watches from a distance, its yellow eyes narrowing with caution as the brutal scene unfolds. Creature remains frozen, observing the tense standoff with a wary, unreadable expression. A fleeting thought crosses Kang Hyun's mind. Kang Hyun, internal. He is the person I respect the most. Starting today, he continues his arduous crawl. Kang Hyun, internal. Have I been crawling for 10 hours? I'm almost there. Kang Hyun grimaces, enduring the physical discomfort of his long, grueling crawl. Kang Hyun, internal. My pants are soaked and sticky from the piss I've let out. Unaware of the approaching threat, the reptilian creature looks away, its guard seemingly down. The hostage strategy has failed. A hunter screams in frustration as they flee through the forest. Damn it. What the hell? Why isn't it working on them? As they continue their desperate escape, the hunter shouts, "You agreed to this, too." Another retorts, "I only said it might be fun." Enraged, the first hunter curses, "You son of a bitch." Kneeling with a broken arrow in his hand and his leg bleeding, Kang Hyun grits his teeth, muttering, "Kang Hyun, internal. Those damn ruthless bastards." The harsh reality of their failure sets in. Kang Hyun recounts the grim outcome. They even killed the hostage. The female hunter sighs, "They're just unreasonable bastards." The male hunter scoffs, "What? It's not like kidnappers were going to listen anyway." Kang Hyun, his brow furrowed with concern, states the obvious, "Anyway, we need to come up with a different plan." Another hunter, growing impatient, asks Kang Hyun, "Are we just going to stand around?" "Wait, what's that?" Kang Hyun's eyes track a sudden red flare igniting in the sky. He questions, "A signal flare?" The female hunter grimly confirms, "A red flare means someone is in serious trouble." The male hunter asks, "What's the call? Do we go?" Kang Hyun, resolute despite the danger, gives the command, "Yeah, let's move." Kang Hyun, internal. My pants are soaked and sticky from the piss I've let out. Kang Hyun pushes through the dense undergrowth, his face a mask of discomfort and determination, lost in a traumatic memory. Kang Hyun, internal. The grass is prickly, and there are all sorts of bugs crawling inside my clothes. He endures the physical torment of his desperate, stealthy advance. Grotesque, goblin-like creature raises a horn to its lips, letting out a piercing blast that echoes ominously through the forest. Amidst a horde of monstrous orcs, a hunter cries out in panic, "Vice Guild Master, there are too many of them." Han Saiwan, fighting fiercely, urges, "Just hold out a little longer." Han Saiwan, the Guardian Guild's Vice Guild Master, shouts with strained optimism, "Reinforcements will be here soon." Han Saiwan stands his ground, a lone figure amidst the overwhelming enemy numbers, hoping for aid that will never arrive. Two more goblin-like creatures lunge forward, their claws extended for a lethal strike, adding to the chaos of the battlefield. Narrator, in truth, no reinforcements were coming. A faint, ominous pink haze drifts across the sky, a silent testament to the grim reality. His face etched with despair, Han Saiwan thinks, Han Saiwan, internal. Where did it all go wrong? The realization of their doomed fate begins to sink in. Han Saiwan, internal. His mind flashes back to a crucial moment of betrayal, back when the guild master started acting strange. Han Saiwan, internal. Our guild should have given up on the raid. He recalls his growing unease as Choi Min-sik's behavior shifted, leading them down a path of no return. Kang Hyun, internal. The grass is prickly, and there are all sorts of bugs crawling inside my clothes. The unpleasant sensations of his desperate crawl continue to plague his thoughts like a recurring nightmare. His eyes wide with a sudden, painful realization, Kang Hyun gasps, "Kang Hyun, internal. This is." In a jarring shift, the cheerful Hyrin greets him, "Master, you've logged in today as well." But Kang Hyun clutches his head in despair, thinking, Kang Hyun, internal. This is a dream only a hardcore game addict could have. He laments, Kang Hyun, internal. Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. A haunting memory echoes, male voice, internal. Ayan, don't worry. Your brother is going to find a job. Kang Hyun, internal. His eyes snap open, a sudden, sharp realization hitting him. The memories of his past and present collide. Han Saiwan, internal. His fist clenches as he reflects, but because of the talk about maintaining our reputation, he quickly corrects himself, "No, that's not it." Han Saiwan, internal. He surveys the gruesome aftermath of the battlefield, finally realizing the bitter truth. It was purely because of my greed. Han Saiwan, internal. That I dragged the guild members to their deaths. The crushing weight of his actions settles upon him as he stands among the fallen. Han Saiwan's face contorts in a silent scream of anguish and regret as the full horror of his past mistakes crashes down upon him in a wave of despair. A brutal impact shatters the silence, sending shockwaves through the dense undergrowth as a desperate battle ignites. Panic seizes a generic hunter, his eyes wide with terror as he realizes the overwhelming odds. "We're done for," he gasps, despair etched across his face. Before him, an imposing horde of massive ogres looms, their sheer numbers suffocating any hope of survival for the beleaguered hunters. Amidst the chaos, a lone figure, seemingly abandoned, huddles on the ground, surrounded by the looming shadows of unseen threats. Generic hunter's eyes reflect pure dread as a colossal, glowing weapon descends, threatening to cleave him in two. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's eyes snap open, a jolt of realization or alarm coursing through him as he stirs from a hidden position covered in dirt and leaves. His gaze sharpens, locking onto a towering, masked tribal warrior whose imposing silhouette stands stark against the moonlit sky, a formidable new threat. With a piercing whistle, a sharp projectile streaks through the air, cutting a swift path towards its target. Projectile finds its mark, puncturing an ogre with a sickening crunch as blood erupts while the generic hunter watches on in horrified disbelief. The arrow tears through the beast, its momentum carrying it further as Kang Hyun, a blur of motion, launches himself into the fray. The generic hunter recoils, a silent gasp escaping him as the intensity of the battle escalates beyond anything he's witnessed. Mid-leap, Kang Hyun unleashes a torrent of power, activating Lion's Roar of Rage to nullify all enemy deception and concealment, revealing their hidden forms. His body surges with raw strength as Wayne's Secret and Giant's Power activate simultaneously, muscles bulging with newfound might. A fierce roar tears from Kang Hyun's throat, his eyes burning with determination as purple energy crackles around him, amplifying his power. He wields Wolk's Giant Hammer, a grade D weapon with immense durability, once belonging to a mighty ogre, now a tool of destruction in Kang Hyun's hands. His gaze remains fixed, unwavering, as the imposing tribal warrior stands defiantly, a formidable challenge under the eerie moonlight. A strange, golden, liquid-like energy bursts forth, crackling with an unstable power that seems to tear at reality itself. Kang Hyun leaps into the air, the massive hammer a blur of motion as he prepares to unleash a devastating overhead strike. With a thunderous impact, Kang Hyun brings the hammer down, crushing an ogre beneath its weight as blood splatters across the battlefield. He stands resolute amidst the carnage, the heavy hammer resting on his shoulder, the ground around him stained with the blood of fallen beasts. Without pause, Kang Hyun swings the hammer again, a whirlwind of force that sends another monster reeling with a brutal, echoing blow. His eyes, glowing with fierce intensity, reflect the raw, untamed power he now commands, focused entirely on the relentless battle. The ground trembles as Kang Hyun delivers another crushing strike, pulverizing an ogre with the sheer force of Wolk's Giant Hammer. The generic hunter watches, utterly stunned, his face splattered with blood as he witnesses Kang Hyun's overwhelming display of power. Suddenly, a volley of arrows rains down, impaling multiple ogres, leaving the generic hunter to exclaim in awe, "Wow!" at the unexpected intervention. Reinforcements arrive, a male hunter surveying the bloody scene with a grimace, declaring, "What a mess," as a female hunter stands ready for combat. The female reinforcement confidently announces their presence. "Badass Guild reinforcements have arrived," her voice cutting through the din of battle. The strange, golden energy pulses once more, threatening to rupture as its unstable power intensifies, a critical moment in the unfolding chaos. Yet, amidst the rising tide of battle, a glimpse into Kang Hyun's mind reveals a deeper trauma, his disheveled form trembling with a silent dread that echoes past horrors. Back on the battlefield, the generic hunter's spirits soar as he shouts, "Badass Guild," his voice filled with renewed hope at the sight of the powerful allies. Observing Kang Hyun standing victorious over 3 colossal ogres, the generic hunter muses, 3 ogres at once. Is he really just an ability user like us? He reflects further, he's on a whole different level, but a sense of awe mixed with lingering doubt as he contemplates Kang Hyun's extraordinary abilities. His thoughts are cut short as a fresh wave of ogres charges, forcing the generic hunter to brace himself for the continuing onslaught. Spotting a key figure, the generic hunter urgently calls out, "You Vice Guild Master, over there," pointing towards the new threat, seeking leadership. The formidable Dangun Guild makes their grand entrance, their banners flying high as they sweep through the battlefield, crushing monsters and turning the tide. The generic hunter's eyes widen in absolute astonishment, a single word escaping his lips, "Dangun," as he recognizes the elite guild's arrival. As the hunter shouts, "Dangun," a powerful female warrior from the elite guild extends her hand, unleashing a blinding surge of light that engulfs the battlefield. Golden energy rips through the enemy ranks, sending bodies flying as blood splatters across the chaotic scene, demonstrating the overwhelming might of the Dangun Guild. Kang Hyun, disheveled and covered in grime, stares up in wide-eyed shock, stunned by the intensity of the Dangun Guild's power. A pool of liquid on the ground reflects his desperate resolve as Kang Hyun reaffirms his internal mantra, "I have to endure." Another hunter, witnessing their salvation, shouts in disbelief and relief, "Wow, we're alive, we're alive." Arrows pepper the ground, remnants of the intense assault that had just been repelled, leaving behind only the sounds of "Hiya, hiya." Amidst the bloodied aftermath, the female warrior surveys the scene, remarking, "Phew, what a mess," while a hunter offers his gratitude, "Good work, Lord Kang Hyun." The female warrior gestures, confirming the identity of their saviors, Dangun Guild. Standing before her contingent marked by their bare emblazoned flag, she observes that despite their time in the dungeon, our numbers haven't decreased at all. The hunter's expression tightens with concern, realizing the stark contrast with his own group's losses. He thinks, to make matters worse. He continues his internal comparison, noting how Kang Hyun's small group looks just fine even with only 3 people. Shadow falls across the hunter's face as he grimly concludes, but on the other hand, The grim reality is laid bare: fallen comrades, bodies strewn across the ground, and scattered loot, a testament to their devastating losses. The hunter's gaze remains downcast, lost in somber reflection of their heavy casualties. A distant memory or system prompt echoes in Kang Hyun's mind, recalling a scene where a tribal man stood as a notification asked him to prove your perseverance and patience. Breaking the silence, the hunter urgently calls out to Kang Hyun, "Lord, bro." His voice rises in intensity, demanding attention. "Hyun." Kang Hyun turns with a frustrated expression as the hunter challenges him. "Why are you just standing still? Are you trying to hold it in?" Kang Hyun simply responds with a sharp "ah." Kang Hyun asserts his leadership. "You're just gathering people slowly, right? Since you're the one in charge of the guild for now, we're going to have the next strategy meeting." The hunter, taken aback by Kang Hyun's directness, can only manage a hesitant "ah, okay." Suddenly, a monstrous, reptilian creature with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth roars, engulfed in raging flames. In a parallel scene, a terrified hunter shouts amidst an inferno, "Guild Master, we can't control the fire, and the wind direction has changed too." With desperation in his voice, the hunter yells to his team, "Everyone, get down." Facing the insurmountable wall of flames, the hunter's resolve crumbles as he whispers, I don't know anymore." His eye, wide with terror, reflects the merciless inferno as a single bead of sweat traces a path down his face. The system notification flashes again in Kang Hyun's mind. Didn't the notification say to prove your perseverance and patience? The words echo: perseverance, perseverance, as the tribal man in his memory reaches for something hidden in the foliage. Burst of purple energy surrounds Kang Hyun, depicting a moment of formidable power. His smirk hints at his true capabilities. Back in the present, Kang Hyun declares to the gathered Dangun Guild members, "We're going straight to the core." As they sit around a campfire, a hunter expresses a practical concern, "But we don't even know where the core is." Kang Hyun points confidently, stating, "The core is over there, though, and from what I can feel, it doesn't seem that far." Warrior looks at him in surprise, asking, "You can feel it?" "The core energy," Kang Hyun replies. You can't." Kang Hyun assesses the situation. "Based on my experience, we'll arrive there past midnight." He then muses, "If that's true." The warrior concludes, "It would be better to move straight ahead," and manager Kim agrees, "Yes, let's get ready right away." Just as they prepare to move, the hunter interrupts, Wait. Perseverance, perseverance echoes again in Kang Hyun's mind, a constant reminder of his trials. In the memory, the tribal man makes a decisive move, declaring, I'm gonna cut," followed by a sharp sound, "Kirk." Hunter offers a hesitant smile, attempting to dissuade them. "Isn't it too much to move right away? Haha, we've just finished a big battle." Hyrin cuts through the group's hesitation with a grim warning. She notes that the movements of the Vanandi are still an unknown variable they can't ignore. Sitting by the flickering campfire, she emphasizes that their enemies are far from mindless. They are tactical, and giving them even a moment to breathe is a fatal mistake. Manager Kim Q-sik acknowledges the heavy toll the battle has taken on the group, but he quickly reassures them. He mentions that their guild's healer has the specific capability to purge fatigue and keep them moving. The atmosphere at the camp is thick with exhaustion. Wounded hunters lean against trees, the weight of the mission pressing down on every survivor as they recover. Nearby, rows of body bags serve as a gruesome reminder of the cost of failure. A hunter's fist clenches in silent, boiling frustration at the sight of their fallen comrades. Han Saiwan finally snaps, his face pale and eyes wide with the stress of a man pushed to the edge. He shouts that they have already hit their absolute limit. Kang Hyun remains seated, his gaze steady and cold. He calls Han Saiwan out by name, asking why he's so incredibly tense despite the reinforcements. Han Saiwan bristles at the question, his voice dripping with defensive anger as he asks if they are expected to act as a mere escort service for the weak. Tension in the air is like a fraying rope, ready to snap at any second. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by a guttural roar and a sudden, violent strike. A monstrous Vanandi warrior lunges forward with a murderous scream, its eyes glowing with a feral, bloodthirsty light as it targets their heads with a lethal blade. Kang Hyun doesn't flinch. He speaks with the harsh clarity of someone who has seen too much death, stating that in a place like this, weakness is a death sentence. He levels a brutal truth at Han Saiwan, reminding him that they only survived because of his team's intervention and that their presence isn't a charity mission. His voice turns sharp as he demands to know why Han Saiwan even came if he was just going to stand around being a useless burden instead of finding a solution. Han Saiwan tries to protest, his mouth hanging open as he struggles to find a retort against the cold, undeniable logic of the protagonist. Kang Hyun lets out a long, weary sigh, the weight of leadership and constant survival momentarily showing on his face. The dismissive tch, he stands up, deciding that a quick meal is the only luxury they can afford before they dive back into the meat grinder. The memory of the carnage under the blood-red moon flashes through his mind, a chaotic blur of blades, blood, and endless monsters attacking from the shadows. In the heat of the fray, Kang Hyun shouts that time is their scarcest resource, urging everyone to maintain the pressure and keep pushing forward. Hyun maneuvers through the chaos with lethal grace, telling the others not to get bogged down by every single enemy but to focus on carving a path through the horde. The beast's roar echoes again, a haunting reminder of the sheer savagery they are up against in this cursed dungeon. Blinding flash of steel meets flesh as a strike connects with devastating precision, sending sparks and blood flying through the air. Han Saiwon finds his resolve, bracing behind his shield and lashing out at the monsters that threaten to overrun their position. They sprint through the darkened woods, the sound of their heavy breathing drowned out by the rustle of leaves and distant screams. Kang Hyun's eyes widen as a brilliant, fiery orb ignites in the distance. The signal they've been waiting for has finally been lit. Hyun shouts with renewed urgency, commanding the team to unleash every fire signal they have now that the objective is in sight. A flare gun is cocked and aimed at the sky, the metallic click signaling the start of the final phase of their desperate plan. A streak of brilliant light pierces the darkness, arching high toward the red moon to alert their allies across the battlefield. Multiple flares of varying colors erupt across the heavens, while on the ground, the hunters continue to harvest the heads of the lizard-like monsters. Members of the Immortal Guild arrive on the scene, their leader cursing that they are a step behind the main action. The Black Knights charge in, their leader shouting a greeting to Kang Hyun, relieved to see the young hunter still standing amidst the carnage. The Ability Users Alliance joins the fray, their voices rising in a chorus of support, confident in Kang Hyun's survival as they reinforce the line. For a fleeting second, Kang Hyun's mind drifts to a different life, a shameful past of game addiction and broken promises to his family. He apologizes to his parents in his heart. But the reality of the battlefield snaps him back. Those days of being a shut-in are over. Now, he is the one holding the line for everyone. He cleaves through a monster with a single, fluid motion, the blue trail of his blade cutting through the darkness with lethal efficiency. The survivors cheer as the reinforcement teams begin to turn the tide, their swords gleaming with fresh blood as they push back the Vanandi. The ground trembles as a massive shadow looms over them. A system prompt identifies the threat, Vanandi's great warrior. The true boss has finally arrived. Kang Hyun doesn't hesitate. He leaps into the air, summoning a glowing purple blade from his inventory, ready to end the hunt once and for all. As Kang Hyun descends, the goblins below snarl, their eyes burning with predatory hunger, bracing for the inevitable. The summoned purple blade flashes, a streak of deadly light already cutting through the air, leaving a shimmering trail. With a primal roar, Kang Hyun plunges down, his glowing blade locked onto the towering boss monster's head, shouting, "Die!" The purple blade connects with brutal force, tearing through the monster's skull in a violent eruption of blood and gore. The monstrous boss collapses, its form dissolving into purple energy as Kang Hyun lands, victorious amidst the stunned, lesser creatures. Strange realization dawns on Kang Hyun, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he surveys the surprisingly easy victory. He stares at the vanquished foe, a question echoing in his mind, why is it this weak? The boss had fallen far too easily. In a stark contrast, memories of other battles flash, a hunter's precise attack piercing a tribal masked beast with a powerful blue energy strike. The masked monster's face contorts in agony as the energy beam tears through its form, a violent end to its charge. Under the ominous glow of a blood-red moon, Kang Hyun observes the carnage, understanding the true nature of this dungeon's challenge, sheer overwhelming numbers, not individual strength. He confirms his earlier suspicion, the boss monster itself truly lacked raw power, its threat relying solely on the sheer size of its horde. The system reveals the spoils of war, and the loot is a sword of Vanandi's great warrior, a rank D blade, light and sharp with 99 durability. Kang Hyun holds the newly acquired sword, a bow lying nearby, questioning the meager rewards. Is it just a bow and a sword? He muses on the practicality, finding the sword too unwieldy for his current fighting style, while the bow remains an unknown. I don't know about the bow, but the sword is too big to use. A flash of memory or a vision of another battle, a shining blade cleaves through a monstrous foe with brutal efficiency, leaving a spray of blood. A spear impales a fallen monster, signaling the grim end of a desperate struggle. It's over. Battle-worn male hunter surveys the grim aftermath of a raid, a heavy sigh escaping him. I expected this, but we lost a lot of people. The desolate battlefield is littered with the fallen, a brutal cost of their victory. Yet the male hunter finds a grim solace. No, at least I should feel grateful that it wasn't a total annihilation. With renewed resolve, the male hunter commands his remaining squad. Alright, let's start collecting the loot. We'll handle the calculation and distribution once we're out. How about it? Suddenly, a shaggy, monstrous beast lunges, brutally striking down a defenseless hunter, a guttural humph escaping its maw. As the male hunter proposes the plan, his squad responds with agreement, but a female hunter suddenly looks startled, a questioning escaping her lips. Her eyes widen in terror, fixed on something unseen. What's that? She gasps, pure fear etched onto her face. The sky itself seems to ignite, mountains glowing with an infernal red, painting an apocalyptic scene of impending doom. The male hunter stares, bewildered, asking, how is there a fire? The female hunter beside him whispers in disbelief, no way. Pure, unadulterated shock contorts their faces, a silent scream of terror in their wide, disbelieving eyes as the horror unfolds. From the inferno, a colossal fiery tornado erupts, trapping hunters in its destructive vortex as desperate cries of help echo through the chaos. Hunters scatter in panic, one screaming in utter horror, "Damn, that's insane," as the inferno engulfs their surroundings. Amidst the chaos, the male hunter manages a grim, almost hysterical laugh, murmuring, that guy is really something else." Kang Hyun's face reflects the profound horror of this flashback, his eyes wide with a chilling, dawning realization of the past catastrophe. Hunter's terrified scream cuts through the air, realizing the true, murderous intent behind the unfolding disaster. They really want to kill him. The shaggy monster continues its rampage, its brutal assault leaving another hunter fallen, a harsh humph accompanying its relentless blow. The shaggy monster laments its kill, muttering, "I ended up cutting something useless again," while the masked tribal monster observes with guttural sounds, "Kook, Kurak." The fiery tornado rages, consuming more hunters as desperate pleas of "save me" and "help me" are drowned out by cries of "this is insane" and "that guy is seriously" from the fleeing survivors. Lone hunter, overwhelmed by pure terror, scrambles desperately to escape, his mind screaming, "Run, I have to run." Amidst the devastation, a hunter spots a glowing red orb, the dungeon's core, a flicker of desperate hope in his eyes as he realizes its presence. Another hunter, glasses glinting with a desperate epiphany, cries out, "T the core, I'll destroy the core," determined to end the catastrophe. Before he can act, a hand clamps down on his arm, a voice sharply warning, "You can't," trying to prevent a disastrous mistake. The other hunter frantically explains, "If you destroy the core now, a break will happen." The first hunter, bewildered, retorts, "What are you talking about? We already took down the boss." The argument rages on as one hunter frantically declares, "Even if we destroy the core, the monsters won't come out of the portal." Another, equally panicked, shouts, "Yeah, move," while a third tries to calm the escalating chaos, urging, "Everyone, calm down." A hunter with glasses, his face etched with worry, explains the gravity of their situation. "This case is different. Some studies have shown that monsters in extreme fear can escape through the portal." Kang Hyun observes the fallen monster, a thought bubble appearing as he laments, "I ended up cutting something useless again." The monster emits pain kook and kurak sounds, even in defeat. A close-up on the monster's eerie mask shows it still groans, kirk, a lingering sign of its demise. The dire situation is highlighted by a wide shot of a peaceful city juxtaposed with a hunter's panicked thought, "At this rate, all those monsters will get out." Amidst the chaos, a hunter shouts, "Who cares? We're all gonna die here anyway." He clenches his glowing fist, declaring his immediate priority, "I have to survive first." Other hunters echo the sentiment, "He's right. We have to destroy the core now. Some of us have to live, right?" Hyrin, however, pauses, observing the unfolding panic with a thoughtful "Wait a second." Hyrin looks back at the escalating conflict, her expression shifting to alarm as she questions, What now?" Her face obscured by shadow, Hyrin's voice cuts through the panic, "Are you threatening your allies?" She then commands, "Listen up." Hyrin points to the fiery horizon, asserting, "Right now, we're the only ones who can stop this." She reveals the devastating truth, outside the core is the center of Seoul. Hyrin warns of the impending catastrophe, "If we don't stop them here, a huge disaster will happen." But a frustrated hunter retorts, "Easy for you to say, damn it." With a firm stance, Hyrin issues a direct command, "Move," as a hunter leaps past her, ready for combat. Hyrin's expression darkens with exasperation, a sigh escaping her lips, seriously." She sighs, thinking, "What a pain," as the situation grows increasingly complicated. The monster's mask is shown again, emitting a guttural kirk sound, indicating its continued presence and threat. Across the monster camp, alarmed Kuur RKK sounds ripple, suggesting a new wave of fear or confusion among the creatures. Kang Hyun, mid-leap, prepares for an attack while a startled Ha escapes another hunter as they witness his move. With a powerful impact, Kang Hyun lands firmly on the ground, ready for battle. Kang Hyun turns to the others, asking for clarification, "So we just have to protect the core?" Hyrin confirms, "Yes." She elaborates that since the monsters are also fleeing the fire, they likely won't directly attack the hunters. Kang Hyun considers the new objective. He muses, "If all we need to do is protect the core," then concludes, "It's a long shot, but maybe we can do it." A thoughtful escapes him. With a firm resolve, Kang Hyun decides, "Then that's enough." Kang Hyun instructs Hyrin, "Just take care of the ones that slip through behind." A surprised, "What?" escapes Hyrin. Hyrin stares in disbelief, realizing Kang Hyun's intent. "Wait, you're not seriously," she begins, unable to finish her thought. Another hunter, equally stunned, questions Kang Hyun's audacious plan, "You're going to stop that alone?" He then offers, "I'll help." Kang Hyun turns away, a dismissive smirk on his face as he bluntly tells the hunter, "You'll just get in the way." The monster camp is once again filled with confused and agitated Kuur RKK sounds, their fear growing amidst the chaos. Under the full moon, torches illuminate the frantic retreat of the tribal monsters, their shadows stretching as they flee. Kang Hyun activates multiple abilities, Power of the Giant activated, followed by Wayne's secret skill activated, his muscles visibly ripple with surging power. Another skill, Intria's Hide activated, envelopes Kang Hyun, enhancing his defenses. With a powerful exhale, Kang Hyun unleashes his ultimate state, Berserker activated. His eyes glow crimson, a menacing grin spreading across his face as dark energy surges around him. The sheer force of his activated abilities radiates from Kang Hyun's back, a crimson aura engulfing him as he prepares for the onslaught. Irene calls out Kang Hyun, her voice laced with concern. He reassures her with a confident smirk. Don't worry, I won't die, alright? Hyun questions his bravado. Are you just saying that based on instinct again? Kang Hyun replies with a playful shrug. Who knows? As Kang Hyun's power fully manifests, a nearby hunter lets out a terrified scream, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity. Kang Hyun's face, now hardened and illuminated by the crimson glow of his power, shows fierce determination, his eyes burning with resolve. Frantic retreat of the tribal monsters continues under the ominous full moon, their panic intensifying. Alone against the horde, Kang Hyun stands his ground, surrounded by countless monsters, ready to face them all. A projectile streaks through the tall grass, cutting through the air with deadly precision. Flurry of brutal impacts follows, tearing through the monster horde. Blood and gore erupt as the protagonist unleashes his power. From a distance, two allies watch the unfolding carnage, one expressing his awe. He's really. The monsters charge relentlessly. An ally shouts HEY as a massive beast lunges forward. The urgency is palpable as the ally warns, it's coming your way, his eyes wide with alarm. A female hunter rallies the group, commanding, everyone, begin combat. We'll take care of the rest. An armored warrior braces himself, deflecting a powerful blow with his shield and grunting KGH from the force. The protagonist executes an agile leap. A projectile impales a monster's head, prompting an ally to exclaim, nice defense. The archer draws her bowstring taut, her eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. The protagonist stands isolated in the heart of a torchlit monster camp, surrounded by an overwhelming horde. A precise shot finds its mark, an arrow piercing a monster's skull with brutal efficiency. Another monster falls, its scream cut short as an arrow strikes true. Even a larger, more formidable monster is no match, collapsing as an arrow penetrates its thick hide. The monster stumbles from a hit as an ally charges into the fray with a glowing mace, calling out, nice shot. The warrior grins with predatory glee, declaring, now, die, before delivering a devastating blow. His glowing weapon arcs in a wide, powerful swing, cleaving through a monster with immense force. Covered in blood, the warrior wears an expression of savage satisfaction, murmuring, as expected. The warrior's exhilaration grows as he thinks, this is the feeling. The protagonist stands defiant amidst the swirling chaos, boldly challenging the horde. Come at me, you bastards. A lethal projectile hurtles through the air, prompting the protagonist to shout, watch out, in a moment of grave danger. The archer is struck and impaled by the projectile as her allies react with horrified cries at the brutal sight. The archer suffers a grievous wound through the chest while the protagonist's anguished scream echoes through the battle. The protagonist's face contorts in pure agony and rage, his eyes glowing with a terrifying red light. Monstrous goblin lunges at the protagonist, its weapon raised, as he looks up to meet the incoming attack. The goblin's attack connects with a sickening thud, causing blood to splatter. Injured and frustrated, the protagonist looks at his bleeding arm, muttering, TSK, even if I'm drained, getting wrecked by a goblin. Ridiculous. He pinches his cheeks, his eyes focused as if trying to snap out of a trance, pondering, but suddenly, his demeanor shifts. He grins, realizing, who cares? This is a dream, maybe this is a sign to go all out one last time. Under the full moon, he lets out a maniacal laugh, fully embracing a reckless mindset. Dark energy surges around his hand as he strikes, causing a monster to recoil with a startled grrk as he exhales, HAH. His eyes glow red once more, a blood-soaked, terrifying grin on his face as he states, it's been a while since I've had something this fresh. Nice. A blade arcs through the air, a lethal crescent of steel that carves through the darkness with predatory precision. Massive impact sprays blood across the screen as a giant foe is cleaved through with a single, overwhelming strike. A hunter nearby watches in pure shock, paralyzed by the sheer brutality of the display as the battlefield turns into a slaughterhouse. He screams out for the woman, his eyes wide as a monster's massive maw looms over her in the tall grass. The woman is pinned down, an arrow lodged in her shoulder as she stares death in the face, the monster's breath hot against her skin. But the hunter is faster, his blade slicing through a monster's neck in a blur of motion, ending the threat before it can strike. He doesn't stop, spinning into a whirlwind of gore, limbs flying as he clears a path toward his injured ally. Suddenly, a creature lunges from the shadows, its spear aimed directly at the hunter's heart with lethal intent. The creature lets out a maniacal laugh, certain that this strike will be the end of the human. Blood splatters the night sky as a head is sent spinning into the air, another victim of the relentless counterattack. The victory is short-lived. A spear pierces through the hunter's chest, the tip emerging from his back in a sickening spray of red. He coughs up blood, a grim realization dawning on him as he reflects on his use of mana. The creature looks on, stunned that the human is still standing after such a fatal wound. The hunter dismisses the pain, having never cared about preserving his body. A system prompt appears, indicating a defensive skill has been deactivated. Blinding light begins to emanate from his eyes. He looks at the monster and smiles, accepting this as a fitting way to go. A massive blue explosion erupts, a mana burst that consumes everything in its path, lighting up the forest like a fallen star. As the smoke clears, the hunter's arm is revealed, stripped to the bone and dripping with gore from the sheer force of his own power. Despite the spear in his chest and his mangled arm, he turns to the woman to check if she is okay. She can barely speak, her eyes trembling at the sight of his horrific injuries. He's a walking corpse, yet he's still fighting. He tells her to save her words, his focus entirely on the battle ahead. There's no time for sentiment when death is still knocking. The scene shifts as the struggle continues. The hunter roars in defiance, his spirit unbroken by the carnage. He tells her to prioritize survival, knowing that every second is a battle for their lives. He charges through the blood-soaked grass, his feet splashing in the remains of his enemies as he pushes his body past its limits. He tells the woman that if she can move, she must. He cannot protect her if she stays rooted to the spot. He isn't just telling her to run, he needs her to get word to their leader. This is a mission, not just an escape. He orders her to evacuate the moment she sees the signal, intending to handle the rest no matter the cost. He looks back over his shoulder with a defiant smirk, showing no fear of his impending fate. The woman stands frozen, the weight of his sacrifice and terrifying resolve finally hitting her like a physical blow. She finally nods, promising to follow his orders as she sprints away into the burning forest, leaving him behind. Alone now, the hunter gathers a sphere of volatile blue energy in his hand, the air around him crackling with power. He slams his foot down, cracking the earth as he prepares for one final, desperate charge into the enemy ranks. He lunges forward, a streak of blue light cutting through the chaos as he fights to buy more time. The screen flashes again with a system prompt highlighting a powerful skill. It is time to unleash hell. He remembers the previous struggle and the hours spent fighting to survive. He won't stop until every last enemy is defeated. The masked warriors are caught off guard, their primitive masks hiding their fear as the human whirlwind approaches. He dives into a group of monsters, the energy in his hand ready to detonate and take them all with him. A massive burst of mana, a pillar of blue fire roars into the sky, vaporizing everything in a blinding display of raw power. Forest is consumed by the inferno, smoke and embers filling the air as the shockwave levels the trees. Through the flames, a silhouette stands tall. The hunter remains, bloodied but unyielding, as the fires of war rage around him. The sky bleeds a crimson hue as the inferno consumes everything in its path. In the center of the devastation, Kang Hyun stands motionless, a massive spear piercing through his chest, yet his spirit refuses to break. Glowing red core pulses with volatile energy above the wreckage. A desperate shout rings out through the crackling flames. The core must be destroyed immediately, or everything is lost. Hyun stares in horror as the wall of fire closes in. The heat is unbearable, and the realization that there's no escape without the core's destruction hits her like a physical blow. Kang Hyun recalls the grueling lessons learned from 10 hours of crawling in the first round. He knows the patterns. The Gurkha warriors hunt by day and only return to their village at sunset. The predatory grin, Kang Hyun tears through the remaining forces. Their numbers are minimal during the daylight hours, making these small fry nothing more than fodder for his blades. Back in the present, Hyun can only watch the towering flames, her voice trembling as she realizes Kang Hyun is still trapped deep within that hellscape. Footsteps thunder across the grass as Guildmaster Han Seyun rushes into the fray, her presence signaling a shift in the desperate battle. Han Seyun delivers a direct order from Kang Hyun. When the signal arrives, she must lead the group to safety without hesitation, regardless of what happens to him. Hyun questions the nature of this signal, but before she can finish her sentence, a blinding flash of light erupts, tearing through the darkness. A system notification flickers into existence. The dungeon's main core has been successfully destroyed. The impossible task has been completed. As the portal to the outside begins to manifest amidst the smoke, Hyun stands frozen, unable to process the sudden turn of events. She looks on in disbelief. The sheer scale of the power required to shatter the core and force open the exit is beyond anything she imagined. A breath of relief escapes her lips. Against all odds, the path home has finally been cleared. The blinding light fades, revealing that the barrier holding them captive has finally vanished. The way is open. Kang Hyun continues his relentless assault in the memory of the hunt, proving that even the most formidable enemies are just small fry when faced with his overwhelming speed. The sound of rapid movement echoes near the village entrance as the final stages of the plan are set into motion. A young hunter with blonde hair stops Hyun, his voice sharp with urgency. He demands to know where she thinks she's going in her injured state. He shouts that Kang Hyun is fine and that she will only be a hindrance if she tries to interfere now. His eyes burn with a mix of frustration and worry. He tells her to trust Kang Hyun just as she always has. Hyun falters, the weight of her helplessness reflected in her wide, trembling eyes. She closes her eyes tight, trying to suppress the fear and the urge to run back into the fire for him. Outside, in the middle of a modern city street, the massive stone gate of the dungeon stands tall, surrounded by the shadows of waiting hunters. A seasoned warrior in heavy armor stands guard, his expression grim as he waits for the survivors to emerge from the portal. Hyun stands before the gate, her voice trailing off as she tries to speak Kang Hyun's name. The survivors around her are battered and exhausted. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath. Something is emerging from the gate and it's not what they expected. The village structure looms in the background as a heavy presence makes itself known through the mist. A massive, blood-stained foot steps forward, shaking the very ground. The sheer scale of the creature emerging is terrifying. The hunters scream Kang Hyun's name as they see him. He is covered in blood, the wooden shaft of a spear still protruding from his back. Hyun's heart stops. She tries to call out to him, her eyes fixed on the horrific wound that should have killed any normal man instantly. Young hunter watches in awe and terror. Kang Hyun is standing, but his eyes are vacant. He has lost consciousness while still on his feet, held upright by sheer willpower. Finally, the strength leaves his body. The hero who saved them all collapses, his duty fulfilled at a staggering cost. As he lies there, bloodied and broken, a single thought echoes among the survivors. Kang Hyun is truly the greatest among them. Legend of the Solo Resurrection continues. Stay tuned as the world reacts to the return of the hunter who refused to die. Kang Hyun is back in the thick of it, bloodied but wearing a manic grin as he screams at the Gorkha chieftain. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A different hunter charges into the frame, his eyes glowing with a murderous red light. A heavy armored fist connects with a sickening thud, sending the Wyong leader reeling as Choi Min-sik vents his rage. Choi Min-sik is livid, screaming that they almost died because of this coward's incompetence. He grabs the man by the collar, demanding to know how someone so pathetic can even call himself a guild leader. In the background, Kang Hyun lies broken on the pavement while allies rush to his side, calling out his name in desperation. Despite the spear through his chest and the blood coating his armor, Kang Hyun just smirks, apologizing for the mess. He demands the item be handed over, his voice cold and unwavering even at death's door. His vision blurs, the world spinning as his consciousness finally begins to slip away into the dark. "Oh, you're awake." A voice pulls him back. Hyun and manager Kim are looking down at him with immense relief. The memory of the Gorkha chieftain flashes back. Kang Hyun's bloodlust was real, even if the setting was a nightmare. Sharp exclamation point signals his sudden and jarring return to reality. Waking up in a hospital bed, Kang Hyun groans, the phantom pains of the battle still echoing through his body. Hyun can't hold back her tears, throwing herself into a hug that catches Kang Hyun completely off guard. He winces as the 4 bags rattle, desperately trying to tell Hyun that he's still incredibly sore. News breaks, the forest of Benandi, Korea's first C-rank dungeon, has been cleared, but the cost was devastating. Manager Kim looks on somberly as reports confirm the Guardian Guild suffered nearly 50% casualties. The Wyong Guild is forced into a national apology, their reputation shattered after endangering the entire Ray team. The internet is on fire. 2 major guilds have fallen from the top 10 list in a single day due to this disaster. But amidst the chaos, one name rises, Kang Hyun. His heroic stand has catapulted the 3-member Bead Guild into the top 10. Not everyone is cheering, though. Malicious comments start flooding the forums, calling him a one-trick pony. The hate is relentless, fueled by those who envy his sudden rise to power and aggressive image. A sharp memory of the masked monsters resurfaces, the true source of his power and his trauma. People see the chance to tear him down and they take it en masse, filling the boards with vitriol. Manager Kim scrolls through the toxicity on his phone, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips as he reads. He looks over at Hyun, asking if she's back on the internet fighting trolls again. Hyun doesn't even look up, her thumbs flying across the screen as she vows to teach these online trolls a lesson. Manager Kim just sighs, taking a long swig of his drink while watching her battle the keyboard warriors. He offers her a drink to cool her head, but she's too deep in the flame war to care about refreshments. Manager Kim wonders why Kang Hyun's discharge is taking so long, admitting he's actually starting to get bored. He dismisses the worry, noting that Kang Hyun probably fully recovered on the very first day. He jokes that Kang Hyun is a regeneration monster, if you cut him in half you'd just end up with 2 of him. Slamming his can down, Manager Kim groans about having absolutely nothing to do in the office. Meanwhile, back in the system's grasp, the masked chieftain looms over a fallen Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun doesn't care if it's a dream or a sign from God, he's ready to go all out one last time with his one more game mindset. A system prompt chimes, entering stage 1. The real trial is just beginning. We pray that your courage can save Earth. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders once more. Monsters growl, their purple aura flaring as they prepare to tear him apart in the ritual chamber. Back at the base, Manager Kim suggests throwing daggers to kill time, and Hyun finally agrees to the distraction. Mundane reality of office life looms large, a stark contrast to the dangerous world of hunters. An overwhelmed office worker, buried under a mountain of paperwork, sighs heavily under the weight of his duties. With bloodshot eyes and visible exhaustion, the worker mutters in frustration, wondering why no one ever helps him manage the ceaseless pile of tasks. His desk is a battlefield of membership requests, ad inquiries, sponsorship deals, and dungeon raid requests. Having been up for nights, he questions the relentless surge of work. Stress pushes him to the brink. His eyes widen with the terrifying realization that something is fundamentally wrong with this endless cycle. Just then, Kang Hyun strolls into the office with a casual greeting, a beacon of energy amidst the gloom. A female hunter named Sung-ah spots him and calls out his name, visibly relieved by his presence. Kang Hyun observes the chaotic state of the office, remarking with a smirk that the place has gone to hell in his absence. He greets the beleaguered office worker, Jae-mun, asking if they can finally speak to each other casually. Overjoyed, Jae-mun enthusiastically agrees, inviting Kang Hyun to use his name comfortably. Kang Hyun, now addressing him as Jae-mun, leans in to discuss something important, his expression hinting at a more serious conversation. A sudden, violent flashback ripples through Kang Hyun's mind, shadowy figures engulfed in crackling purple energy during a moment of fierce combat. Vision intensifies, depicting a bloodied and desperate Kang Hyun wielding a sword amidst a swirling vortex of arcane purple power, a battle for survival etched into his memory. Back in the present, Jaemun's face twists into a disturbing, wide grin. With bloodshot eyes, he sarcastically advises Kang Hyun to clean his desk, claiming the mess is distracting. Jaemun's internal monologue reveals a begrudging acceptance of his own messy habits, though he still finds Kang Hyun's directness a bit much. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a table littered with food and daggers, a clear sign of time being killed. An angry voice, likely Hyrin's, vehemently protests, demanding that if fingers are to be pointed, they should start elsewhere. Jaemun's unsettling grin returns. His internal thoughts spiral into despair, leading him to question if he should simply quit his job. Kang Hyun looks on, his expression a mix of surprise and confusion at Jaemun's erratic behavior. Deciding to humor him, Kang Hyun agrees to clean his desk when he has time. Meanwhile, Jaemun internally recoils, sensing that Kang Hyun is not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly remembering something, Kang Hyun turns to Sung-ah and apologizes for forgetting to give her something, as the blonde male hunter watches curiously. Sung-ah gasps as Kang Hyun presents her with a bow of the Benandi Warchief. A system window confirms its grade C status, 98/100 durability, and the bonus skill, Magic Arrow, a powerful relic from a dungeon boss. Blushing, Sung-ah can barely believe he is truly giving her such a valuable item. Kang Hyun simply smiles, explaining that she seemed like the best person to wield it. Sung-ah's amazement grows as she learns the bow uses mana instead of physical arrows, and she exclaims in wonder. Another violent flash of the past invades Kang Hyun's thoughts, showing him in the thick of battle with purple energy exploding around him. The memory deepens, revealing a system message: you have been hit by the skill low-level magic restraint. Struggling to move, Kang Hyun questions the presence of such magic in a mere tutorial. Back in the office, Sung-ah bows deeply, profusely thanking Kang Hyun. The blonde male hunter, however, jokingly asks for a gift of his own. Kang Hyun responds with a mischievous grin and a dismissive gesture, questioning what makes the blonde male hunter special enough to deserve a gift. The blonde male hunter feigns hurt, claiming he worried for Kang Hyun, only to be called out for likely just drinking beer. Ah, busted, he admits as Kang Hyun steps forward. Suddenly, a distinct sound draws Kang Hyun's attention. He pauses, recognizing the chime of the intercom. The intercom screen flickers to life, showing a blurry figure. A hesitant voice asks, excuse me, is anyone there? The figure on the intercom asks if this is the Bayday Guild office. A voice from inside confirms and asks for the caller's identity. The caller is revealed as Han Si-hwan from the Guardian Guild, who confidently asks if they remember him. Without hesitation, a voice from the office coldly replies, "No, don't know you," abruptly cutting him off. Han Si-hwan is left in bewildered disbelief. Kang Hyun and his companions comment on the strange visitor, wondering if it is a door-to-door salesman or someone pushing religion. The intercom remains silent as Han Si-hwan ponders his sudden dismissal. The haunting flashback returns. Kang Hyun is once again trapped by the low-level magic restraint skill, his body immobile as he questions the brutal nature of the tutorial. Kang Hyun's eye burns with determination. He focuses on his skill, Lion's Roar of Rage D, an ability that lowers enemy stats and morale while removing his own debuffs. Outside the guild office, Han Si-hwan looks utterly confused and hurt, wondering if Kang Hyun genuinely doesn't remember him or if something else is at play. The bustling city skyline stands indifferent under a bright sky, a world moving on as Han Si-hwan grapples with the rejection. Han Si-hwan stands dejected, his back to the viewer, the weight of being forgotten pressing down on him. As he walks away down a long, empty corridor, his thoughts echo his dismay. He even yelled at me. The encounter leaves him with a bitter taste. The bitter taste of the previous encounter is quickly replaced by a new, formal tension. Manager Kim Kyu-sik clears his throat, introducing himself as the acting guild master of the Guardian Guild. Kang Hyun doesn't seem impressed by the titles. He casually pops open a can of beer, introducing himself as the leader of the Bead Guild while noting that this isn't exactly their first meeting. A sudden flicker of a system prompt appears. It's the Lion's Roar of Rage, a D-rank ability designed to crush enemy morale and purge debuffs. Kang Hyun stares ahead, his mind racing for a solution. He exhales sharply, a visible trail of breath escaping his lips as he centers himself amidst the chaotic energy of the system's influence. Offering a drink to break the ice, Kang Hyun holds out the can. Manager Kim Kyu-sik politely declines, questioning the appropriateness of drinking in the middle of the day. Kang Hyun can only wonder what kind of people he's dealing with. The table is a graveyard of empty cans and snack wrappers, evidence of a long, unproductive session in this makeshift office. Ignoring the judgment, Kang Hyun chugs his drink. Manager Kim Kyu-sik watches in disbelief, his thoughts screaming about the unprofessionalism of day drinking in the office. Across the room, guild members are practicing their aim. One praises a woman's ranged combat skills, telling the others to watch and learn. Kang Hyun just watches the absurdity unfold. Manager Kim Kyu-sik finally gets to the point, asking what brought Kang Hyun here, even though he's clearly the only one actually working in this busy guild. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. Manager Kim Kyu-sik bows deeply, his voice trembling as he thanks Kang Hyun for saving his life in the past. Kang Hyun blinks, completely caught off guard by the sudden display of gratitude. He tries to place the face, but nothing comes to mind. Distorted memory flashes back. A younger, more desperate manager Kim Kyu-sik is seen begging for someone to carry him out of a dungeon, claiming he's reached his limit. The realization hits Kang Hyun like a truck. He shouts out in surprise, the memory of that pathetic display finally clicking into place. He takes another deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs as the past and present collide in his mind. In the flashback, Kang Hyun is a whirlwind of violence, charging headlong into a monstrous foe with a primal scream. Memory turns grim as manager Kim Kyu-sik is shown bloodied and broken, whining about his inability to return home. It was a pathetic sight. Back in the present, Kang Hyun offers a smirk. He confirms that it was indeed him, remarking on how long it's been since that disastrous day. Manager Kim Kyu-sik looks embarrassed, quickly trying to pivot the conversation back to business, though his composure is clearly shaken. The conversation is interrupted by a loud thud at the door. Kang Hyun looks over, wondering who else could possibly be visiting this mess of an office. Manager Kim Kyu-sik sighs, annoyed by the constant interruptions. He orders his assistant Jae-mun to go check the door. Jae-mun grumbles under his breath, wondering why he's the one who always has to do the grunt work when others are closer to the door. But as Jae-mun looks at the intercom screen, his face drains of color. He lets out a soft, confused gasp. He frantically calls out to manager Kim Kyu-sik, telling him that he needs to see the visitor for himself immediately. Jae-mun points at the monitor, his hand shaking as he shows the silhouette of a man collapse just outside the entrance. The man is Jo Dong-won, and he's in terrible shape. Covered in blood and gasping for air, he looks like he's barely clinging to life. Sight triggers another brief flash of Kang Hyun's combat instincts, the memory of charging into danger echoing the current emergency. Medical supplies are scattered across the floor in a rush. Bandages and antiseptics are prepped as they struggle to stabilize the dying man. Kang Hyun watches closely, his eyes narrowed as he analyzes the situation. Something about this man feels familiar. Jo Dong-won lies on a mat, his chest heavily bandaged. He looks up at Kang Hyun, a weak smile forming as he realizes who his savior is. He remembers the time Kang Hyun bought him beef. Kang Hyun laughs, remembering the odd connection. Manager Kim Kyu-sik stands in the background, utterly confused that a life or death debt was settled over a meal. Kang Hyun's tone turns serious. He asks Jo Dong-won why he came here in such a state instead of going straight to a hospital. Jo Dong-won reaches out with a trembling hand, his voice a mere whisper as he says he has a desperate request to make. Summoning the last of his strength, he tries to sit up, addressing Kang Hyun with the respect due to a powerful guild master. With tears in his eyes, Jo Dong-won delivers his plea, "Please save my brother." Kang Hyun can only stare, realizing the weight of the mission ahead. The weight of the plea settles on Kang Hyun as he turns to the group, seeking clarity. He questions the distraught man, confirming that his older brother has indeed been kidnapped, seeking to understand the full scope of the dire situation. Sudden, sharp impact flashes across the screen, indicating a rapid, forceful strike. The sound of a swift attack echoes, hinting at the brutal reality of the world they inhabit. A figure leaps through the air, sword drawn, while monstrous beings lie incapacitated below. The scene is chaotic, filled with the raw energy of combat and glowing magical effects. The man, his face etched with worry, confirms the kidnapping, revealing his brother's identity as Jo Sung-chan, the esteemed guild master of their Hazian guild. He explains that Hazian was a guild built by him and his brother, a testament to their shared efforts. Kang Hyun, cutting to the chase, asks if the Jeongja guild is behind the abduction. The woman with the ponytail corrects Kang Hyun, stating the kidnappers are from the Jongjin Guild. Kang Hyun dismisses the distinction, prioritizing the core issue over minor naming differences. Powerful, almost cartoonish, impact slams a figure into the ground, a visual representation of Kang Hyun's exasperation. He internally scoffs at the idea of giving formal titles to those who cause such destruction, like wrecking their car. The man clenches his fist, his knuckles white, as he tries to regain composure. He shifts the conversation back to the beginning, recalling the events that led to his brother's kidnapping. He recounts the devastating all-out war that erupted between their Hazian guild and the Jongjin guild, a conflict that plunged them into chaos. A gleaming red and white pill appears, a sinister beacon. The man explains that the Jongjin guild members are consuming a drug that dangerously enhances their superpowers. The aftermath of the brutal conflict is shown, a desolate, blood-stained warehouse littered with fallen bodies. Against these powered-up adversaries, the Hazian guild was utterly helpless. His gaze drops heavy with sorrow as he reveals the grim toll of the war. Many guild members were injured and dozens perished. The man laments that the Hazian guild was already devastated, yet the Jongjin bastard still kidnapped his brother, their guild master. Manager Kim Kyu-sik exclaims in shock while Kang Hyun probes about the police's intervention. A dynamic flashback reveals a fierce battle with a warrior mid-leap delivering a powerful strike against grotesque masked monsters. The air crackles with energy, highlighting the intensity of past conflicts. Manager Kim Kyu-sik explains that dungeons operate outside the law and authorities often turn a blind eye to ability users. He adds that no interference in dungeons is a national policy. Kang Hyun questions the extreme animosity, wondering if the Jongjin Guild's motives run deeper, perhaps a personal vendetta. The man admits he's unsure of their exact reasons. The man recounts their previous disagreements which never escalated to such a level of hatred. He states that ever since the Jongjin Guild members started taking the drug, their personalities have become noticeably more violent. Kang Hyun strokes his chin thoughtfully, musing about a past promise and how the mysterious drug now makes the entire situation even more suspicious. With a decisive nod, Kang Hyun declares they will depart immediately. The man, overcome with relief, profusely thanks Kang Hyun for his willingness to help. A system message confirms their target location, basement level 2. Choi Min-sik, with a sly smirk, remarks that the timing is perfect for their plan. Choi Min-sik strides forward, declaring their need to avenge their dear Poppy, a statement that piques Kang Hyun's curiosity. Hai-rin, looking confused, asks who Poppy is, but Choi Min-sik cuts her off, implying it should be obvious. Choi Min-sik reveals Poppy is their guild van, much to Hai-rin's exasperation. She chastises him for naming it instead of scrapping it as instructed. Hai-rin admits the van is cool, but Choi Min-sik quickly retorts that it's only cool to her, calling her a dumbass. Kang Hyun's face shows a flash of realization, as if a sudden, disturbing thought has crossed his mind, connecting a great plan to a terrible outcome. A violent, blood-splattered tears across the panel, a vivid depiction of someone being stabbed. Hai-rin's voice echoes, reminding him of a past failure, until you got stabbed. Kang Hyun reacts with a surprised his eyes widening slightly, as if Hai-rin's words have caught him off guard or sparked a new thought. Kang Hyun questions Manager Kim Kyu-sik about his lingering presence. Manager Kim Kyu-sik, flustered, admits he missed his chance to speak up earlier. Internally, Manager Kim Kyu-sik resolves to stick with Buffon Quan for his goal. Out loud, he passionately declares that their guardian guild exists to protect humanity. Manager Kim Kyu-sik insists he cannot stand idly by, now knowing about the Jongjin Guild's crimes. He then internally wonders if his impassioned speech failed to convince Kang Hyun. He presses on, recalling that drugs that make users stronger and more violent, trying to connect the dots for Kang Hyun. Manager Kim Kyu-sik desperately tries to jog Kang Hyun's memory, asking if their guild master mentioned this at the last raid meeting. Manager Kim Kyu-sik asserts there's a definite connection, while Kang Hyun's expression shifts from surprise to a thoughtful, as if a new understanding dawns on him. Manager Kim Kyu-sik internally admits he was just speculating, but Kang Hyun, now convinced, agrees that the theory is pretty reasonable. Towering building dominates the skyline, adorned with a massive advertisement featuring a charismatic guild master, a symbol of power and influence. A violent, blood-splattered tears across the panel, a vivid depiction of someone being stabbed. Hai-rin's voice echoes, reminding him of a past failure, until you got stabbed. System notifications flash across the screen, declaring entering stage 1 and offering a solemn prayer. We pray that your courage can save Earth. The mission begins. Kang Hyun stands poised at the entrance of a dark, foreboding dungeon, his figure silhouetted against the ominous glow, ready to step into the unknown. He takes a final, determined glance over his shoulder, his eyes burning with resolve before fully committing to the perilous journey ahead. System immediately congratulates him, announcing the successful clear of Stage 3. As a reward, he gains intermediate physical regeneration B. Not only that, Kang Hyun achieved the shortest clear time possible, setting a new record and earning the temporary title, the Unyielding. Meanwhile, a new report comes in. Jo Dongwon has contacted the Bead Guild. The man, surprised, questions why Bead was chosen. A smirk plays on Choi Min-sik's lips as he learns that Kang Hyun had interfered in one of their previous battles, suggesting this new contact is a direct consequence. He acknowledges the name with a chilling ah. Swirling his wine, Choi Min-sik recalls Kang Hyun, remembering him as the bastard who beat the crap out of our guild members amidst a grim flashback of fallen figures. The wine glass shatters in Choi Min-sik's hand, blood-red liquid exploding outwards as he declares with menacing intent, perfect timing. The scene shifts to a high-speed chase on the highway. Kang Hyun, behind the wheel, questions the situation with a simple, perplexed why. Inside the speeding vehicle, Kang Hyun, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, wonders aloud why he's the one behind the wheel. He then questions the nature of the vehicle itself, calling it a crazy car, as the narrative builds towards a new revelation. System's previous message echoes again. Congratulations, you have cleared Stage 3, granting intermediate physical regeneration B, and the temporary title, the Unyielding, for setting a new record. The unyielding title is described as a reward for clearing tutorial stage 3 with unmatched speed, testing patience and perseverance. Its effect grants a permanent +1 to all stats with the condition that it transfers if the record is ever broken. One of the men in the car asks Kang Hyun if the drug the Jongjin Guild members use is truly called monster power, confirming it's a pill. Kang Hyun, checking his phone, voices his concern about charging in with only 5 people, but another voice quickly reassures him, indicating a plan is in motion. Man boasts about his connections, stating Kang Hyun wouldn't know as a phone rings, displaying an incoming call from Bead Guild Master Kang Hyun. Manager Kim Kyu-sik sits at his desk, looking perplexed as he receives an unexpected call. Kang Hyun, on the phone, greets the person he's calling, Mr. Taegil, while the recipient, surprised, asks Kang Hyun, what is it? Manager Kim Kyu-sik looks utterly bewildered as Kang Hyun asks him if he knows anything about a substance called monster power. Kang Hyun, ignoring the manager's confusion, explains that monster power is a drug designed to enhance ability users after the manager questions why he's bringing it up and suggests it might be an energy drink. Kang Hyun then asks manager Kim Kyu-sik if he's aware of the Jongjin Guild's recent transformation into a total drug den, to which manager Kim Kyu-sik confirms he's heard the rumors. With a wide grin, Kang Hyun declares they are currently at the Jongjin Guild's location and demands backup, eliciting a shocked "What did you say?" from the other end of the line. The system reiterates the details of the unyielding title awarded for the fastest clear of tutorial stage 3, boosting all stats by +1 and transferable if the record is ever surpassed. Bloodied and exhausted, Kang Hyun reflects on his rapid progress, noting he cleared stage 3 in just 2 days, a significant improvement from the week it took him for stage 2. A visibly stressed manager Kim Kyu-sik tries to explain that there's a strict procedure for sending backup, letting out a frustrated sigh. Manager Kim Kyu-sik explains that support is unavailable as most of their personnel are occupied with the dungeon terrorism incident, to which Kang Hyun simply replies, I see. As Kang Hyun hangs up, manager Kim Kyu-sik's voice advises cooperation will be possible soon, urging Kang Hyun not to cause trouble until then. Kang Hyun, however, concludes that this avenue for help is no good. Undeterred, Kang Hyun dials another number, cheerfully greeting the person on the other end. Dong-woo Hyung, it's been a while. Have you been well? The call connects, revealing a serene city skyline as the person on the other end begins their reply with, well, you see. Kang Hyun listens intently as his new contact, Dong-woo Hyung, acknowledges awareness of the ongoing conflict between the Jongjin and Hazian guilds. The contact explains that due to the union structure, direct interference in guild disputes is impossible. Kang Hyun understands, accepting there's nothing more to be done, as the contact apologizes, citing the union's need to maintain its stance. The contact offers to help in any way possible, urging Kang Hyun to call anytime. Kang Hyun's companions, however, express their disappointment, one scoffing, that's it? I thought you said you had loads of connections. Man sighs in resignation, concluding that there's no helping it then from that particular connection. Kang Hyun's internal monologue returns, his bloodied face still bearing a maniacal grin as he reiterates his impressive feat of clearing stage 3 in 2 days, a significant leap from the week it took for stage 2. A spark ignites in Kang Hyun's eyes as he ponders, could it be that I'm a genius after all, a realization dawning upon him. Kang Hyun casually reveals to his companions, truth is, I've taken down a guild before, eliciting a stunned what from one of them. Kang Hyun asserts his confidence, stating he knows exactly how to do it, as a flashback shows a masked figure, presumably himself from a previous operation. With a triumphant grin, Kang Hyun displays his phone, showing the Jongjin Guild/dungeon list, and declares their audacious plan, let's hit their dungeon first. The audacious plan to strike the Jongjin Guild's dungeon first begins with the chilling title, Solo Resurrection. A nondescript truck speeds down a road, its presence a stark contrast to the ominous destination it approaches. A distant boom hints at the world's underlying dangers. Deep within a misty forest stands a decrepit gate, marking the entrance to an E-rank dungeon, the Village of the Dead. While undead dungeons are typically unpopular due to their meager byproducts, this particular one is a treasure trove. Its monsters sometimes draw precious metals, making it a crucial income source for the Jongjin Guild. The Village of the Dead lives up to its name, shrouded in a desolate mist that permeates the ancient forest. Within this eerie landscape, a small hunter's camp is set up, 2 figures standing guard, while a weathered skull in the foreground serves as a grim reminder of the dangers lurking within. Choi Min-sik, the leader, berates his cowering hunters. He shouts that their meager haul isn't enough, accusing them of slacking after being pampered. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun, bruised but focused, ponders his potential. He questions if his rapid progress means he's a genius after all. He envisions himself as a formidable warrior, confident he could clear stage 4 in mere minutes, basking in the glory of his imagined triumph. Back at the camp, Choi Min-sik's tirade continues, demanding his hunters meet their quotas, even if it means foregoing their meals. He orders them back into the dungeon, refusing them any drugs for the day. A hunter internally curses, lamenting the need for drugs to hunt properly, suspecting Choi Min-sik is hoarding them. Manager Kim Kyu-sik observes the scene, silently recalling how Choi Min-sik himself only became a manager thanks to those very drugs. As the hunters disperse into the misty forest, a chilling HWOO sound echoes, a premonition of lurking danger. Choi Min-sik, oblivious to the growing threat, casually lights a cigarette, dismissing the situation with a curt "anyway." He grumbles about the uselessness of his subordinates, then notices something amiss, a slight flicker of confusion crossing his face. Adding to his minor frustrations, his lighter malfunctions and drops to the ground broken. He curses its uselessness. He calls out to his team, asking for a light, still unaware of the true horror unfolding around him. Camp is eerily silent and deserted. Choi Min-sik's confusion deepens as he realizes he is utterly alone. He stands, bewildered, demanding to know where everyone has gone and why the lookout is missing. In a stark contrast, Kang Hyun's inner world remains vibrant. He still imagines himself as a glorious warrior, effortlessly clearing stage 4. His fantasy culminates in a powerful image, Kang Hyun standing triumphant atop a defeated, monstrous dragon, flowers blooming around his conquest. Back in the desolate reality of the camp, Choi Min-sik remains alone, a chilling "busurok" sound breaking the silence, suggesting an unseen presence. Reacting to the sound, Choi Min-sik swiftly draws a dagger, his face contorted in shock and alarm as he demands to know what the hell is happening. A monstrous claw looms in the foreground, confirming his fears. He questions if it's truly a monster, his voice laced with dread. An owl perched on a branch observes the unfolding horror with wide, startled eyes, letting out a soft "buwo" sound. A sudden, violent blur of motion, accompanied by a sharp "burok" sound, indicates a swift and brutal attack. Choi Min-sik is caught in a whirlwind of unseen forces, the chaotic "busurok" sound surrounding him, signaling an overwhelming assault. He laughs maniacally, a desperate attempt to mask his fear, questioning why he's even scared of what he dismisses as a mere E-rank dungeon. A sharp blade-like force slices through the air amidst the chaotic sounds. Choi Min-sik defiantly challenges the unseen foe, urging it to "come on then, FKR." Single glowing eye emerges from the chaos, its intense gaze piercing through the blurred surroundings, hinting at a powerful and terrifying entity. Choi Min-sik lies defeated on the ground, a stark vertical beam of light descending upon him, marking the brutal end of his defiance. Kang Hyun's triumphant vision of conquering a dragon flashes once more, a stark contrast to the grim reality of the E-rank dungeon. Sobering thought cuts through the narrative. That's what I thought a month ago, revealing this entire sequence as Kang Hyun's painful memory of a past failure. A hunter's face contorts in pure terror, a frantic "JJBEOG" sound emphasizing their sudden realization of imminent danger. The desperate cry, a hunter points frantically into the misty distance, shouting "over there" as a luminous presence catches their eye. The wide shot reveals the eerie, misty forest, with a lone, distant figure standing menacingly, the source of the hunter's terror. Another hunter, initially confused by the alarm, questions "what?" before a sinister smirk begins to spread across his face, hinting at a terrible misunderstanding or a grim fate. His words, "there's nothing," are cut short as a horrifying, wide grinning face materializes directly behind him, a grotesque apparition of pure terror. Blood-curdling AAGH rips through the air, sending birds scattering into the sky, confirming the brutal reality of the attack. Two figures, a man and a woman, gaze in utter shock at the unfolding horror, their faces pale as they whisper, "What the hell are these?" The horrific scene unfolds before them. Bodies lie strewn across the ground, a chilling testament to an unseen terror. One of the observers, a man, grimly notes that all of them were stationed in the village of the dead. His female companion whispers, "Scary." "No," as a dying victim weakly pleads, "Go away." The man continues, observing the grim reality, "As you can see, they must have gone through something terrible, and we can't communicate with them at all." Manager Kim Kyu-sik, adjusting his tie, expresses disbelief. "Wait, that's an E-rank, isn't it? How bad could anything be in an E-rank dungeon?" He trails off, clearly unsettled by the implications. Pair of hands carefully holds a crumpled, blood-stained note. The messenger insists, they insisted, that this be delivered to the guild master. The sun shines brightly over a modern, multi-story building, contrasting sharply with the grim discovery. Manager Kim Kyu-sik stares at the crude handwriting on the bloodied note, a look of dismay on his face. "Ugh, terrible handwriting," he mutters, as the message becomes clear. "Your dungeon is now OURS bad guild." The chilling demands are laid bare on the blood-stained paper. "If you want it back, hand over Jo Sung-chan and all of your monster power. If not, we'll take your dungeons one by one." Manager Kim Kyu-sik's eyes widen in silent shock, his face betraying his utter disbelief at the audacious threat. Building stands under the bright sky, a digital billboard displaying a stern-looking man. Manager Kim Kyu-sik's frustration boils over as he wonders, what kind of gangster bastards are these? Inside a makeshift tent, several men relax. Kang Hyun casually sips a drink, seemingly unconcerned by the world outside. Kang Hyun takes a long swig from his can, while Manager Kim Kyu-sik watches him with a mixture of concern and exasperation. The same guild building stands tall, a symbol of stability amidst the growing chaos. A news report flashes on a large screen. 25 days have passed after deploying a special unit of Awakened to clear the dungeon. The broadcast announces it was announced that 40% of the dungeons discovered domestically have been cleared. Kang Hyun, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, complains about his drink. Tisk, lukewarm. Should I learn ice magic? Next time, I'll at least bring an icebox. Manager Kim Kyu-sik and an unknown male ally exchange worried glances. The ally mutters, these people, do they not feel any tension? Manager Kim Kyu-sik hesitantly tries to address Kang Hyun, who looks up with a questioning gaze. The unknown male ally presses Kang Hyun. Is it really okay to just sit around like this? As time goes by, my brother. Kang Hyun dismissively replies, I told you, it's fine. The unknown male ally, agitated, reminds Kang Hyun, we even sent a polite letter properly, didn't we? And I told you, right? Shadows inside the tent dance as Kang Hyun's voice echoes with a hint of experience that I've done this before. Kang Hyun flashes a confident, almost arrogant smirk. Humph, you can't be a gentleman, he quips, undeterred by the mounting tension. Suddenly, a hooded figure pulls back the tent flap, revealing an unknown male attacker holding a flickering torch. The camp's peace is shattered. The unknown hooded figure moves swiftly, grabbing an unsuspecting man from behind, initiating a brutal assault. A news report continues to play on a large screen. 25 days have passed after deploying a special unit of Awakened to clear the dungeon. The broadcast reiterates it was announced that 40% of the dungeons discovered domestically have been cleared. Meanwhile, the world outside continues its routine. Eggs sizzle in a pan as a news report states the awakened civilians continue to participate in clearing activities, and in response, the government is considering awarding bonuses. The brutal reality of the attack is stark. A bloodied hand hangs limply as the other men in the tent look on in horror, shouting in alarm. One of Kang Hyun's allies lies wounded on the ground, groaning in pain. Kang Hyun cries out, brother. Kang Hyun steps forward, his expression hardened. He confronts the attackers, demanding, hey, aren't you forgetting something? The unknown hooded figure looks down, surprised by Kang Hyun's question. The medicine, he asks, then adds, it's in my pocket. Kang Hyun kneels beside his fallen ally, reaching into his pocket. Check it, he instructs, his eyes fixed on the task. Kang Hyun's hand emerges, clutching several blister packs of pills. He looks up, a stern expression on his face, simply saying, hey. The unknown hooded figure threatens Kang Hyun. I told you to hand over everything. Do you want to die? Kang Hyun defiantly retorts, don't talk nonsense. The unknown male attacker, holding the torch, angrily challenges Kang Hyun. Do you even know how much that medicine costs? Why you? Do you know who this person is? He's from our great Jongjin guild. The unknown male attacker suddenly gasps, a look of shock spreading across his face. Ha! The unknown hooded figure, revealed to be Woo Jin-hyung, the vice guild master of Jongjin guild, stares in disbelief. He questions the vice guild master as his identity is inadvertently exposed. Meanwhile, the world outside continues its routine. Eggs sizzle in a pan as a news report states the awakened civilians continue to participate in clearing activities, and in response, the government is considering awarding bonuses. As the world outside hummed with routine, a different kind of awakening was taking hold. Kang Hyun stared at a holographic system message, a bewildered escaping his lips. The system boldly declared, we pray that your courage saves Earth. Alone in an ethereal void, Kang Hyun questions the impossible, a single thought echoing, save what? The domestic calm is shattered by a distant crash. Hi-Rin, cooking eggs, sighs in exasperation, murmuring, ugh, a crash. Ha, there he goes again with his bullshit. A man in a brown jacket turns, startled, exclaiming, oh, as Kang Hyun emerges from the shadows behind him. A hooded figure, clearly injured, struggles to speak, asking, we've met before, haven't we? Don't be scared. Hooded man's face contorts in agony, sweat beading on his brow as he desperately cries out, there's nothing. A chaotic brawl erupts as a voice commands, everyone, get him. The attackers surge forward in a blur of motion. Choi Min-sik stands amidst the chaos, a pipe in hand, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he remarks, whoa, that was a cool entrance. Outside a modern building, a colossal screen displays a stern-faced man. A voice of disbelief whispers, what? In a lavish office, a grim report is delivered. All 50 members, including Vice Guild Master Woo Jin-hyung, have returned in a combat-disabled state. A woman's face is etched with worry as she reveals the grim truth. Everyone sustained serious injuries, and some are barely clinging to life. The sound of a distant crash echoes again, and Hi-Rin, still cooking, mutters in frustration, ugh, a crash. Ha, there he goes again with his bullshit. A hand decisively turns off the stove burner as a voice warns, if you keep it up, the neighbors are going to file a complaint. Female subordinate looks up at her superior, her face etched with confusion as she asks, sir, why are they like that? The guild master's face is a mask of pure fury, his eyes burning with a terrifying, blood-red glow. The guild master turns to his subordinate, asking, manager, what do you think? The manager stammers nervously, WL. Guild master's jaw clenches, radiating a menacing red aura as he hears the subordinate's frightened apology, I don't really know, sorry. Kang Hyun's eyes blaze with a furious red light, his expression hardening with intense resolve. A powerful explosion erupts as Kang Hyun unleashes his fury, a desperate cry echoing, I gave you everything. Shards of debris fly through the air as another violent impact occurs, the voice of desperation continuing, "I gave you all of it." Amidst the devastation, a figure stands, surrounded by the echoes of destruction, screaming, "Then why, why, tell me why." Choi Min-sik's face is a contorted mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his mouth wide open in a guttural scream. A hand firmly turns off the burner, the warning repeated, "If you keep it up, the neighbors are going to file a complaint." Barefoot, glowing with a faint red aura, plants firmly on the ground as Kang Hyun retorts, "Did you get hit in the back of your head with an arrow today?" "I cleared it, you idiot." Hyun gasps in shock, "As I thought," a realization dawning on her face. Pills dissolve into a crimson stream, flowing down onto Kang Hyun's face, now glowing with an ominous red light. A thought emerges, after taking that drug, everyone's changed. Sharp icicles hang menacingly from a dark ceiling, while a tiny, flickering flame struggles against the cold. Choi Min-sik, an axe slung over his shoulder, gazes out a shattered window, a grim observation on his lips, "They've gone crazy." The guild master's face is contorted in distress, his eyes bloodshot and veins throbbing as he realizes everyone's losing their minds. The guild master, his face still shadowed, utters, "Manager Kim." The female subordinate, startled, responds with a nervous, "Why yes." Guild master issues a chilling command, "Bring the drug. Empty the guild vault and buy everything you can." The female subordinate, aghast, protests, "Be but guild master." The guild master's red eyes burn with an unyielding resolve as he barks, "Do it." The modern building stands under a clear sky as the subordinate's resigned voice echoes, "Understood." Glowing foot of Kang Hyun stands firm as he retorts sharply, "Did you get hit in the back of your head with an arrow today?" "I cleared it, you idiot." Kang Hyun, his back to us, declares to Hyun, "I just fucked them all up." Hyun, unfazed, simply tells him, "Eat your food," before adding, "Oh, I thought you were going crazy," saying you couldn't handle it. A mysterious observer, his face shadowed, ponders Kang Hyun's perplexing actions. His actions make no logical sense, he thinks, asking to release Jo Sung-chan, fine, but... His gaze sharpens, a furrow in his brow. There must be some deeper purpose, he muses, trying to unravel Kang Hyun's true intentions. The city outside remains oblivious, a stark contrast to the brewing storm within his mind. He silently searches for answers. A sudden realization hits him, causing him to flinch. What is it that I'm missing? He wonders, a growing unease settling in. His face contorts with stress, eyes wide with a desperate search for understanding. What am I missing? I really can't guess what he's trying to do, he thinks, questioning the very path they're on. Is it really right to go to war like this? His jaw tightens, a grim determination forming. We need to know his goal, he states internally, if we don't figure it out. His eyes burn with a cold, murderous intent, fear and anger warring within him. We might be the ones to get swallowed, he concludes, the gravity of the situation crashing down. Kang Hyun, his back to us, casually declares to Hyun that he just fucked them all up. Hyun, unfazed, simply tells him to eat your food, before adding with a slight smirk, "Oh, I thought you were going crazy," saying you couldn't handle it. Hyun's eyes widen in surprise, nearly congratulating him before a sudden thought or realization makes her blurt out, "Ah." The scene shifts to a pristine hospital building, standing tall under a clear, bright sky, suggesting a calm aftermath. A medical professional checks a patient's blood pressure, confirming with a cheerful tone, "Yes, blood pressure is normal." The patient, face bandaged, stares up at the blinding hospital lights, a moment of quiet recovery. In a sterile office, manager Kim Kyu-sik has a sudden epiphany. "Now I finally get it," he thinks, Kang Hyun's goal. Brutal flashback erupts, showing a hand gripping an arm amidst splatters of blood. An aggressor taunts, "Wow, you haven't changed a bit. The way you hit feels really chewy." The victim, being violently struck, screams, "What? Of course it's a compliment. You picking a fight?" The victim's internal thought, "That guy," hints at a past connection. The beaten individual, bandaged and bruised, forces a grotesque, tearful smile while the unseen aggressor mockingly asks, "What are you doing? I complimented you. Why aren't you smiling?" The victim can only manage a broken, he. A Stark system message appears, Vera, a realm on the edge of annihilation, hinting at a larger, collapsing world. Hyun's expression of surprise returns, almost congratulating him again before a sudden realization cuts her off with an "ah." Back in the apartment, Hyun observes Kang Hyun, who is now shirtless, asking, "Did something happen in your dream?" "Why your face?" Kang Hyun, still disoriented, simply responds with a confused, "Huh." The image shifts to a furious face with glowing red eyes, highlighted by a system message. Guild Master Hong Chaein of Zhongjin was furious at Beats' provocation. A hand plants a red war flag, spears glinting in the background as the system announces, soon, she gathered all guild members and declared an all-out war. And so, a fiery, ominous red glow engulfs the screen as the system continues. What could have been a great war to be remembered in Korea's dungeon history never actually began, the system concludes, leaving a sense of an anticlimax or a pivotal intervention. The grand skyscraper stands tall against the bright sky, a symbol of the world moving on, oblivious to the averted conflict. An overhead view reveals a relaxed office scene. Kang Hyun is sprawled on a couch, while a blonde-haired ally works diligently at a desk below. Kang Hyun, now sitting up, inspects a peculiar glowing, egg-shaped object in his hand, murmuring, Kang Hyun stares intently at the glowing object, wondering aloud, what on earth is this? A system box appears, detailing it as an Easter egg of unknown grade, durability October 10th, made by someone who likes pranks and notably activates upon destruction. Hi-Rin, from the kitchen, again asks Kang Hyun, did something happen in your dream? Why your face? Kang Hyun, still reclining, responds with a bewildered, huh? Kang Hyun casually tosses the mysterious Easter egg, stating, not sure. I'll probably use it someday. His blonde-haired friend, standing over him, presses further, asking, bro, but what happened? Kang Hyun's blonde-haired friend leans in, concerned, revealing, it's been 2 weeks since you beat up the Jongjin guys, but no reaction yet. Kang Hyun, seemingly dismissive, replies, oh, them. Kang Hyun's blonde-haired friend stares in disbelief, a single question mark hanging in the air, utterly baffled by Kang Hyun's casual attitude. Manager Kim, slumped over the table, expresses his disbelief that Kang Hyun truly pulled it off. Kang Hyun, however, simply offers a casual shrug, confirming that's just how things unfolded. Manager Kim sighs deeply, his eyes narrowed in contemplation as he prepares to ask the next crucial question, a mix of relief and lingering shock on his face. With a confident smirk, Kang Hyun confirms he secured the vital evidence, his posture relaxed as Manager Kim presses him for details about his success. Kang Hyun casually tosses a handful of pills onto the table, declaring his intention to hand them over to the association free of charge, much to Manager Kim's focused attention. Manager Kim's gaze falls upon the small capsules, recognizing them as the infamous and dangerous monster power drug. Manager Kim begins to express his gratitude for Kang Hyun's report, but Kang Hyun cuts him off, revealing his own conditions for this invaluable information. Kang Hyun states that in return for the evidence, the government has a specific task they must fulfill, leaving Manager Kim utterly bewildered and questioning his demand. The news report details how that monster power drug boosts an ability user's strength but dangerously increases aggression, prompting a full government investigation into its widespread circulation. Kang Hyun's friend, with blonde hair and piercings, reacts with genuine shock as he reads the news, realizing the drug's existence is truly real and widespread. Kang Hyun's friend questions why the government, initially claiming to be too busy with the terror threat, is now involved, to which Kang Hyun dismisses their competence entirely, calling them idiots. Kang Hyun's friend ponders the situation, acknowledging that a capable informant managed to defeat the drug users and deliver the evidence directly to the authorities. Despite the success, Kang Hyun's friend expresses a hint of disappointment, expecting a larger conflict. Kang Hyun scoffs, explaining that powerful connections make grand battles unnecessary. Kang Hyun clarifies that a simple phone call is often enough to resolve such matters, making physical exertion redundant, leaving his friend to ponder this efficient yet anticlimactic perspective. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's friend rises from the couch, suggesting they go out, catching Kang Hyun off guard with the abrupt invitation. A female acquaintance, possibly Kang Hyun's sister, observes him with concern while eating, asking why he has been acting so strangely all morning. Kang Hyun looks up, startled, his eyes wide as if suddenly interrupted by a shocking realization or the onset of an impending catastrophic event. His eye flashes with an intense golden light, hinting at an awakening power or a sudden, overwhelming vision that grips his mind. A blinding explosion erupts outside the window, engulfing the cityscape in a furious inferno as Kang Hyun remains seated, observing the sudden chaos. The explosion expands with devastating force, tearing through buildings and sending shockwaves across the urban landscape, creating a scene of utter destruction. Massive chunks of concrete and steel rain down from the sky, a testament to the sheer destructive power unleashed upon the city. The building stands in ruins, smoke billowing from its shattered remains, a stark image of the devastation that has just occurred. A close-up reveals the smoldering wreckage, twisted metal and broken concrete, hinting at the intense heat and force of the catastrophic blast. From the heart of the destruction emerges a grotesquely muscular figure, its powerful form straining against some unseen force, radiating raw, untamed power. Kang Hyun's friend, now visibly distressed, flees the scene, muttering expletives in disbelief at the sudden, catastrophic event unfolding behind him. As his friend makes a hasty retreat, Kang Hyun, represented by a frustrated chibi, internally scolds him for running away like a coward despite the overwhelming danger. Kang Hyun's eyes burn with fierce determination, expressing his irritation with the ongoing tutorial and recalling a casual good luck from his friend, a stark contrast to the current chaos. Now shirtless and visibly powerful, Kang Hyun recalls his friend's earlier suggestion to go out, grappling with the incredible reality of his current, highly dangerous situation. Kang Hyun stands atop the crumbling remains of a skyscraper, surveying the widespread destruction with a sigh, contemplating the aftermath of the cataclysmic event. Below, a crowd of shocked bystanders gaze upwards, some capturing the scene on their phones, all wondering aloud who could have caused such widespread devastation. Kang Hyun and his friend stand side by side on a pile of rubble, a brief moment of calm amidst the chaos, their forms silhouetted against the bright sky. His friend, ever practical, reminds Kang Hyun to cover himself, while Kang Hyun, momentarily distracted by his current state, agrees to the suggestion. Kang Hyun's friend expresses relief that no one was hurt, but Kang Hyun, still annoyed by his own injuries, retorts sharply, pointing out his clearly damaged state. Amidst the smoldering debris and flickering flames, the friend's voice echoes, playfully calling Kang Hyun tough despite the visible destruction. Lying injured on the ground, Kang Hyun's friend's voice instructs him to put on clothes, remarking on his current disgusting appearance, while Kang Hyun laments his burned wallet and desperately calls for help. An ambulance races through the chaotic streets, paramedics urgently clearing the way as they transport a patient, likely Kang Hyun, through the aftermath of the devastation. Kang Hyun's fierce expression returns, his red eyes burning as he reiterates his frustration with the tutorial, recalling his friend's earlier, seemingly nonchalant, parting good luck. Kang Hyun stands alone in a surreal, glowing space, a content loading system box floating beside him as he questions what exactly he is truly supposed to save. As Kang Hyun grapples with the weight of his mission, a system prompt flashes, declaring, Stage 1, and a chilling directive, prove your courage and defeat what you fear most. In a casual home setting, Kang Hyun's older brother playfully jabs at him, remarking that Kang Hyun's face already resembles a criminal's. A doctor frantically calls out to a critically injured Kang Hyun who, despite being on life support, is consumed by a burning thought of vengeance against his attackers. The scene shifts to a desolate, debris-strewn room, hinting at a violent past event that left utter destruction in its wake. Manager Kim, clad in a crisp suit, stands with a look of deep concern etched across his face. Choi Min-sik stands triumphantly over a kneeling, injured Kang Hyun, who looks up in bewildered shock. Kang Hyun sits amidst the ruins, his gaze distant as he internally questions the bizarre state he finds himself in. Choi Min-sik, with a casual wave, greets Manager Kim, playfully calling him government guy and pointing a finger at Kang Hyun, blaming him for the current mess, while Manager Kim sighs in exasperation. Manager Kim, rubbing his temple in frustration, asks who caused this chaos, prompting a chibi Kang Hyun to innocently claim he was merely caught in the crossfire. Manager Kim presses Kang Hyun for any leads, asking if he's recently made any enemies, which causes Kang Hyun to ponder the possibility of a grudge. As Kang Hyun remains lost in thought, Manager Kim grows visibly impatient, sensing the conversation is dragging on. Manager Kim, with a hint of exasperation in his eye, addresses Kang Hyun, implying his usual troublesome nature. Flashback continues, as Kang Hyun's older brother playfully asserts his authority, calling Kang Hyun a punk. The older brother continues to tease Kang Hyun, reminding him of his place within their sibling dynamic. Kang Hyun attempts to rationalize the absurd situation but abruptly stops, raising a hand as he begins to count, claiming he's still in the middle of it. Kang Hyun counts on his fingers, reaching 21, then exclaims in frustration that there are simply too many potential grudges, leaving Manager Kim speechless. Choi Min-sik, with a sigh, urges Kang Hyun to stop fooling around and directs his attention to something important just beyond their current position. Kang Hyun turns his head, questioning what Choi Min-sik is pointing at, a look of mild surprise on his face. An overhead view reveals the trio standing precariously close to a sudden cliff edge, with numerous red papers fluttering down into the abyss below. A hand, likely Kang Hyun's, swiftly snatches one of the falling red papers from the air, its edges sharp against the gray backdrop. Kang Hyun examines the mysterious red paper, his expression one of confusion as he processes its contents. The environment shifts abruptly to a tranquil, sun-dappled forest, a stark contrast to the previous chaos and destruction. The memory of Kang Hyun's older brother teasing him about his criminal-like appearance repeats, highlighting the triviality of past interactions compared to the present danger. The older brother's playful insults echo once more, a distant memory that now seems irrelevant in the face of current events. The older brother's words about Kang Hyun's criminal face resurface, perhaps linking to the root of Kang Hyun's current predicament. System message appears, detailing the clear conditions for Stage 4. Prove your leadership ability to lead everyone by eliminating the dungeon core with death as the punishment for failure. Kang Hyun explains this past quest felt like a role-playing game where party members acted as NPCs following their assigned roles. During the dungeon mission, party members were deeply divided, arguing over whether to advance or retreat due to their dwindling supplies. The surreal landscape reveals a towering building bathed in the light of two distant suns, hinting at an otherworldly dimension or a distorted reality. A woman in high heels treads carefully through the sunlit forest, her footsteps soft on the dappled ground. Irene appears distressed, her brow furrowed and sweat beading on her face as she navigates the dense foliage, clearly struggling. As Hyrin continues through the forest, an unseen observer comments on her apparent busyness, their voice disembodied. Hyrin looks up in surprise as an unseen figure addresses her, beginning a new line of inquiry. A vibrant promotional image for demonicscans.org appears, showcasing their logo and encouraging readers to support their work. Kang Hyun dismisses the question, stating there's no point in asking. A sentiment Manager Kim Kyu-sik echoes, agreeing it's a waste of words. Kang Hyun confidently declares he will attend, proudly displaying the invitation he received. Manager Kim Kyu-sik sighs deeply, lamenting that the situation has escalated to this point. Manager Kim Kyu-sik unexpectedly offers his full support, urging Kang Hyun to contact him if assistance is needed. Kang Hyun, surprised, points out Manager Kim Kyu-sik's previous refusal due to being busy. Manager Kim Q-sik with a grave expression reminds Kang Hyun of their previous conversation, hinting at the true identity of those distributing monster power. Manager Kim Q-sik reveals the chilling truth: the distributors of monster power are none other than the dungeon terrorists. Manager Kim Q-sik prompts Kang Hyun to recall the terrorist he previously captured and handed over. Manager Kim Q-sik explains that while tracking the terrorist's identity, undeniable evidence emerged, revealing an organization of at least 50, possibly over 100 members who have skillfully concealed their operations. In a flashback, a heated debate unfolds among the hunters, with one vehemently arguing against a reckless advance due to insufficient supplies. Kang Hyun narrates his past leadership, recalling how he boosted morale with a roar of fury and spearheaded the front line, relying on the remarkable healing power of intermediate body regeneration. Kang Hyun, seemingly distracted, reacts with a confused huh as the narration praises his crucial report. Kang Hyun suddenly recalls identifying the captured individual as the harpy fatty guy. Kang Hyun struggles to recall the name, mistakenly calling him Kim Chong-sik, prompting Manager Kim Q-sik to correct him, stating it's Young-sik before continuing. Manager Kim Q-sik clarifies his sudden offer of help, explaining they are now close to uncovering the organization's leadership, confirming Young-sik's confession was instrumental. Kang Hyun acknowledges the significance, repeating the leadership huh. The narration poses a question: Choi Min-jun was it, hinting at the identity of the elusive leader. Pause hangs in the air, the narrator's voice lingering with a single word: so. Choi Min-sik, standing amidst a lush outdoor setting, questions why he has been summoned to this place. A man struggles, gasping for breath, as the narration questions, how did? Bending over in a field, the man struggles for air, the narrator's voice echoing his internal question, how did it end up like this? The memory resurfaces, Kang Hyun's past self leading the charge with a roar of fury, holding the front line with the impressive healing of intermediate body regeneration. A system prompt clarifies that intermediate body regeneration is a skill acquired only after clearing level 3. An explosion rips through a building as the man's internal monologue questions his destructive actions. Why did I do such a thing? Hand clutches a leg in distress as the grim realization settles in. Now there's no turning back. A split view reveals the devastation, a ruined cityscape and a desolate landscape as the man laments destroying everything he built with his own hands. A close-up on the man's eyes reveals a flicker of regret as he internally states, this isn't why I started a guild. The man's past intentions surface, he only wanted to hunt more monsters, to grow the guild, believing it would ultimately help humanity. Flaming axe drips blood onto cracked stone, symbolizing the man's ultimate desire, so I wanted greater power. A single tear rolls down the man's cheek as he laments, but it turned out like this. A hand grips a glowing, purple energy sword, a symbol of the power he acquired. The man stands in a field, his gaze upward, a somber thought echoing, we've ended up like this. Enraged, the man, now revealed as Choi Min-sik, unleashes a furious roar, blaming Choi Min-jun for everything that has transpired. A detailed system panel appears, explaining intermediate body regeneration, an ability that regenerates and repairs all bodily damage from amputations to shattered bones, using magical power within a single day. Choi Min-sik smirks, a chilling oh dear escaping his lips. Surrounded by his forces, Choi Min-sik warns the approaching enemies that they are about to make a regrettable mistake. With a closed-eyed smile, Choi Min-sik utters a dismissive, what a pity. Choi Min-sik issues a brutal command, everyone attack, followed by a chilling order to kill them, as his subordinates surge forward. Choi Min-sik's eyes glow with a murderous red as he sneers, deeming his opponents mere little bugs who don't know their place. Choi Min-sik's form erupts with raw, red energy, his maniacal laughter echoing as his power fully unleashes. The crimson sphere of energy condenses, pulsating with a violent light that threatens to consume everything in its wake. With a guttural cry, a hunter is sent flying, blood spraying as the sheer force of the impact tears through his defenses. A pillar of destructive energy erupts from the ground, vaporizing the environment and leaving only a trail of scorched earth behind. Suddenly, a system notification flickers into existence, intermediate body regeneration. This high-tier skill uses magical power to repair any wound, even shattered bones, within a single day. Hyrin looks on with a mixture of confusion and impatience, wondering what could have possibly taken an entire month to resolve. The terror continues as a hunter is ensnared by a fleshy, red tendril, his face contorting in shock as he's hoisted into the air. Choi Min-sik's gaze is cold and predatory, his single visible eye glowing with a murderous intent that signals the end for his prey. Hunter gasps for air, his throat crushed by the magical constriction, unable to let out even a final plea for mercy. Choi Min-sik walks calmly through the carnage, his energy tendrils holding multiple hunters aloft like macabre trophies of his power. The victims' eyes go white as the life is slowly drained from them, their bodies becoming nothing more than fuel for the monster's ambition. He leaves a trail of death in his wake, moving toward his next objective while the bodies of those who dared oppose him float aimlessly in the twilight. One lone survivor slumps against a tree, clutching his side as he struggles to maintain consciousness amidst the overwhelming pressure. A pair of polished shoes stops right in front of the dying man. The shadow of Choi Min-sik looms over him like an inescapable fate. Choi Min-sik holds out several capsules, their glow illuminating the survivor's terrified face as they descend toward him. Back in the present, Hyun continues to press for answers, her curiosity piqued by the strange timeline of recent events. With a voice devoid of empathy, Choi Min-sik utters a single, chilling command: eat. He declares the man useless, yet promises that his final moments will serve a greater purpose as test data for the organization's dark experiments. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun stands with his allies, his expression grim as they prepare to investigate the aftermath of the recent chaos. They arrive at the headquarters of the Jongjin Guild only to find the entrance shattered and the interior engulfed in smoke and flames. Manager Kim Kyu-sik notes that the attackers were thorough, erasing their traces before making a swift escape following the commotion. Kang Hyun turns to manager Kim Kyu-sik, questioning why the man is following them into such a dangerous environment. Manager Kim Kyu-sik puffs out his chest, declaring that as the acting master of the Guardian Guild, it is his duty to protect humanity. They step into the trashed hallway, the floor stained with blood and littered with debris, evidence of a one-sided massacre. Kang Hyun sighs, the weight of the situation beginning to press on him as he searches for any remaining survivors. Irene points toward the end of the corridor, signaling that she's found something significant. The sign on the wall confirms her suspicions. They've reached the guildmaster's office. Kang Hyun reaches for the handle, his grip tightening as he braces for whatever horrors lie behind the door. With a powerful kick, he bursts into the room, his eyes scanning the shadows for any signs of life. Violent cough echoes through the office, and Kang Hyun's gaze locks onto a figure slumped in the corner, drowning in their own blood. The sight leaves Kang Hyun momentarily stunned, the sheer brutality of the attack becoming painfully clear. The guild master is barely clinging to life, his body mangled and his breathing ragged, a grim testament to Choi Min-sik's cruelty. The system flickers to life, announcing the start of stage 1. The prompt is clear: prove your courage by facing your deepest fears. Clear condition is absolute: reach the destination point at the end of the bridge. The fail condition: nothing less than death. A man screams in a blood-red rage, accusing his comrades of betrayal. He claims they planned to escape together and killed him when he caught them. Vera, a realm teetering on the edge of total annihilation. This is where the nightmare truly begins. The tutorial didn't start in some far-off land, it began right here on Earth with the first strike of a blade against bone. Friends stood side by side as they awakened to their new powers, cutting through waves of the undead in a desperate bid for survival. Some had the talent to clear stage 4 with ease, yet they lacked the drive to actually do anything with that power. Before the world fell apart, Hong Chen was just an ordinary employee at OO Company, living a life of mundane routine. But her friend, Jae-hee, was cut from a different cloth. She was a firefighter, someone who lived to protect others. Jae-hee was happy to save lives, but that happiness was short-lived. She lost her entire family to a relentless monster wave. A single white flower falls to the floor with a hollow thud. The weight of loss is heavier than any weapon. The man continues his frantic rant, but a voice cuts through the madness, telling him to swallow what's in his mouth before he speaks. Kang Hyun lets out a dry cough, his expression unreadable as the chaos unfolds around him. In the somber halls of the funeral home, the realization hits hard: Jae-hee never even made it to her own grave. Fists clench tight until the knuckles turn white. It's the physical manifestation of a regret that can't be put into words. Tears stream down as the anger boils over. Anger at a friend who was so busy saving everyone else that she couldn't even save herself. Jae-hee is gone. The harsh truth is whispered into the silence: she died because she was weak. A hand reaches out to pick up the fallen flower. In this moment, a silent vow is forged in the fires of grief. The decision is made. The will of a fallen friend will be carried forward, no matter the cost. Walking away from the past, the goal is set to become stronger than anyone else so that this tragedy never repeats. A sudden, violent impact shatters the silence. A cry of shock rings out as the reality of the present intrudes. Kang Hyun looks on with cold indifference, asking why everyone is suddenly so interested in telling stories. He stands over the broken man, the atmosphere thick with the stench of blood and failure. Another cough escapes, a small sound in a room filled with the echoes of a dying man's excuses. The cycle of violence and repetition seems endless. Same characters, similar situations, played out over and over again. The guild master covers his face, admitting that his actions are beyond justification. The weight of his sins is finally crushing him. Blood spatters the floor as he begs for forgiveness. He claims he didn't mean for any of this to happen. He tries to blame the medicine, saying he had no idea the side effects would be so catastrophic. It's a pathetic plea for mercy. Kang Hyun stares down at him, his silence more terrifying than any threat. He's heard enough lies for one lifetime. Dying man looks up, his eyes wide with a sudden, chilling realization. He asks Kang Hyun who he really is. Voices from the shadows question his identity. Isn't he a member of the Jongjin Guild? The confusion is palpable. Manager Kim steps forward, his face pale as he identifies the broken man on the floor as the Jongjin Guild master himself. Manic laugh erupts from the bloodied man. It's a sound of pure, unadulterated madness as he faces his end. Kang Hyun stands tall, looking down at the pathetic display. He can't believe he actually lost to people like this once. A dark smile plays on his lips. It's not that they were strong, it's because they were exactly this kind of trash. In the most extreme conditions, a breakthrough was finally found. A brilliant mind is a dangerous thing when paired with power. Hyun looks over, sensing the shift in the air. She asks what's going on, her voice filled with a mix of curiosity and dread. Kang Hyun turns to her, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. There's something he wants her to hear, and it will change everything. Kang Hyun begins to reveal the truth, his voice low as he speaks of the mastermind behind everything, a mysterious figure named Choi Min-jun. After sharing what he knows, Kang Hyun concludes that this is the full extent of his current knowledge regarding the hidden enemy. Memory shifts to a bloodied man who offers Kang Hyun a final, desperate warning about Choi Min-jun's terrifying strength. The man continues, asserting that Choi Min-jun's power rivals the strongest known hunters and declaring him unbeatable. Kang Hyun processes the unsettling information, realizing that Choi Min-jun must be a tutorial graduate, someone who survived the system's most rigorous trials. His thoughts race as he ponders the existence of tutorial graduates who never reported to the government and the sinister schemes they might be orchestrating. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's vision blurs. A surge of raw power or a painful memory erupts within him, causing a sharp, involuntary gasp. His heart glows intensely, pulsating with a fierce, otherworldly energy that threatens to overwhelm his very being. Snapping back to the present, Kang Hyun looks around with his chopsticks paused in his hand, wondering what just happened to him. He slowly sets his chopsticks down, deeply disturbed by the brief, unsettling interruption. Memory returns to the bloodied man who, in his final moments, pleads with Kang Hyun, acknowledging that his time is running out. With a terrifying, blood-soaked grin and glowing pink eyes, the man begs Kang Hyun to end his suffering. Through tears of blood, the man makes a final request to eliminate Choi Min-jun and seek vengeance for himself and his guild members. Kang Hyun grips his glowing purple sword, responding with a grim promise to consider the man's desperate plea. With a guttural scream, the bloodied man lunges, his eyes burning with corrupted light as Kang Hyun prepares for the final strike. Kang Hyun unleashes a devastating assault, his system confirming the swift, precise blows. One strike, two cuts. As he delivers the killing blow, Kang Hyun tells the man to be born kind and strong in his next life, acknowledging the drug-addled insanity he faced until the end. Powerful attack shatters the glowing purple sword into myriad sparkling fragments, scattering them across the blood-stained floor. Kang Hyun stands victorious amidst the destruction with his sword now inert as Choi Min-sik and his subordinate observe the aftermath. Dawn breaks over the city, casting a peaceful glow that signals the end of a long, tumultuous night. A darker side of Kang Hyun emerges, his eyes glow red and a menacing smile hints at a brutal resolve to eliminate the crazy bastards in his way. Back in the present, Kang Hyun lets out a tired yawn and stretches after the intense night's events. Sitting on a ledge with Choi Min-sik and his subordinate, Kang Hyun reflects that the recent chaos traces back to Choi Min-jun. Kang Hyun jokingly suggests heading to their office for a drink but realizes with an "ah" when Choi Min-sik reminds him it was destroyed. Kang Hyun inspects a newly acquired item, Camille's ring. The system identifies it as a grade B item that increases stamina. The ring grants the ability Mad Dog B, which increases stamina by 8. Kang Hyun finds the concept of a Mad Dog ability ridiculous despite its description of relentless pursuit. Kang Hyun feels something is off about the ability, but Choi Min-sik and Hyun playfully assure him it suits him perfectly. Irritated by their antics, Kang Hyun inwardly labels them crazy bastards for their total lack of social decorum. Manager Kim observes the trio with a concerned expression, thinking to himself that they all seem completely unhinged. However, he acknowledges their undeniable strength, a quality the Guardian Guild needs to survive in this harsh world. Manager Kim's expression hardens as he realizes that ideals like faith and justice are useless in the face of true danger. His thoughts return to Kang Hyun, whose menacing, red-eyed smile from earlier flashes in his mind, embodying raw power. Manager Kim clenches his fist, concluding that what they truly need is overwhelming strength and nothing less. He reflects on the past, recalling instances where individuals coveted power beyond their grasp and ultimately faced ruin. With a worried gaze, Manager Kim decides it has to be Kang Hyun, the one who possesses such formidable yet unsettling power. Manager Kim cautiously calls out to Kang Hyun, who turns with a questioning glance, sensing the manager's apprehension. Manager Kim takes a determined step forward, the damaged floor cracking beneath his feet as he prepares to confront Kang Hyun. As he approaches, Manager Kim grapples with the realization that Kang Hyun and his allies, while strong, are undeniably unpredictable. Desperation bleeds into his voice as Manager Kim throws away his pride, pleading for a lifeline. He begs for them to take over the Guardian Guild, a last-ditch effort to save what's left of his reputation. Irene and her companion remain stone-faced, their silence a heavy weight against his frantic request to be absorbed into the Bades Guild. They aren't looking for charity cases. Kang Hyun glances back, his expression unreadable but clearly uninterested in the political maneuvering of failing guilds. He has far more pressing concerns on his mind. Above them, the sky seems to hold a dark secret. Vera, a realm teetering on the very edge of total annihilation, casts a long, invisible shadow over their world. Memories of the dungeon resurface, a chaotic argument over magic stones and the risks of pushing further. Greed often blinds hunters to the lethality of the core. Manager Kim leans in, his voice dropping to a persuasive whisper. He's determined to make Kang Hyun see the value in the Guardian Guild no matter how much he has to sell it. He boasts about their past glory, claiming they once ranked second in nationwide favorability, barely trailing behind the Dangun Guild. But Kang Hyun's response is a cold, sharp not interested. Even as they walk, the manager won't quit, insisting his members are elite and that their recent slump was merely a lack of focus due to the guild master's absence. Kang Hyun finally snaps, his patience wearing thin as he turns with a snarl. He repeats himself, louder this time, making it clear that his no is final. Despite the hostility, Manager Kim tries one last angle, pleading for the Bades Guild to just consider the merger. He's running out of options and time. The atmosphere thickens with irritation, jagged lines of frustration radiating from the protagonist as the pestering continues beyond all reason. Kang Hyun mutters under his breath, his eyes darkening with a dangerous edge. To him, this isn't a negotiation, it's a persistent, annoying fly that needs to be swatted. The memory of that ill-fated raid flashes back, the sound of hunters bickering over earnings while the true danger lurked just around the corner. A scream echoes through his mind, a voice calling out his name as blood splatters across the ground. The trauma of the past is never far from the surface. Coming back to reality, Kang Hyun towers over the manager with a chilling calm. He asks if the man is deaf, his voice carrying a promise of violence if he hears one more word. He clenches his fist, the knuckles turning white. "Want me to hit you?" he asks, the threat hanging in the air like a sharpened blade. Manager Kim freezes, a cold sweat breaking across his brow. He finally realizes that he's pushed the strongest hunter in the room way past his breaking point. Broken and delusional, the manager wanders off, singing a hollow anthem about being the guardians of humanity. Hyun watches him go, noting that he's completely lost his mind. Hyun and her partner discuss the logistics of their situation, realizing that with the guild in shambles, they don't even have an office to return to. Kang Hyun scratches his head, dismissing the administrative chaos. He figures someone else will handle the paperwork. He's done with guild politics for the day. He suggests heading back, but his sentence is cut short. A sudden, sharp instinct flares up, his eyes widening as he senses a shift in the air. Chaos erupts instantly. Manager Kim is seen sprinting for his life, pursued by a mob of red-eyed, frenzied citizens screaming for blood. Kang Hyun stands paralyzed for a split second, the sheer scale of the sudden madness catching even him off guard. This isn't a dungeon, this is the middle of the city. The title card, Solo Resurrection, appears, signaling a dark turn in the narrative as the world they knew begins to crumble from within. Another flash of the past, the brutal, bloody end of a comrade. The trauma acts as a catalyst, sharpening Kang Hyun's focus for the slaughter to come. In the chaos of his memories, a younger Hyun cries out in confusion and fear as a blade is drawn. The line between then and now is starting to blur. Emergency broadcasts flood the screens. An anchorwoman reports a nationwide crisis. Citizens are losing control and attacking one another without warning. The military is deployed in force, hundreds of cases appearing in just 2 hours. The government is scrambling to prepare a response against what looks like a mass awakening or a plague. Bullets fly as soldiers open fire on the infected. The attackers show no pain, their eyes glowing with a primal, murderous rage as they charge through the gunfire. On the front lines, a soldier screams for the mob to stay back, his voice cracking with terror as he realizes that normal rules of engagement no longer apply. The soldiers hesitate, their hands shaking on their triggers. These were civilians just moments ago. The moral weight of the order to shoot is crushing. The infected don't share that hesitation. One lunges forward with a guttural roar, claws outstretched, closing the distance in a blur of terrifying speed. Panic takes over as the line breaks. Screams of "Yuwa" fill the air, the sound of men who realize they are no longer the hunters but the prey. Then, a flash of orange movement. Kang Hyun enters the fray with a devastating kick, decapitating an infected in one fluid, brutal motion. The real hunter has arrived. He lands perfectly, his eyes cold and focused. He doesn't look at the carnage he just caused, he only looks for the next threat. Walking toward the stunned soldiers, Kang Hyun demands to know who's in charge. In a world gone mad, he's the only one who knows how to survive. Kang Hyun seizes the man, his expression a mix of desperation and fury as he demands to know the truth behind the chaos. A skeletal entity recoils in pure disbelief, its hollow sockets wide with shock at the impossible sight before it. From behind the undead mage, a colossal explosion paints the sky in fire, proving that this mere human is anything but ordinary. The dust settles, leaving Kang Hyun staring into the distance, the word bridge echoing in his mind like a cryptic omen. His eyes ignite with a crimson glow as he draws his blade, his voice cold and absolute as he declares himself the new law in this dungeon. Without hesitation, he grabs a soldier by the collar, forcing the man to look him in the eye and snap out of his paralyzing fear. He explains the grim reality: these monsters are still physically human, meaning standard firearms are more than enough to put them down. When the soldier hesitates, citing their civilian status, Kang Hyun's gaze turns icy, questioning if the man even understands the stakes. Outside, the city is a slaughterhouse, with thousands of transformed humans tearing through the streets in a mindless, bloody frenzy. Realizing the logic in the madness, the soldier finally salutes, ready to follow the only man who seems to have a plan. Kang Hyun vanishes into the smoke, leaving the military to deal with the fallout of a riot that has brought the nation to its knees. A full day of carnage passes, leaving the asphalt stained with blood and the streets littered with the debris of a broken society. 2 days later, the chaos has retreated from the upscale neighborhoods of Seoul, though the tension remains thick in the air. Inside a secure safe house, the special ability user management team regroups, trying to make sense of the world's new, violent order. Online, the public is desperate for news, with forums flooded by citizens wondering if it's finally safe to step outside. Clips of Kang Hyun's ruthless takeover begin to circulate, showing the moment he gave the survivors a choice: follow him or perish. The footage is brutal, capturing the moment he silenced dissenters with a single, bone-shattering blow to the jaw. The video goes viral, with some calling him a legend and others branding him a complete psychopath for his cold-blooded efficiency. Back at the safe house, Kang Hyun scrolls through the comments, his expression unreadable as he watches his own infamy grow. With a smirk, he types out a comment of his own, jokingly praising his own looks to see if anyone catches on. His focus is broken when an ally walks in, catching him in the middle of his secret self-promotion. Hyun enters the room, her sudden presence enough to make even the stoic Kang Hyun jump in surprise. She ignores his reaction, scanning the luxurious interior and noting that they've certainly found a nice place to hide out. Kang Hyun clarifies that the house is only a temporary base until their contact can secure a proper office. The atmosphere lightens for a moment as the team bickers, a rare slice of normalcy in a world that has completely lost its mind. But the memories of the recent battle linger, specifically the moment Kang Hyun had to use force to maintain order. He had warned them that complaining would only lead to pain, and he was a man who always kept his word. His phone vibrates on the table, displaying a call from Shin Tae-gil, the man responsible for their logistics. Kang Hyun picks up, his tone immediately shifting back to business as he prepares for the next phase of his plan. On the other end, manager Kim Kyu-sik is buried in data, his office glowing with the light of a dozen holographic monitors. Manager is clearly stressed, asking Kang Hyun to keep the conversation brief as he manages the nationwide crisis. Kang Hyun agrees, his mind already moving toward a specific and dangerous requirement for his next move. He drops a bombshell, asking manager Kim if he can procure a high-grade poison, catching the official completely off guard. He specifies that it needs to be something lethal, something capable of rotting organs from the inside out. Manager Kim is baffled by the request, but Kang Hyun quickly assures him that he isn't planning on using it on any humans. He also inquires about a skill book for poison resistance, revealing a calculated plan to build his own immunity. Manager Kim sighs, already searching the black market databases. It'll cost a fortune, but Kang Hyun has more than enough gold. The memory of a brutal beating flashes through Kang Hyun's mind. A shadowy figure snarls, warning him against any further complaints as he endures the relentless assault. A young Kang Hyun, bloodied and desperate, holds a dying companion. A sharp TSK escapes his lips, a testament to his helplessness in that traumatic moment. Manager Kim's hand hovers over his phone, the screen displaying a daunting sum. He sighs, acknowledging that acquiring tens of billions won't be an easy task. Kang Hyun, sitting with his arms crossed, reiterates the urgent need for a substantial amount of money. In the living room, Kang Hyun impatiently demands solutions while manager Kim urges them to brainstorm ideas and Hyun questions the sudden pressure. Hyun hesitantly raises her hand, announcing that she has a suggestion. Hyun, with a determined look, proposes the idea of creating guild merchandise. Kang Hyun and manager Kim exchange unimpressed glances, clearly not thrilled by Hyun's idea. A new narrative begins, introducing Vera, a realm teetering on the edge of complete annihilation. The epic lore of Vera unfolds, describing the hero as the blade and shield, the summoned one whose hands now hold the fate of the realm, warning of a dangerous gate and an endless war threatening Vera's existence. Painful memory flashes again, a younger Kang Hyun, bloodied, letting out a sharp TSK as he witnesses a tragic event. A younger, bloodied Kang Hyun asserts his leadership, telling someone to follow him for he knows the way through the peril. A modern house stands under the heavy downpour of a stormy night, lightning illuminating the gloomy atmosphere. Hands type furiously on a keyboard, the rhythmic clatter filling the silence. Kang Hyun's screen displays desperate Google searches, revealing his furious internal monologue cursing his shitty guild as he seeks ways to escape or even assault his employer without repercussions. Kang Hyun's eyes gleam with unwavering resolve, his internal vow to definitely escape his current situation burning bright. Choi Min-sik, with a sinister smirk and an aura of crackling energy, addresses someone named Jae-moon, ensuring his orders are understood. Choi Min-sik commands his subordinates to develop a merchandise business plan with Kang Hyun and the others. Choi Min-se casually gives an impossible deadline demanding the plan by tomorrow while Kang Hyun internally curses him as a damn devil for his unreasonable demands. Kang Hyun internally questions his guild master's devilish nature before being startled by an unexpected arrival at the door. Manager Kim expresses surprise at the unannounced visitors. Kang Hyun speculates if it's a government official and Hyun volunteers to check. Hooded figure with a chilling smile utters a hesitant hello from outside the door. The determined memory of a younger, bloodied Kang Hyun repeats, assuring someone to follow him for he knows the path. A system warning appears, ominously stating that further defiance will lead to Kang Hyun's end while displaying his current stats: level 14, strength 17 plus 1, agility 15 plus 1, endurance 17 plus 1, magic 15 plus 1 with his unique ability resurrection and various skills. Man introduces himself as Han Saiwon of the Guardian Guild, prompting Manager Kim's frustrated question about how they keep finding their secret location and Kang Hyun's observation of their persistence. Kang Hyun instructs Hyun not to open the door, assuming they are just more job applicants, to which Hyun acknowledges. Manager Kim internally debates the decision, wondering why they reject applicants and if growing the guild with righteous people would be beneficial despite his reservations. The persistent doorbell rings again, making Kang Hyun exclaim his annoyance before ordering Yuseong to smash that thing. Yuseong cackles, eagerly asking where to attack first with his mace, prompting Kang Hyun to angrily correct him, clarifying he only meant the doorbell. Hyun politely addresses Kang Hyun, who is casually picking his nose, asking if she can add something to the discussion. Hyun reveals there are now 3 visitors, eliciting a shocked "what" from Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun pours a golden liquid from a can into a cup, remarking wryly that they have nothing else to offer their unexpected guests. Kang Hyun places the cups down, offering at least some barley tea to the visitors. The system warning reappears, reiterating the dire consequences of defiance alongside Kang Hyun's detailed stats and abilities: level 14, strength 17 plus 1, agility 15 plus 1, endurance 17 plus 1, magic 15 plus 1 with his unique ability resurrection and various skills. Kang Hyun, in a dynamic combat stance, faces a menacing skeleton monster with glowing red eyes and a formidable scythe ready for battle. 3 guild leaders, Han Saiwon, Jo Dongwon, and Jo Songkan, confirm the drink they've been served is indeed beer. Han Saiwon casually asks Kang Hyun how they managed to find his secret government-provided location, prompting Kang Hyun's bewildered surprise. The explanations come thick and fast. One followed a lead from Shin Tae-gil, another heard it directly from Han Saiwon, and a third simply followed their sibling. It seems the secret government location wasn't so secret after all. Kang Hyun stares back, unimpressed by the breach in security. Cutting through the noise, he asks them bluntly what business they have with him. Manager Kim clenches his fist, his voice tight with frustration. He reveals that their guild was rejected, not by choice, but because someone else intervened. Silver-haired man steps forward, introducing himself as Jo Songkan of the Hazian Guild. He offers a polite greeting, trying to maintain decorum despite the awkward situation. He explains that he came specifically to pay his respects to Kang Hyun properly, a courtesy he couldn't extend during their previous chaotic encounter. Jo Songkan bows deeply, his mind flashing back to a blood-soaked battlefield. He offers his heartfelt thanks to Kang Hyun for saving his brother's life when all hope seemed lost. News of Kang Hyun's feats has traveled fast. Jo Songkan mentions how Kang Hyun single-handedly dismantled the Jongjin Guild, a fact Kang Hyun acknowledges with casual indifference. Then comes the real pitch. Jo Songkan leans in, asking if Kang Hyun would be willing to absorb the Hazian Guild into the Bades Guild. Phantom of the past flickers, a skeletal warrior lunging through the darkness. This is the kind of nightmare these men have survived, and they know Kang Hyun is their best chance at staying alive. Blood spatters as a hand grips a weapon with desperate strength. The reality of the hunter's world is brutal, and these survivors are looking for a leader who can actually protect them. They promise to be useful fighters with management experience, but Kang Hyun just looks baffled. He wonders if the job market is truly so dire that high-ranking hunters are reduced to begging for work. To seal the deal, they present a box of premium Korean beef. It's a small token of gratitude, but in the world of hunters, a bribe of high-quality protein goes a long way. Kang Hyun doesn't hesitate for long. He shakes Jo Songkan's hand with a firm grip, officially welcoming the newcomers to the Bades Guild. The atmosphere lightens instantly. While Jo Songkan is thrilled, Manager Kim looks like he's on the verge of a heart attack from the stress of the negotiation. Not wanting to be outdone, Manager Kim jumps to his feet. He shouts an offer for a celebratory beef dinner tonight, desperate to secure his own place in the hierarchy. He screams that he'll pay for the highest 2+ grade beef for everyone, practically begging Kang Hyun to take him and his team as a bonus package. A heavy silence falls over the room. The sheer desperation of the former guild manager is enough to make even the most hardened hunters feel awkward. Kang Hyun gives him a deadpan stare, processing the fact that he just acquired an entire workforce for the price of a few steaks. Finally, Kang Hyun gives a simple thumbs up. Manager Kim's face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. He's in. Kang Hyun points toward a man buried under a mountain of paperwork. He tells the new recruits to handle all their registration and administrative headaches through Jae-moon. The memory of the skeleton's assault returns. It's a reminder that while the office work is a grind, the real danger is still waiting in the dungeons. A hand stained with blood grips the hilt. Every hunter in this room has felt a cold touch of death, and that shared trauma is what truly binds them to the Bade's Guild. Kang Hyun swings his blade, a flurry of motion that echoes his past battles. He's not just a guild master, he's the apex predator they've all been searching for. Kang Hyun raises a hand, signaling a suggestion. The room goes quiet, waiting for the wisdom of their new leader. The room erupts in applause at the announcement. Everyone congratulates Jae-moon on his promotion, while the poor man looks on in utter disbelief. Jae-moon's soul practically leaves his body. A promotion isn't a reward, it's just a fancy title for more work and zero sleep. On his screen, his search history tells the real story. He's looking up the cost of hiring assassins and resignation templates. The man is at his breaking point. Moving past the office drama, Kang Hyun sits down and gets serious. He asks the new recruits the most important question for any hunter. What levels are you all? The answers come back: 46, 42, and 36. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in genuine shock. He can't believe the numbers are so low. He questions how guild leaders can have such low levels, and Yuzeong reveals he's level 53 while Kang Hyun casually mentions he's already at 58. Soma chimes in, admitting she's only level 46, though she notes it's a massive jump from where she started. The power gap in the room is becoming painfully obvious. The memory of the skeleton's blade flashes again. In the world of hunters, a few levels can be the difference between a clean kill and a gruesome death. The skeleton's skull shatters under a heavy blow. This is the level of violence they face, and Kang Hyun is starting to realize just how much heavy lifting he'll have to do. Kang Hyun sighs, leaning back. If the leaders are this weak, the regular guild members must be even worse. He's genuinely worried about their survival. The new recruits look offended. They protest that it's not that they are weak, it's that Kang Hyun and his core team are abnormally, terrifyingly strong. Kang Hyun claps his hands together, a predatory grin forming on his face. That works then, he exclaims, his mind already spinning with new plans. He gives them a direct order: bring every single guild member here by tomorrow. Manager Kim agrees, noting that since their recent incident is settled, it should be possible. When asked if this is for registration, Kang Hyun just laughs. He tells them exactly what happens when Awakened gather: they're going to run dungeons until they drop. When the others suggest they should at least practice working together, Kang Hyun just lets out a dry, mocking laugh. To him, the very idea of teamwork is a luxury they can't afford yet. With his arms crossed, Kang Hyun leans back and asks why they'd even bother with such formalities. He believes that if you throw yourself into the meat grinder and roll around until you're nearly dead, that synergy will find a way to manifest itself naturally. The recruits sit in stunned silence as he casually remarks that getting stronger isn't some monumental task. His nonchalance sends a chill through the room, making them realize they aren't dealing with a normal hunter. Outside, lightning tears through the darkened sky, illuminating the house in a jagged, blue glare. The narrator's voice drops to a whisper. It was already too late to turn back now. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a brutal impact. A skull shatters under an immense, unseen force, a desperate scream echoing through the void as the first casualty of the trial falls. Kang Hyun stands in the center of a strange, shimmering energy, his brow furrowed in confusion. He repeats the word that just flashed across his vision: bridge. A look of genuine shock crosses his face as the system's true nature begins to reveal itself. The air around him grows heavy with a suffocating, dark pressure. Covered in blood and standing amidst a pile of bones and broken armor, Kang Hyun looks around the desolate chamber. He wonders aloud if this was finally the last one. The scene cuts to the following morning. The sun shines brightly over the city as a new day begins, but the weight of the previous night still hangs over the survivors. They arrive at the massive, reinforced entrance of the Bade's Guild. A voice booms over the intercom, welcoming the new recruits to their new reality. Kang Hyun stands before the group, now clad in tactical armor. He tells them the guild rules are simple. First, don't go looking for pointless fights that don't serve the mission. He holds up two fingers to emphasize his second point. Whether it's a debt of gratitude or a burning grudge, you make sure to give back exactly as much as you receive. And the third, most important rule: become stronger than anyone else. He looks down at the line of hunters, his gaze demanding absolute commitment. With a sharp clap of his hands, he asks if they've all understood. There's no room for questions, only action from this point forward. The narrative shifts to the lore of Vera, a realm teetering on the edge of total annihilation. The clouds above seem to weep for a world that has lost its hope. A prophecy appears over a sprawling fantasy landscape. It speaks of a summoned hero who must be both a blade to cut the darkness and the shield to stand when all others fall. If the gate to Grakthar isn't sealed, Vera will fall. Back in the present, Kang Hyun sits on a sofa, questioning the numbers. He asks about the total count of the guild members that were supposed to be brought in. A brief flashback shows Kang Hyun standing in a blood-spattered hoodie amidst the wreckage of a dungeon. He looks exhausted but victorious, a lone survivor in a graveyard of monsters. Witnesses to his power can't believe their eyes. They whisper in shock, realizing that he really did finish off every single monster in the area by himself. Manager Kim Kyu-sik looks down dejectedly, reporting that they only have about 10 people left. Ever since their central leadership vanished, the remaining hunters have been fractured and disunited. Manager Kim Kyu-sik insists that these 10 are the elite of the elite, trustworthy comrades. But when he asks Kang Hyun about his side, the answer is grim. They only have 2 left since the guild collapsed. Kang Hyun rubs his chin thoughtfully. He mentions he'll try reaching out to some former comrades, though his expression remains unreadable and cold. He mutters under his breath that 10 should be enough, at least they won't die easily. Manager Kim Kyu-sik reacts with a startled shout, unable to believe the MC's casual disregard for safety. A nervous sweat breaks out on Manager Kim Kyu-sik's face as he asks what Kang Hyun just said. Kang Hyun quickly covers, claiming he just said welcome. Manager Kim Kyu-sik continues the briefing, asking about the composition of the team. He's relieved to hear they have a healer, even if it's only one. Kang Hyun's mouth curls into a predatory smirk. He finds the news very good and tells them they'll see the results for themselves tomorrow. The next day, the recruits stand before a dark dungeon portal, confused. They were told this was an orientation, not a live combat mission. Kang Hyun laughs at their naivety. He asks why an orientation would be anywhere but a dungeon, then sharply commands their attention. Recruits look at him with a mix of fear and awe. They remember the stories of how he finished off entire hordes alone, and they realize this orientation is a test of survival. The view shifts to a wide shot of a blood-stained dungeon floor. A grim message hangs in the air. They are almost alone in this dark place. Kang Hyun addresses the line of armored hunters, acknowledging their nerves. He confirms that from this moment on, they are fighting for their lives inside the dungeon. But Kang Hyun's expression is anything but safe. His eyes glow with a fierce, red light as he gives the final order. We're going in. System notification appears against the clear sky. D-rank dungeon, Tomb of the Golem. The mission has officially begun. The team approaches an ancient, weathered stone temple built into the mountainside. This is the entrance to the golem's tomb, and the air is thick with the smell of old stone and magic. Suddenly, the ground erupts. Massive stone blocks fly through the air as the dungeon's guardians awaken. The hunters raise their shields, bracing for a devastating impact. A hunter is caught off guard, blood spraying from a fresh wound on his face. He lets out a pained groan as the sheer power of the golem's attack nearly knocks him unconscious. Rest of the squad watches in horror as their comrade falls. The reality of the D-rank dungeon sets in. This isn't a drill, and any mistake could be their last. Kang Hyun doesn't offer a hand of comfort. Instead, his voice cuts through the panic like a blade, demanding his squad stand up and face the nightmare head-on. He towers over the trembling hunters, his eyes cold and unforgiving. With such pathetic resolve, he asks how they ever expected to survive a world that wants them dead. The shadows of the dungeon feel heavier now. In the silence of the abyss, the realization sinks in. They are truly alone, and no one is coming to save them. Kang Hyun remembers the first time he found a dungeon core. Back then, he was just as bloodied and desperate, staring at the glowing orb that promised power at a terrible price. When a squad member pleads for a moment of rest, Kang Hyun shuts him down instantly. Strength isn't built in comfort, it's forged in the heat of a continuous struggle. The orange-haired hunter looks around frantically, shouting for the healer. The formation is breaking, and panic is spreading faster than the monsters themselves. As Kang Hyun turns to walk deeper into the danger, the squad leader tries to hold him back, desperate to stop what looks like a suicide mission. The healer, Yona, is already past her limit. Blood drips from her nose as her mana pool hits zero, a dangerous state that most hunters fear more than death. She collapses, coughing up blood as her internal circuits scream from the strain. This is the brutal reality of mana depletion. Kang Hyun looks back with a chilling lack of empathy. He asks the squad if they've ever truly experienced what it feels like to have their mana completely drained. The question hangs in the air, heavy and suffocating. The squad stares at his back, unable to comprehend his cold logic. He repeats it, his voice low and steady. He's not asking out of curiosity, he's testing their understanding of the very power they wield. The squad leader argues that the body gives warning signs to prevent such a thing, but Kang Hyun counters that those signs only appear when it's already too late. He begins to describe the symptoms with terrifying precision. First, your vision begins to narrow until the world feels like it's closing in on you. He recalls his own past, a time when he stood before the core, battered and broken, learning these lessons the hard way. To him, the path to power was always simple. It wasn't about safety or strategy, it was about how much pain you could endure. Next, your sight goes completely black and your muscles begin to convulse as your body tries to find energy that simply isn't there. Your heart rhythm falters, and every breath feels like you're inhaling shards of glass. It is a state of pure, unadulterated agony. Suddenly, Kang Hyun breaks into a manic grin. To the horror of his squad, he calls this near-death experience the perfect state. The silver-haired soldier is stunned. He's never heard of a state where stats can rise without a level up, and the idea sounds like pure madness. Kang Hyun explains that no one knows about it because no one is crazy enough to try. Most hunters run from the brink. He lives there. He points out that healers level up slowly because they stay in the back. They never truly face the threat of death, and so, they never truly grow. If you want to reach the top, you have to force your stats to rise by pushing past the limits of your own soul. His gaze narrows, focusing on the singular truth he's discovered in this hellish world. Fastest way to get stronger is to push yourself right to the very brink of death and refuse to blink. A confident smirk plays on his lips. He isn't just a survivor, he's a monster that the system itself created. Back in the memory, he reaches for the core. The light reflects in his eyes, mirroring the fire of his ambition. The sudden surge of power, the core shatters. The system pulses, acknowledging the completion of the trial. Suddenly, the ground trembles. A massive, stone-heavy foot slams down, cracking the pavement beneath it. A colossal rock golem looms over the squad, its glowing eyes fixed on the weak humans below. The shield-bearer freezes, his armor feeling like a paper-thin defense against the mountain of stone before him. Golem strikes, its fist creating a shockwave that sends debris flying and shatters the resolve of the remaining hunters. Kang Hyun just smiles. He already told them what it takes to win. Now, he's going to show them. He pulls out a high-grade mana crystal, its green surface pulsing with raw, unrefined energy. With a single squeeze, he crushes the gem, absorbing the mana directly into his veins to fuel the next strike. A voice calls out from the distance, drawing Kang Hyun's attention away from the carnage for a brief second. A young scout runs toward them, a look of triumph on his face despite the chaos surrounding them. But the triumph is short-lived. Behind him, two more golems emerge, turning a difficult fight into an impossible one. The system flares to life once more, flickering with the data of the fourth stage's completion. Congratulations, Stage 4 is cleared. Rewards are issued, the skill 1 cut 2 halves, the ring of strong mind, and a well-earned level up. The real game starts now. The skill 1 cut 2 halves is a devastating executioner's tool. At rank E, it enhances the blade's cutting power to bypass defenses, literally splitting opponents in two. Alongside that offensive power is the strong mind ring, a rank B accessory that grants total immunity to mental magic and status effects of grade A and below. The inventory is overflowing with loot. From standard swords and armor to rare crystals, the haul from this stage is nothing short of legendary. Among the treasures are magic stones from the Skeleton Detective and Skeleton Knight. While their true purpose remains a mystery, every item has its price in this world. But beyond the rewards lies Vera, a realm teetering on the edge of total annihilation. The prophecy is clear, the hero is the blade that must sever the darkness. If the gate to Gractor isn't sealed, Vera will fall to the advancing armies of orcs and goblins. The challenge is set: hunt the royal lizard men, forge legendary weapons from their cores, and tame the beasts of Gractor to survive. Back in the real world, the atmosphere is far from heroic. The sizzle of meat on a grill fills a tense silence at a local restaurant. Manager Kim sits in stunned silence, the weight of the recent raid still pressing down on him. One of the survivors reaches his breaking point, leaning forward to whisper that this isn't right. He calls Kang Hyun a complete madman. He argues that there's no sense of justice or humanity in Kang Hyun's eyes, only a cold, calculated drive to win. Sighing deeply, Manager Kim tells him to watch his words. He reminds the group that he's no longer the vice guild master, just a team leader trying to keep them alive. He checks the inventory stats. The amount of monster drops they farmed is staggering, even if the stone's purpose remains unknown. The reward for clearing the stage was 1 cut 2 halves. It's a brutal skill suited for a brutal man. Hyrin sits nearby, her nose plugged with blood-soaked tissues, looking as if she's seen a ghost. Tears stream down her face as she whispers that she can't do this anymore. She fears that if they keep following Kang Hyun, something truly terrible will happen. Manager Kim watches her, his expression unreadable. He knows the heavy toll this training has taken on everyone. A disgruntled hunter stands up, pleading to return to the Guardian Guild. He believes they can start over and do things the right way. A sharp thud echoes as Manager Kim slams his hand onto the table, silencing the room instantly. The hunter doesn't back down, shouting that Kang Hyun is unpredictable and his personality is the absolute worst. Manager Kim opens his mouth to speak, a single word cutting through the tension, but he admits that Kang Hyun is strong, stronger than any ability user he has ever encountered. By far. He remembers the look on Kang Hyun's face during the fight, a manic, blood-splattered grin that showed he doesn't care about lofty ideals. There is no room for the Guardian philosophy under a man like that. It's kill or be killed. System rewards don't lie. A skill to bisect an opponent is exactly the kind of power they need to survive. And the strong mind ring is the only thing keeping them from losing their sanity in the face of such overwhelming pressure. Manager Kim leans in, his eyes burning with desperate conviction. We can become strong, he says. That much is certain. He flashes back to the last C-rank raid. The memory of row after row of body bags under white sheets haunts him. He realized then that what humanity needs most isn't a strong heart or noble words. He clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white. Justice without strength carries no weight in this world. He looks at his trembling teammates and softens his voice. I won't force you, he tells them. The memory of the dungeon returns. Two hunters cower in terror as a massive stone golem prepares to crush them. But Kang Hyun just stands there with a confident smirk, looking at the monster as if it were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Online, the hunter community is in an uproar. On the community radar, anonymous users are buzzing about photos of the Bades Guild that were just posted. The comments are brutal. They say the guild members look like they've been dragged through a dungeon for a month, their faces a mess of exhaustion and trauma. Final upload shows the entire squad battered and bruised posing under a rock that says "Let's live righteously." It's a dark irony for a group following a madman. But that irony is exactly what fuels the fire in Kang Hyun's soul as he slams his hands onto the table, the weight of his decision hanging heavy in the air. Manager Kim Kyu-sik bows deeply, his professional composure replaced by a desperate plea as he tells the survivors that he is asking them for their strength. Over a sizzling grill, the question is laid bare: could they trust him and follow him just one last time into the unknown? Men around the table exchange uncertain glances, the trauma of their past raids clashing with the spark of hope Manager Kim Kyu-sik is trying to ignite. Outside the restaurant, a heavy sigh escapes into the night air, carrying the burden of leadership and the risks of the path ahead. To prepare, Kang Hyun equips the Strong Mind Ring B, a B-rank accessory that grants total immunity to all mental-related magic and status effects of grade A and below. His eyes widen as the system confirms the item's power, a cold realization dawning on him about the mental battles he's yet to face. Within his iris, a flickering flame of determination ignites, reflecting a soul that refuses to be broken by the dungeon's horrors. But the most remarkable achievement isn't just the gear, it's the sheer grit as Kang Hyun pushes his body to the limit, counting out his 289th rep. 300. He hits the milestone with sweat pouring off his muscular frame, every fiber of his being screaming for rest. Collapsing onto the floor, he wipes his brow, realizing that simple bodyweight exercises are becoming less effective as his power scales beyond human limits. A week later, the deadline arrives. The agreement was to endure for exactly one more week, and the time for preparation has run out. The scene shifts to an E-rank dungeon, the Goblin Swamp, where a pair of low-level hunters complain about the damp, oppressive atmosphere. Justify the misery by noting it's the safest E-rank zone, perfect for farming magic stones if you can handle the sheer number of pests. The lead hunter suggests heading deeper since it's wide enough to avoid other parties, but he stops mid-sentence as he spots something unusual. Goblins lie dead everywhere, their bodies steaming in the swamp. It's clear someone else's path has overlapped with theirs. The hunters find it incredibly rude that the previous party didn't mark their path, but their annoyance turns to confusion as they look closer. They gasp in disbelief. The magic stones, the very reason hunters risk their lives, are still embedded in the goblin corpses, completely untouched. It's a free haul. They can't believe their luck as they begin harvesting the valuable gems, wondering who would be crazy enough to leave this much money behind. Looking up at the sky, they offer a silent thanks to the mysterious high-level hunter who cleared the way and left the spoils. The sounds of combat are getting closer. Panic sets in as they realize the fighting is nearby. What if the original killers come back? Deciding that their lives are worth more than a few extra stones, they scramble to their feet and start running as fast as they can. A thunderous sound erupts behind them, stopping them dead in their tracks as a shadow looms over the swamp. A horde of goblins rushes out of the tree line, but they aren't attacking, they're fleeing in absolute terror from something far more dangerous. A brutal strike connects, blood spraying as a goblin's head is crushed with terrifying efficiency. A maniacal laugh echoes through the trees as the hunters watch a shadow tear through the monsters like they were nothing. The monsters are revealed to be humans, but their eyes burn with a bloodlust that makes the goblins look tame. They scream for more blood, reveling in the slaughter. One muscular warrior charges forward, his voice booming as he demands to know who the next prey is. They aren't just fighting, they're celebrating. A magical circle glows above as they dive back into the fray with insane grins. Kang Hyun stands at the center of this madness, looking down at his squad. One member mocks him, calling the warm-up lukewarm and demanding stronger enemies. Kang Hyun smirks, his own bloodlust matching theirs. He declares that today they'll go for the full course in a D-rank dungeon, prompting a roar of approval. Two hunters from before can only watch in stunned silence, their minds unable to process the level of violence they just witnessed. It's been a week since the Bades Guild expanded, and in that short time, they've transformed into a force of nature that leaves nothing but destruction in its wake. As the sun sets over the city, a certain rumor begins to spread like wildfire among the ability users. Word on the street is simple but terrifying. Bades is basically just one giant Kang Hyun. In a local tavern, the guild members feast with the same intensity they use to kill. They shout for more alcohol, claiming that fighting makes the food taste even better. Manager Kim Kyu-sik approaches one of the rowdy recruits, reminding them that it's been exactly a week since their last serious talk. The calculating look, Manager Kim Kyu-sik notes that they've finally gained enough footing to grow even stronger. The real hunt is about to begin. The energy in the room is electric as one of the guild members slams his fist down, shouting that they are still far from reaching their true potential. Amidst the noise, a quiet thought of self-improvement lingers as someone considers finally hitting the gym to keep up with the rising stakes. With his mouth stuffed with food, the boisterous hunter roars that this is exactly what they wanted, to be guarding their success at the top of their game. Manager watches the chaotic celebration with a tired but fond expression, reaching into his pocket as the laughter echoes around him. The manager tells them to go ahead with a second round of food, excusing himself to handle some private business. His shoes click against the pavement as the memory of the former guild master remains etched in his heart. Stopping in the quiet night, the manager looks up toward the heavens, silently asking if the late master is pleased with their progress. Though the original guild collapsed, the manager knows that the spirit left behind is still very much alive. The remaining members are thriving, pushing forward with a set of beliefs that have only grown stronger through their shared hardships. But as he stands alone, the manager can't shake the feeling that something is lingering just out of sight. Under the cold crescent moon, a sudden wave of anxiety hits him, leaving him wondering what he should do next in this uncertain world. A sharp ping cuts through the silence as a phone on the floor vibrates, signaling an urgent notification that demands attention. Every choice made on this path could mean the difference between survival and total annihilation. In this world, hunters must forge legendary weapons from the cores of monsters to stand a chance against the coming darkness. The hunter stands in front of a massive, modern skyscraper, barely able to believe that this entire building is now their guild headquarters. His companions marvel at the sight, noting how different and cozy it feels compared to the night before. Addressing the group, the hunter officially declares this their new base, but he has a very specific set of ground rules. As the chapter unfolds, the weight of leadership begins to rest on his shoulders as they prepare for the next phase. The hunter emphasizes that while this is their home now, they must not destroy anything or start any unnecessary fires. The excitement is too much for the hunters to contain as they push and shove, desperate to be the first ones to explore the interior. His blonde companion laughs nervously, finding the no fire rule to be a rather strange but necessary precaution for this rowdy bunch. The moment they step inside, the hunters are blinded by the luxury, their jaws dropping at the sheer scale of the facility. The first floor reveals a fully equipped members-only cafe, a perfect place for the hunters to relax between raids. On the second floor, they find a massive training room and gym filled with state-of-the-art equipment to keep them in peak condition. Tour continues to the third floor, where a spacious lounge area awaits the exhausted team. Their eyes light up at the sight of a commercial refrigerator stocked with drinks, making the place feel like a true high-ranking guild. The hunter smiles, already planning to add a cocktail bar to the lounge to further improve the guild's morale. Suddenly, the hunter's expression shifts to one of pure shock as his phone buzzes with a new, terrifying alert. The screen displays an emergency alert: a new dungeon is opening nearby, and danger is imminent. Turning to his companion, the hunter suddenly realizes something and asks if the young man is actually underage. The companion confirms it, leaving the leader confused about the drinks he saw him with earlier. The blonde hunter explains that it was actually a non-alcoholic beverage, much to his surprise. Quick flashback shows the companion simply enjoying a soft drink, a stark contrast to his tough image. The hunter realizes that because the man looks so rugged, he never even noticed he was only drinking soft drinks this whole time. Kang Hyun stares at the man with a deadpan expression, telling Choi Min-sik to stop pretending he's lived such a clean life. Choi Min-sik just looks back with a blank, confused face, wondering what on earth he's talking about. The sound of a phone clicking interrupts the tension as a call is answered. Manager Kim Kyusik sits in his office and asks Kang Hyun if he's had a chance to check out the new building yet. Kang Hyun calmly confirms he visited last night and even took the liberty of decorating it. However, the decoration he refers to looks like a war zone, filled with the echoes of desperate screams for help as the building stands in ruins. Manager Kim is skeptical, questioning how he managed to decorate the entire place in such a short time. Kang Hyun just gives a non-committal shrug, saying it was just something he did. Taking a sip of his coffee, Manager Kim presses for details. Kang Hyun plays dumb, repeating the manager's words back as if he has no clue. Manager Kim clarifies he's talking about the badass guild merchandise and asks if the whole thing was Kang Hyun's idea. Kang Hyun admits he knows about the merch but insists it wasn't his brainchild. Sweat beads on Manager Kim's face as he reveals that the products are already trending all over the internet. He mentions one item in particular, a specific action figure. Kang Hyun's eyes widen as the realization begins to sink in. Kang Hyun slowly turns his gaze toward Choi Min-sik and Hai-rin, who both suddenly become very interested in looking at anything other than him. Realizing he needs to deal with this immediately, Kang Hyun tells the manager he'll have to call him back later. As he hangs up, another notification chimes on his phone. He stares at the screen, wondering what this new alert is about. Choi Min-sik and Hai-rin put on their best innocent acts, claiming they have absolutely no idea what he's talking about. Kang Hyun's expression darkens. He isn't buying their lies for a single second. In the back of his mind, memories of a brutal goblin raid flash by, monsters shattering glass and slaughtering everything in sight. Kang Hyun pulls up a search engine on his phone and types in badass merchandise. He warns them they're wasting their chance to confess honestly because the truth is only a click away. His pupils dilate in shock as the search results load. Whatever he's seeing is far worse than he imagined. A massive, jagged blade cuts through the air with a terrifying whistle. Kang Hyun stands enveloped in a murderous red aura, his giant sword resting on the floor as he demands an explanation. Choi Min-sik nervously explains that since Kang Hyun left the merch production to them, he thought standard items like shirts were just too boring. Choi Min-sik tries to justify it, pointing out that Kang Hyun is the face and the symbol of their guild, so the merchandise had to be special. He leans in with a smug grin, asking so, as if expecting praise for his work. Choi Min-sik laughs, admitting he just thought it would be fun. Kang Hyun mutters that he knew this would happen as he prepares to lash out. The scene shifts to a gruesome memory of goblins cackling over a pile of corpses, the ground stained deep red with blood. Choi Min-sik dodges a strike with ease, mocking Kang Hyun by saying his angry mood is actually a perfect match for the merchandise. Choi Min-sik's face flushes with a creepy excitement, claiming that Kang Hyun's intensity is making his heart flutter. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun's rage reaches a breaking point. The badass guild building begins to groan and buckle under the pressure of their internal conflict. Bystanders scream in terror as the structure starts to collapse. Night falls and a full moon hangs ominously in the sky over the city. In a secluded warehouse district, a covert operation is underway at the request of team leader Shin Tae-gil. The objective is dangerous. They must pose as buyers for a black market drug known as monster power to draw out the seller. Recent violent incidents have all been linked back to this drug, forcing the special ability management team to take a much more aggressive stance. Two men stand near a heavy equipment case, one of them sighing in frustration about that ridiculous figure again. They stand before the entrance of the S-gate, debating whether it's too late to take the merchandise down. One of them stubbornly asks why he would ever do that. Suddenly, an eye snaps open, burning with an intense, fiery power that suggests an imminent transformation. They look down into a massive, yawning abyss where people are scattered along the jagged edges. The scale of the descent is staggering. The system ominously warns that if the dungeon isn't cleared within a set time, its door will open. Kang Hyun, his gaze fixed on the building below, wonders with a surge of panic if today is that day, lamenting that he had even requested its clearance here. A hooded figure, wearing a cap and sunglasses, reports that 500 units have already been sold, though they are pre-orders. His balaclava-clad companion questions, "That thing?" The balaclava-clad figure, clearly annoyed, grumbles about the situation, mentioning his own production had reached 6,000 units, then mutters, "Ah, damn it." An urgent alert crackles through an earpiece, the voice beginning with Kang Hyun's name. The alert continues, confirming that a vehicle is rapidly approaching the target location, its occupants quickly disembarking. The balaclava-clad figure, his senses honed, counts the approaching magic power signatures, estimating roughly 10 individuals. A group of formally dressed individuals, led by a woman, confidently stride towards and enter the building labeled 2 Gate, unaware of the masked observers. Hooded figure with sunglasses calls out to his companion, "Young." The balaclava-clad figure asks his companion if he ever mentioned his unique ability, Sixth Sense. The other hooded figure replies that he'd heard hints, but never directly. The balaclava-clad figure instructs his companion to observe the woman's face closely. From off-panel, the balaclava-clad figure confidently asks if his sixth sense is accurate as the hooded figure with sunglasses questions, "Who is she?" Kang Hyun is plagued by fleeting visions of his mundane life, training and going to work before a sudden, terrifying realization strikes him. Hyun is in danger. The hooded figure with sunglasses recalls a past encounter, reminding his companion that the woman was the one who broke her hand while sparring with him at the ability training school. A flash of recognition crosses the balaclava-clad figure's mind as he remembers, letting out a sharp "ah." The balaclava-clad figure expresses disbelief that the person became a monster power dealer. The hooded figure with sunglasses, regret etched on his face, laments not trusting his sixth sense earlier. A single tear streaks down the hooded figure's face, a silent testament to his regret and the weight of his past choices. The scene shifts dramatically to Vera, a realm of breathtaking beauty with endless green valleys and crystal rivers, now on the brink of annihilation, a world under siege. The narrative reveals the protagonist's destiny to be the summoned hero, the blade against darkness, the shield for Vera. A dangerous gate to Great Han has opened, unleashing armies of goblins and orcs threatening to conquer Vera if the gate is not sealed. Back in the modern world, Kang Hyun frantically searches his apartment, desperate for anything that can serve as a weapon. Balaclava-clad figure, now in a more assertive stance, demands to know the location of the merchandise. Hyun, cautious, interjects, "No, not that," as a suited man suggests they should present the money first. The hooded figure with sunglasses hands over a briefcase, which is then opened to reveal stacks of cash, shimmering with an unusual glow. Hyun, a subtle smirk playing on her lips, reveals her plan. They will locate the enemy's base using a tracker discreetly hidden within the money bag. Choi Min-sik, with a challenging gaze, presents his own case and demands, "Now you should show yours too." The balaclava-clad figure recoils in shock as a blinding light erupts from the case Choi Min-sik holds. The intense light bathes the balaclava-clad figure's face, his eyes wide with disbelief and awe. Inside the case, a dazzling array of glowing, multifaceted crystals radiate raw, untamed power. Kang Hyun, still frantically searching, curses his surroundings, exclaiming, "Damn it, this place, why isn't there a single cheap longsword here?" A surge of raw, destructive energy erupts, a vibrant purple-pink blast tearing skyward. The title card for Solo Resurrection dramatically appears, marking a significant transition. The narrator reflects that ever since teaming up with the mysterious Skull Guy, an array of bizarre and unpredictable events has unfolded, symbolized by the strange, glowing fragments in the case. Hyun observes the aftermath, noting with a hint of disappointment that the powerful item they just used was unfortunately single-use. Hyun, with a knowing smirk, dismisses the special ability management team as she confidently states, "Do you think we wouldn't notice something fishy?" With a knowing smirk, she dismisses the management team, confidently stating, "They probably put a tracker on the money bag. Who would have expected to fall for it? Let's go back." Suddenly, a team member's frantic cry pierces the air. "Over there." Her eyes widen in alarm, her composure shattering. The ground erupts in a violent burst of smoke and debris as a powerful presence manifests from below, signaling an immediate threat. From the swirling dust, a man emerges, his body glowing with raw power, muscles exposed and scarred. He lets out a primal scream, realizing, "We've already been found out." A tight shot on the man's eye reveals a flicker of intense shock and grim determination as he processes the unfolding ambush. Her face contorts in a mix of horror and frustration, muttering, "We should squeeze a good cut out of the team leader," as the situation spirals out of control. The man stands, radiating menace, a chilling smile on his face. Recognizing him, she shouts in disbelief, "Wait, you're with the management team too?" Unfazed by her shock, he casually replies, "Oh, you recognized me right away. I've gotten pretty famous, huh?" He stands amidst the agents, a picture of confident power. Gripped by urgency, she warns her bewildered team, "Everyone be careful. They're not ordinary people." A purple aura emanates from her, signaling her readiness to engage. Her mind races, recalling information. "They're crazy psychos who make themselves into figures and sell them. Watch out." The shirtless man, smiling, confirms her fears. Her expression shifts to confusion as she tries to piece together the situation, muttering, "Wait, if this one is him." A man in a cap and sunglasses clings to the other's arm, interjecting with a playful smirk, "The other one is. Yo, we're acquaintances, right?" Her eyes widen further, a silent exclamation of utter bewilderment at the unexpected revelation. A menacing image flashes in her mind as she stammers, realizing the full scope of the trap. Still holding onto the man's arm and seemingly oblivious to the rising tension, the man in the cap says, "Hey, what are you doing? I've got a good instinct, you know." Scene abruptly cuts to a domestic kitchen sink, dirty dishes, and a gleaming knife, a stark, unsettling contrast to the unfolding chaos. Back in the fray, she and her armed agents stand ready. One agent confidently states, "I thought something might fly, so I hid behind the sturdiest cover." She then issues a chilling warning, "Do you really want to die?" The man, powered up, declares, "I guess we have to fight now." His companion, equally ready, grins, "Sounds great." The stage is set for a confrontation. One of the agents launches a swift, glowing attack, a golden arc of energy cutting through the air with lethal intent. Another agent delivers a powerful kick, aiming for the man, the impact causing a burst of light and raw force. The battle erupts into a flurry of motion, energy blasts, and rapid maneuvers as the agents engage the two men in a chaotic dance of death. The air crackles with the sound of intense, rapid combat, movements too fast for the eye to follow, a whirlwind of strikes and dodges. A sharp, decisive strike lands with a powerful sound effect indicating a direct, forceful hit. A close-up on one of the agent's eyes, filled with fierce concentration and unwavering resolve amidst the escalating battle. A momentary, eerie calm as the camera pans to the empty sky, a brief, unsettling respite from the chaos below. Calm shatters as a brutal attack connects, resulting in a gruesome splatter of blood, signifying a severe blow. The man lets out a furious roar, his face contorted in rage at the escalating violence and disregard for life. One leader shouts orders to his subordinates, "Capture them alive." "What are you doing killing them?" The other man, however, dismissively replies, "Come on, one is fine, right?" As an agent lies bleeding on the ground. With a powerful incantation, she unleashes a devastating ice spell, shouting, "Blizzard." A torrent of freezing energy engulfs the area. Jagged shards of ice rapidly form, encasing the environment in a frigid grip, the air growing heavy with biting cold. She observes the icy aftermath, noting with surprise, "Oh, it's cold, but they're holding up better than I thought." Determined, she channels more power, screaming, "Freeze," to intensify the ice magic, pushing her abilities to their limit. The spell takes full effect, completely encasing one of the combatants in a solid block of ice. She wonders, it worked. Despite the ice, rapid footsteps and impacts echo, suggesting continued movement and tenacious resistance. He exhales sharply, a visible huff escaping his lips, indicating exertion but also a strategic shift. He smirks, revealing his strategic mind. "I've heard plenty about your skill. I won't do the stupid thing of holding back and getting ambushed," he declares, implying he's ready to use his full power. The sheer, devastating power unleashed leaves the girl stunned, her mind reeling as she questions if anyone could survive such an assault. "They wouldn't die from something like that, right?" she whispers in disbelief. Frozen arena reveals the brutal aftermath. Multiple figures lie incapacitated amidst shattered ice, while the warrior stands victorious, the icy landscape a testament to his overwhelming power. The girl stares in utter astonishment at the man, who casually walks past the frozen debris. She can't believe he took them all down so quickly. "You knocked them all down in that short time," she exclaims. A bloodied fighter, eyes glowing with malevolent intent, raises his spiked weapon, offering his aid with a chilling promise. "I'll help you," he states. A brutal strike cleaves through a massive ice formation, sending crystalline shards exploding outwards with violent force. Lingering shockwave leaves behind a trail of shattered ice and splattered blood, prompting a drawn-out exclamation of awe from an unseen observer. Wow! The warrior bursts forth from the ice, his body rippling with newfound power, a wide, almost manic grin spreading across his face as he declares the situation brilliant. This is brilliant. The girl's face contorts in pure terror, her eyes wide with dread as she labels the transforming man a monster. Monster, she gasps. Man, knife in hand, confronts a horde of monstrous figures on a city street, defiantly shouting his greeting. It's been a while, bastards. The monsters react with a surprised what? A panicked leader commands his subordinates to take a new, potent drug. Everyone, take the new drug. A minion hesitates, voicing concerns about its severe side effects. But the side effects. The leader screams at his terrified subordinates, demanding they immediately consume the drug. Are you trying to get us all killed here? Take it quickly. Two ominous red pills, pulsating with dark energy, float in a shimmering void, their power radiating outwards. Muscles visibly swell and contort, veins throbbing under the skin as a powerful transformation rapidly takes hold. A face contorts in agonizing transformation, prominent veins bulging around a strained eye, hinting at the immense power coursing through him. A hand desperately clutches a throat as blood trickles from clenched teeth, the body writhing in the throes of a painful, forced evolution. Transformed figures unleash their raw, augmented power, their bodies glowing with a crimson aura as they charge forward in a frenzied assault. A monstrously transformed warrior roars in primal fury. Beside him, an ally advises him against intervening. You shouldn't step in now. The warrior, perplexed by the order, questions the reasoning as his ally stands with his back turned, enveloped by an ominous red aura. What? Why? He asks. Man's face twists into a sadistic grin as he explains the opponent will only grow stronger, finding twisted enjoyment in the escalating power. He'll get stronger once the transformation finishes. That's what makes it more fun. The girl, off-panel, internally curses him. Ugh, this crazy bastard. A grotesque, goblin-like monster stares with piercing yellow eyes, uttering a guttural sound of confusion. Carrick. A mental recollection warns about not interfering with a transforming entity. Below, the transformed opponent moves with blinding speed, leaving a blurred trail. And they said not to mess with him while he's transforming. Shut up. The transformed warrior leaps skyward, radiating an ethereal blue glow, a formidable sword clutched tightly in hand, preparing for a devastating aerial assault. Two berserk transformed figures charge forward, their eyes blazing crimson and muscles bulging with unnatural power as they unleash a furious attack. A cataclysmic explosion rips through the environment, sending debris flying and engulfing the area in a blinding flash of destructive energy. A system screen appears, detailing a quest to hunt royal lizard men, forge a legendary weapon, and tame 3 beasts for evolution. A hand with elongated, sharp nails grips a massive weapon, which pulses with an ominous red energy, eliciting a surprised reaction. Oh. Fully transformed warrior, wielding his immense weapon, admits with a smirk that the challenge is proving tougher than anticipated, standing over a struggling opponent. Didn't think it'd be this tough. A vast, fiery chasm opens up, swallowing multiple figures as they plummet into its blazing depths, prompting a stunned reaction. What? Intense, roaring flames erupt from the abyss, their sheer heat and power eliciting a bewildered question about their origin. What the hell is this? The man, back in his normal state, clicks his tongue in frustration, realizing he still cannot activate a crucial skill despite the dire circumstances. TSK. As expected, I can't use the skill yet. Powerful fist clenches, veins bulging with raw strength, as a pair of glowing red eyes hint at the dormant power within. A title card appears, featuring the protagonist in a powerful pose, signaling a new chapter in the journey. A man stands victorious over a defeated opponent, mocking him with a triumphant laugh, reveling in his perceived victory. Oh, ha ha, how's that taste? The fighter, a predatory smirk on his face, declares his next target, challenging his opponent with chilling confidence. You're next. The man, surrounded by his monstrous, transformed allies, grins maniacally, expressing his utter delight in the escalating chaos. Oh, me, I'm loving this. A monstrous face, eyes burning crimson, lets out a silent, terrifying roar, its features contorted in savage fury. The roar is met with a blur of motion as Kang Hyun pivots, his body a coiled spring of lethal intent as he evades a heavy strike. Blood spatters across his cheek, but Kang Hyun only offers a chilling smirk, his eyes glowing with the thrill of the hunt. With a sudden burst of mana, he sends shockwaves through the air, blasting back the shadows that dare to close in on him. Outside, the chaos continues as goblins screech in the distance, their guttural cries echoing through the desolate school grounds. Monstrous face, eyes burning crimson, lets out a silent, terrifying roar, its features contorted in savage fury. Kang Hyun doesn't flinch, closing the distance instantly to grapple with the hulking brute, refusing to give an inch of ground. The combat turns primal as Kang Hyun sinks his teeth into the enemy's neck, a desperate and brutal maneuver to end the struggle. A blinding flash erupts from the point of impact, the sheer force of their collision threatening to tear the very air apart. A display of ruthless precision, a blade is driven deep into the monster's eye, delivering a critical strike that halts its rampage. Both fighters are launched into the air, their momentum carrying them through the sky as they continue their deadly dance. Blood sprays in a violent arc as another heavy blow connects, the sound of impact drowning out the surrounding noise. A massive, red-tinted silhouette looms over the battlefield, a manifestation of pure, unadulterated aggression. Kang Hyun stands his ground, his gaze fixed on the enemy as he prepares for the next inevitable wave of violence. The muscular antagonist lunges forward with a roar, his eyes glowing with a murderous light as he aims to crush Kang Hyun. With a scream of defiance, the attacker declares that it's all over for An Yu-song, their voice filled with arrogant certainty. Energy crackles and pops as a massive power surge illuminates the area, signaling a shift in the tide of battle. The light intensifies, a blinding white flare that obscures everything in its path as the clash reaches its zenith. Kang Hyun strikes with a beam of concentrated mana, piercing through the defense of the muscular giant before him. Suddenly, Hyun appears, hanging upside down with her bow drawn, a silent sentinel ready to rain death from above. Kang Hyun gives her a thumbs up, praising her shot, while Choi Min-sik looks on in shock, realizing they aren't alone. Choi Min-sik growls, noting that only two of them are left as he prepares to finish the job himself. He barks an order to his remaining subordinate, telling them to deal with the rat while he focuses on the main threat. The battle resumes with renewed vigor as the fighters charge across the ruined terrain, their movements a blur of speed. A horde of goblins charges forward, their screeching voices filling the air as they swarm toward the hunters. As the dust settles, a muscular enemy lies defeated on the ground, his voice a mere whisper as he wonders what happened. System prompts flare to life, Wayne's secret art and power of the giant have been activated. Kang Hyun grunts, admitting that it actually hurt. A massive foot stomps down with bone-shattering force, shaking the very foundation of the building. The enemy trembles, pleading for Kang Hyun to stay back, their previous arrogance replaced by sheer terror. The final, desperate scream, the attacker swings their weapon, but it's clear the momentum has completely shifted. The night sky is lit up by a series of massive explosions as Kang Hyun finally decides to go all out. The clouds drift lazily across the moon, a stark contrast to the absolute devastation occurring below. The entire factory complex begins to crumble, the structural integrity failing under the weight of the intense combat. Manager Kim Kyu-sik stares in disbelief at the ruins, asking Kang Hyun what on earth he did to cause such a collapse. Kang Hyun just laughs it off, taunting the level 2 lobies for being too quiet to even hear. Manager Kim sighs, noting that the enemies didn't seem to have much will to resist anyway, but he moves on to more pressing matters. He asks Kang Hyun point-blank if he left any survivors behind, his tone serious and professional. Kang Hyun looks toward the horizon with a casual shrug, simply stating that he buried them all over there. The scene shifts to a stark, open field where a man in a dark suit stands over a figure buried up to their neck in the earth, the bright sky contrasting with the grim situation. The buried individual strains, their muffled grunts betraying immense struggle as they wonder what horrific situation they have fallen into. The man, his bare torso showing the aftermath of combat, observes to his associate that the defeated enemies appear to be the leaders of the group. The associate, visibly uncomfortable, quickly dismisses the thought while commending the man for his efforts. The scene transitions to the imposing facade of a government building, a stark, official structure that stands in sharp contrast to the brutal combat just endured. Inside the building, a sterile, dimly lit hallway leads to a heavily guarded interrogation room where two agents stand watch. The man's intense gaze is sharp as he calculates his next moves. He acknowledges that future threats might be unpredictable, yet he maintains an underlying confidence. Within the interrogation room, a figure with long hair is bound tightly to a chair, remaining unresponsive as the interrogator presses for confirmation about their residence. The interrogator, reviewing his documents, notes the subject's right to silence but insists on continuing the questioning. He then asks if the silent individual recognizes the head of their organization. The interrogator's internal monologue reveals the vast scope of the organization's illicit activities, ranging from terrorism to illegal drug operations. He probes further, questioning if financial gain is the sole motivation, prompting an exasperated sigh from the bound individual. The interrogator expresses frustration at the lack of cooperation, emphasizing that the silence is wasting time. A defiant smirk crosses the prisoner's face as they challenge the interrogator, questioning his capacity to understand their motives. With contempt, the prisoner declares that government agents would never comprehend their purpose, even if it were explained. A chilling laugh erupts from the prisoner, who then proclaims with fervent conviction that only one person can truly save the world. A rapid flashback shows the protagonist in a blur of motion, unleashing a powerful strike. It is evident that a warrior's prowess is discernible through their movements alone. Back in the room, the interrogator presses for clarification, asking if the person they mentioned is the leader of the organization. He then questions if their organization operates like a religious cult, receiving only defiant silence in response. With a frustrated sigh, the interrogator grips a metal baton, the sound echoing ominously in the quiet room. He moves closer to the prisoner, who finally breaks their silence with a quiet, desperate plea for the ordeal to end. The interrogator forcefully silences the prisoner's protests, causing their eyes to widen in fear. Holding a pair of pliers, the interrogator coolly remarks that this predicament could be avoided if they would simply cooperate. He then declares his intention to begin the interrogation in earnest, his gaze fixed on the bound individual's hand. The prisoner's eyes widen in terror as a sickening sound fills the air, signaling the commencement of torture. Outside the room, the two guards stand impassively as muffled screams of agony escape from within the sealed chamber. A drop of blood splatters on the floor, followed by a chilling, detached declaration that there is much more to come. The prisoner is left bloodied and screaming in pain as the interrogator coldly states his preference for getting answers quickly. A monstrous creature with glowing eyes and sharp teeth appears in a visceral image, perhaps a memory or a hallucination of the tortured individual. Prisoner's face is contorted in a silent scream, a testament to the ongoing, agonizing torment. The interrogator's eyes glow with an unsettling light as he leans in, demanding an answer with chilling intensity. Leaning close, he repeats his question, demanding to know their true objective and the purpose behind the organization's actions. The narrative shifts to an expansive view of a celestial realm, a world of breathtaking beauty now teetering on the brink of annihilation. On the cosmic scale of impending doom, the focus snaps to Kang Hyun, his face streaked with blood, eyes burning with a chilling intensity as he offers a grim welcome to unseen adversaries. In a lavish, dimly lit lounge, a subordinate delivers troubling news to Choi Min-sik, reporting that team leader Seon Yuri was captured and subsequently lost. Choi Min-sik's thoughts drift to Seon Yuri, acknowledging her usefulness, hinting at the significance of her capture beyond mere inconvenience. He presses the subordinate for details, questioning if the management team brought in other powerful individuals like Han Se-yeon or Choi Dong-woo, while the subordinate hesitates, stammering a response. Subordinate finally reveals the name that sends a ripple of concern through the room: Kang Hyun. Choi Min-sik's eyes widen in surprise as the subordinate confirms Kang Hyun and the Beta Guild were present, repeating the name with a hint of disbelief. A tight close-up on Choi Min-sik's eye reveals a calculating glint as he murmurs Kang Hyun's name, the implications of his involvement sinking in. A montage flashes, depicting Kang Hyun stopping their carefully orchestrated dungeon break and capturing Young-sik, highlighting the protagonist's disruptive power. Choi Min-sik's hand clenches around his drink, the ice rattling as his frustration begins to boil over. He sits, an aura of irritation radiating from him, declaring the situation utterly annoying. Suddenly, the scene shifts to Kang Hyun mid-combat, swiftly dispatching a monster with a new knife, appreciating its quality even amidst the bloodshed. Back in the lounge, Choi Min-sik's fist glows with a golden energy as he coldly states their priority, dealing with Kang Hyun first, a chilling resolve in his voice. Manager Kim, startled by the sudden shift in command, responds with a nervous, sweaty affirmation. Choi Min-sik rises, issuing further orders for an immediate base relocation. He explains the urgency, citing Seon Yuri's knowledge of their location, prompting a quick agreement from Manager Kim. Choi Min-sik departs, leaving Manager Kim alone in the expansive, luxurious room, the weight of the new directive settling in. Manager Kim's hand subtly touches his pocket, his mind preoccupied with the formidable presence of Kang Hyun. As Choi Min-sik ascends a staircase, he muses on Kang Hyun's individual strength and the power of his group, pondering his next move. Manager Kim stops abruptly, a realization dawning on him, a silent right escaping his lips. A subtle, cunning smile plays on Manager Kim's lips, hinting at a new, potentially dangerous plan forming in his mind. Suddenly, the environment shifts dramatically to a fiery, lava-filled abyss, leaving Kang Hyun to question the hellish landscape and the overwhelming heat. Kang Hyun stands amidst the scorching inferno, questioning if it's lava, bewildered by the intense, suffocating heat. The narrative abruptly cuts to a modern cityscape, showcasing a tall, nondescript building under a clear sky. Another view of the city reveals a prominent building emblazoned with the word badass, hinting at a new location or organization. Inside, Kang Hyun takes a large gulp from a can, some liquid spilling down his chin, a moment of intense consumption. He lets out a triumphant cry, a wide, almost manic grin on his face, clearly enjoying the potent concoction. Suddenly, blood streams from Kang Hyun's eyes and mouth, yet he maintains his grin, prompting an alarmed query from an unseen female ally about his condition. Manager Kim remarks on the serious internal bleeding while Kang Hyun casually requests a tissue, which the female ally promptly provides. Manager Kim, still looking puzzled, asks Kang Hyun what he's been doing, only to be met with the shocking admission of intentionally ingesting poison in his beer to build resistance. Manager Kim incredulously asks if Kang Hyun lost money in stocks, but Kang Hyun clarifies he's testing a substance from team leader Shin Tae-gil, actively trying to build poison resistance. Manager Kim, baffled, questions if Kang Hyun is a poison master and how it's working, to which Kang Hyun confidently replies that it's working perfectly. Kang Hyun proudly declares he even gained a poison resistance skill yesterday, a system notification appearing to confirm his new F-rank ability. In a chaotic flashback, two men are seen struggling in a lab-like setting, purple energy crackling around them, indicating the potent and dangerous nature of the poison. Kang Hyun admits the poison is incredibly strong, noting that while he usually recovers quickly, this one still causes a tingling sensation, a testament to its potency. The female ally identifies the poison as originating from a D-rank boss, normally resulting in instant death, while Manager Kim remarks on its expensive and difficult extraction, implying the management team's deep pockets. Kang Hyun, with a sly grin, reveals he leveraged the situation knowing their adversaries were already aware of their presence to extract a hefty price, turning their mistake into his gain. A system notification confirms Kang Hyun's strategy paid off as his poison resistance ability ranks up to E, further solidifying his unique and dangerous combat style. Even with his poison resistance ranking up to E, Kang Hyun doesn't waste a second getting back to his usual self, lounging in the lounge and calling out for a drink on the rocks. Manager Kim acknowledges him with a polite nod, asking if he prefer his drink stirred or shaken today. The sound of rapid typing fills the background as Kang Hyun insists on a simple stir, his mind far from the stresses of the dungeon. Peace is shattered when a voice booms through the room, demanding to know why everyone is loafing around instead of using the executive lounge. Kang Hyun just smirks, finding that the drink actually tastes better when set against the rhythmic tapping of a keyboard. While he relaxes, the rest of the office is drowning in a sea of dark, oppressive energy and relentless paperwork. Kang Hyun's phone begins to buzz, pulling his attention away from his drink as he wonders who could be calling at this hour. He picks up, greeted by Manager Kim from the Ability Users Association. Manager Kim reminds Kang Hyun that they have crossed paths once before. Kang Hyun pauses, setting his drink down as he tries to place the familiar but distant voice on the other end. The memory clicks, he recalls the business card he was given. A bright smile spreads across his face as he recognizes the caller. Curious, he asks what kind of official business the association could possibly have with him now. Initially, Kang Hyun tries to decline, claiming he's too busy and suggesting they go through the official guild channels. But the offer of a high-end beef dinner is all it takes to shatter his resolve, and he's ready to meet immediately. As the sun sets over the city, Manager Kim waves him over, looking every bit the professional association official. Meanwhile, back at the office, Hyun looks deeply concerned, her eyes darting around as if sensing a looming threat. The two men greet each other, with Kang Hyun's excitement for the promised meal barely contained. They head down a quiet alleyway, Manager Kim leading the way to a secluded spot perfect for a private conversation. Kang Hyun casts a quick, suspicious glance back, perhaps feeling the weight of the silence in the alley. He notes that Manager Kim seems to hold a high position, yet he doesn't remember seeing him during any of the recent raids. Manager Kim rubs the back of his head, admitting with a slight air of embarrassment that he doesn't actually participate in combat. He confesses to being only level 3, claiming a personal distaste for the violence and killing that comes with the hunter life. Instead, he focuses on handling the odd jobs and administrative tasks that keep the association running smoothly. The thick slabs of premium beef hit the grill, the sound of the sear promising a meal that lives up to the hype. They settle into a private room, the table laden with side dishes as Manager Kim takes charge of the grilling. Back at the office, Hyun remains silent, her expression frozen in a mask of growing dread. As Kang Hyun drools over the food, Manager Kim mentions that they have some very important matters to discuss. Manager Kim offers a drink and Kang Hyun doesn't hesitate to order a draft beer to go with the feast. The cold, frothy beer is served, the perfect companion for the sizzling meat in front of them. Kang Hyun toasts to the meal, finally asking for the details on this mysterious association business. He takes a massive gulp of the beer, enjoying the moment of respite before the serious talk begins. Suddenly, his world tilts. A violent, distorted sensation rips through his consciousness, blinding him with pain. The mug slips from his hand and shatters against the table, the sound echoing like a death knell in the quiet room. Agony flares in his throat as he clutches his neck, blood and foam spilling from his mouth as the poison takes hold. Manager Kim watches with a terrifyingly calm expression, his polite facade vanishing as Kang Hyun collapses to the floor. On a discarded phone, a flurry of unread messages from Hyun reveals the truth. She was trying to warn him the entire time. But it was too late. The poison had already taken hold and Kang Hyun slumped into unconsciousness, surrounded by the very men Hyun had tried to warn him about. A sinister smile spread across Choi Min-sik's face as he confirmed over the phone, "Yes, Kang Hyun has been dealt with. I'll finish it cleanly." With a dismissive wave, Choi Min-sik turned to his subordinates, issuing a chilling command, "Handle the corpse yourselves." A subtle smirk played on his lips as he added, "Ah, of course." Granted his thugs a gruesome permission, you can play with it a little before disposing. The door clicked shut, sealing Kang Hyun's grim fate within the room. Choi Min-sik reflected on his specialized unit known chillingly as the organization's corpse disposal squad, or more commonly, the Butchers. Despite his incapacitated state, Kang Hyun's eyes shot open, a silent scream of K-E-E-E-E-K echoing in his mind. The narrator explained, "They're not worth much as fighters, but in killing and cleanup they are absolute professionals." Choi Min-sik's expression shifted, a pause in his thoughts. He concluded his grim assessment, "They treat corpses like toys, so they're not people you'd want near you." A blood-soaked hand twitched, Kang Hyun's internal thought dismissing the situation with a disgusted, "Ah, filthy." A surge of defiance coursed through Kang Hyun as he struggled, his mind screaming, "My body, don't touch me." As Manager Kim reached out, Kang Hyun recoiled, a desperate plea escaping his lips, "Don't touch me." Then, a chilling smile spread across Kang Hyun's bloodied face as he calmly greeted, "Hey, the beef was good." Kang Hyun's words were followed by a swift, deadly action as he held a bloodied cleaver to Manager Kim's throat. Manager Kim stammered, "Huh." The system revealed Kang Hyun's hidden advantage. Poison resistance. Ability enhances resistance to poison. Description reduces the effects of any type of poison on the body. Kang Hyun mused, I have a lot I want to ask. The bloodied cleaver clattered to the floor, signifying a shift in power. The remaining thugs stared in disbelief, their confident grins replaced by fear. Kang Hyun, a predator unleashed, issued a chilling challenge. Should I hit you first? A swift, brutal strike connected, sending a thug reeling with a purple flash. Kang Hyun's fist connected with devastating force, blood splattering as he landed a powerful blow. The title card appeared, I alone resurrect, perfectly encapsulating Kang Hyun's resurgence. Manager Kim, now a battered mess, his face swollen and nose bleeding, faced Kang Hyun's wrath. With chilling calm, Kang Hyun continued his interrogation, grilling meat as Manager Kim, tied to a chair, stammered, How did you know? Kang Hyun simply replied, Huh. Manager Kim, despite his injuries, revealed his deduction that you were pretending to collapse from the poison. You could only pull that off because you were already bracing your body. Manager Kim's assessment, however, took an insulting turn. There's no way that was quick improv. I've assessed that you don't have that level of intelligence. Kang Hyun's internal thought seethed. What did this bastard just say? Kang Hyun, ignoring the insult, pressed his own questions while grilling the meat. When did he notice? And how much did he know? You said you're level 3. Mocked Manager Kim's transparent deception with a lie that obvious. Damn it'd be harder not to notice. Manager Kim could only utter, What? The air crackled with an unseen power, a shattered screen reflecting the intensity of the moment. Kang Hyun dismissed Manager Kim's pitiful lie, revealing his true strength. Level 3 my ass. Just from your aura, you're easily over level 50. Manager Kim recoiled, astonished by Kang Hyun's perception. That's you can feel something like that. Kang Hyun simply stated, believe it or not. Manager Kim fell silent, his deception shattered, a defeated ellipsis hanging in the air. Unexpectedly, Kang Hyun offered an apology. I'm sorry. Manager Kim, surprised, managed a confused, Huh. Manager Kim attempted to justify his actions. I'm sorry for approaching you like this. But for the sake of the organization, we had no choice. But Kang Hyun cut him short. Wait, I'll ask all the crap about your organization later. Kang Hyun's priorities were clear. For now, let's eat first. Okay. Manager Kim, completely at his mercy, could only utter, Kang Hyun. The atmosphere in the room is suffocating as Kang Hyun eats, completely ignoring the gravity of the situation. When the man tied to the chair asks if he has a concussion, Kang Hyun doesn't even look up, stating coldly that he doesn't negotiate with terrorists. The prisoner scoffs, realizing that in the eyes of the law, he is already a dead man. The prisoner leans forward, his voice trembling with desperate conviction. He insists that despite their labels, Kang Hyun should be able to understand the truth behind their actions. Suddenly, a heavy foot slams onto the table, the impact echoing through the small room. The sound is sharp, a violent punctuation to the prisoner's plea. Man erupts into a frantic scream, his face contorted with agony and fear. He yells that they are only trying to stop the inevitable, claiming they are the only ones capable of saving humanity from the coming darkness. A sudden, brutal strike cuts his sentence short. The force of the blow sends a spray of blood through the air, silencing his desperate proclamations in an instant. Kang Hyun looks down at the blood spatter on his clothes, his expression one of pure annoyance. He mutters about the man ruining his appetite, completely unfazed by the violence he just inflicted. Kang Hyun towers over the battered man, his eyes cold and demanding. He tells the prisoner to start talking, but the man looks up in disbelief, wondering if Kang Hyun is actually willing to listen. With a terrifying, sadistic grin, Kang Hyun holds up a pair of scissors. He clarifies that this isn't a conversation, it's an interrogation, and he has no intention of playing nice. The sharp blades of the scissors hover dangerously close to the man's hand. Kang Hyun promises that by the time he's done, the prisoner will have spilled every secret he's been hiding. He gives the man a choice, asking whether he should break his pinky or his thumb first. The prisoner only lets out a weak, hollow laugh as a strange blue glow begins to emanate from his mouth. Kang Hyun freezes, his eyes widening in confusion as he realizes something is very wrong. The prisoner's sudden change in demeanor catches him off guard. Suddenly, a vision flashes before his eyes. He finds himself standing on the edge of a precipice, staring down at a river of molten lava. The intense heat is overwhelming as he struggles to make sense of the shifting reality. The vision intensifies, the roar of the flames drowning out all other sound. Kang Hyun can feel sweat dripping down his face as he stares into the inferno. Snapping back to reality, Kang Hyun briefly finds himself in a modern office with Manager Kim. He awkwardly apologizes, claiming he didn't mean to break whatever he was holding before the scene shifts back. In the interrogation room, the prisoner begins to convulse violently. Thick, purple foam bubbles from his mouth as his body rejects whatever poison he just ingested. Kang Hyun jumps back, startled by the sudden turn of events. He demands to know what's happening, but it's clear the man is beyond help. The man's eyes roll back as he takes his final breath. Kang Hyun curses under his breath, frustrated that his only lead has committed suicide right in front of him. He drops the blood-stained scissors onto the floor with a clatter. Disgusted and annoyed, he calls the dead man a pain-in-the-ass bastard before turning to leave. As Kang Hyun walks away, a grim prophecy hangs in the air. At this rate, it's predicted that humanity will be completely wiped out within the next 5 years. Vision of a mysterious woman appears, her face shrouded in shadow. She warns that within just 3 years, the very existence of nations will become unstable as the world begins to crumble. Kang Hyun stops to think, processing the weight of those words. Whether it's 3 years or 5, the clock is ticking and the end is closer than anyone wants to admit. He recalls the nuance in the dead man's voice. It wasn't just a countdown. Humanity is facing a threat entirely separate from the Haken dimension crisis. Reality of the situation is undeniable. Dungeon difficulty is spiking across the globe, and the monsters emerging from the gates are becoming more powerful and aggressive every day. Even C-rank gates, once considered manageable for mid-tier hunters, are now becoming death traps that are nearly impossible to handle. A haunting image of a blood-soaked warrior flashes by, a twisted reflection of the violence to come. The chaos is spreading, and no one is safe from the encroaching madness. Kang Hyun stares into the distance, his mind racing. If gates of even higher rank start appearing now, the world won't stand a chance. He scratches his head and sighs, trying to shake off the dread. He decides that worrying won't change anything, so he might as well focus on the task at hand. He pulls out his phone, intending to report his findings to team leader Shin Tae-gil. But as he looks at the screen, he notices something that makes him pause. The screen is covered in notifications, 23 missed calls from Shin Tae-gil. He wonders if his phone was on silent and why the team leader is so desperate to reach him. He finally picks up the phone and offers a simple hello. On the other end, Shin Tae-gil sounds like he's on the verge of a heart attack. Shin Tae-gil screams into the phone, demanding to know why Kang Hyun has been unreachable. Kang Hyun just shrugs it off, casually mentioning that people miss calls sometimes. Kang Hyun jokes that Shin is acting like a clingy girlfriend, which only makes the team leader more furious. He tells Kang Hyun to stop the jokes and get to the martial law command immediately. Kang Hyun is confused, thinking that martial law had already been lifted. Shin Tae-gil begs him to keep up with the news for once and reiterates the urgency of the meeting. When Kang Hyun asks what's going on, Shin tells him that it's too sensitive to discuss over the phone. Kang Hyun complains that he doesn't know the location and needs to change out of his bloody clothes first. Shin Tae-gil promises to send the coordinates and meet him there. Kang Hyun tries to get more information, but the line goes dead before he can finish his sentence. Standing alone in the city as the sun sets, Kang Hyun stares at his phone in silence. The world is changing faster than he can keep up with, and a new storm is clearly on the horizon. Silence is broken by a persistent buzz as his phone lights up, displaying an annoying customer. With a sigh, Kang Hyun reaches out, a sense of weary resignation washing over him. Manager Kim, holding his own phone, wears a strained expression as he begins to explain the convoluted situation. The government and military meticulously track their targets, pinpointing the terrorists' hidden lair. Elite special forces, equipped with advanced gear and laser sights, prepared for deployment. To eradicate the threat, the government sent in their most formidable units. Yet, a critical flaw in their strategy was about to be revealed. Despite the overwhelming force, the entire operation hinged on one man. The battlefield erupted in a maelstrom of destruction, crimson energy tearing through the air, leaving only chaos in its wake. Bodies lay broken amidst the wreckage, a grotesque, tentacled entity looming over the fallen, a testament to its brutal power. This was Vera, a realm teetering precariously on the brink of total annihilation. Amidst the gathered crowd, a voice announces Kang Hyun's arrival as he stands ready, weapon in hand, having just emerged from the perilous realm. A hand presses firmly against a biometric scanner, the green light confirming access to a highly secured facility. As they walk through the sterile corridor, Kang Hyun looks around, questioning what kind of place this could be. Kang Hyun speculates if it's a secret base, to which Manager Kim replies evasively that its classified nature means any leak would be catastrophic. Kang Hyun quickly assures him he understands. Manager Kim asks if he looks like someone who would betray their trust, but internally he thinks, yes, absolutely yes. Manager Kim, his hand on a door handle, reminds Kang Hyun of their earlier conversation. Manager Kim emphasizes the critical nature of the upcoming meeting, warning Kang Hyun against causing any trouble, to which Kang Hyun responds with an exasperated confirmation that he understands. Despite the warnings, Kang Hyun can't help but marvel at the situation, finding it truly amazing. A surprised woman exclaims, wondering who Kang Hyun is, while others around her whisper about him being Hyun's brother. Kang Hyun looks down, clenching his fist, reflecting that he never imagined he would meet the president in his entire life. The man before them is Han Sung-hun, the president of the Republic of Korea. Flanking the president are high-ranking military and government officials, their expressions grim, reflecting the gravity of the situation. One of the military officers offers a slight, unsettling smile, hinting at a hidden agenda. Beside him, a suited official observes the proceedings with a worried frown. Manager Kim questions why only one person is present, while President Han Sung-hun expresses his displeasure, stating he ordered the entire ability management team to be assembled. The military officer dismissively explains that the ability users are busy, making immediate assembly difficult. President Han Sung-hun lets out a dry, exasperated laugh. Manager Kim, his face contorted in frustration, questions why there isn't even a proper emergency summon system in place. An official laments the lax discipline during such a critical crisis only to be cut off by the president who urges him to stop. Suddenly, a bloodied Kang Hyun appears, knife in hand, looking disheveled and dangerous. He thinks to himself, "So this is your office room." A shocked woman stammers, asking what just happened, while a man cries out in alarm. A suited official reminds everyone that following the military's recommendations already led to a complete failure, as both he and the military officer clear their throats in awkward disagreement. President Han Sung-hun declares that for this incident, as team leader Shin Tae-gil suggested, ability users must take the decisive lead. An official argues that times have changed, necessitating their own adaptation. Another quickly agrees, asserting that ability users must be integrated into the military immediately. Manager Kim cynically remarks that guilds are just a polite term for private military groups. His face shadowed, he thinks to himself, "You ruined things once already and still haven't learned." Kang Hyun listens in silence. Man with a sinister smile asserts that ability users should have been deployed immediately, accusing the others of only buying time for Choi Min-jun to escape. As two officials whisper amongst themselves, a cynical observer notes that these people have no genuine concern for the crisis, being too preoccupied with regaining the power they lost since ability users emerged. Manager Kim's face contorts in anger, furious that despite the heavy casualties in the operation, these officials still act so shamelessly. Kang Hyun clenches his jaw, thinking, "Damn it." The tension in the room snaps. Kang Hyun turns his back on the high-ranking officials, his voice dripping with disdain as he declares he can't listen to their garbage for another second. A heavy fist slams onto the polished wood, the impact echoing like a gunshot through the silent hall. The generals stare in stunned silence, unable to process the audacity of the young man walking away. Kang Hyun's mind flashes back to the carnage. His face was covered in the blood of his comrades, his eyes wide with the trauma of a raid gone horribly wrong. That memory fuels his current rage. He whirls around, his voice booming. He asks them if they really think hunters are just dogs that roll over on command. The idea of military integration is nothing but a sick joke to him. He points an accusing finger at the row of decorated officers. They threw a tantrum and ruined the entire operation, yet they show zero remorse for the lives lost under their command. Standing tall against the backdrop of the massive meeting hall, Kang Hyun tells them straight to their faces, if he were in their position, he'd be too ashamed to even wear the uniform. President sits at the head of the table, sweat beading on his forehead. He watches as Kang Hyun turns his attention toward him, acknowledging the impossible task of managing such incompetence. With a final, sharp remark, Kang Hyun suggests that next time, the president should toss these losers out before calling him in for a meeting. Shin Tae-gil watches the young hunter leave, a strange sensation washing over him. He's never seen anyone talk to the top brass with such absolute, unfiltered authority. It's as if a wave of cold, refreshing water just swept through the suffocating atmosphere of the room. The sheer boldness of Kang Hyun has left a lasting impression. He realizes that having a mad dog like Kang Hyun on their side provides a level of comfort he didn't expect. It's better to have that bite directed at their enemies than at them. A sudden knock at the door interrupts the lingering silence. Shin Tae-gil calls out the name of the visitor, expecting more official business. Kang Hyun pokes his head back in with a mocking salute. He sarcastically chirps about loyalty, clearly enjoying the fact that he just dismantled the egos of everyone in the room. Elsewhere, a department head is losing his mind. He screams about the barricades being broken, terrified that without them, the monsters will flood the area and end them all. Back at the meeting, Kang Hyun simply asks for the way out. Shin Tae-gil stands frozen, admitting he doesn't actually know where the exit is from this part of the building. The heavy double doors of the conference room slam shut, leaving the disgraced officials to stew in their own humiliation while the echoes of Kang Hyun's footsteps fade. One of the generals explodes in fury, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He can't believe a mere hunter had the gall to disrespect them in front of the president. They plead with the president to take action, claiming that letting this slide would be a direct blow to the dignity of the entire nation. The president remains silent for a moment, his head bowed. Then, a low chuckle begins to escape his lips, confusing the angry men surrounding him. The chuckle turns into a full-blown roar of laughter. The president is genuinely amused, finding Kang Hyun's rebellion to be the most honest thing he's seen in years. The officials exchange worried glances. They can't understand why he's laughing, but the president wipes his eyes and declares that the meeting is officially over. His expression suddenly shifts to one of cold authority. He informs them that they will reconvene later, but for now, the conversation is finished. The next day, at the Beta headquarters executive lounge, Kang Hyun seeks out An Yu-song. He doesn't waste time with small talk, simply issuing a direct challenge to fight. An Yu-song, lounging lazily on a sofa with his phone, looks up in disbelief. He notes that Kang Hyun usually goes out of his way to avoid him. Kang Hyun rubs the back of his head, offering a sheepish grin. He apologizes for his past behavior, admitting that back then, he couldn't properly control his own power. His tone turns serious. He realizes that he needs proper training, and he needs it immediately. An Yu-song is taken aback by the sudden change in attitude. Kang Hyun's thoughts drift to Choi Min-jun, a powerful individual and likely a tutorial graduate. The world is getting more dangerous, and he can't afford to fall behind. Becoming stronger than he is right now has become his absolute priority. He knows that his current level won't be enough for the trials ahead. He clenches his fist tightly. While his level is increasing steadily, simply relying on stat growth is far too slow for the pace he needs to set. His eye sharpens with a lethal focus. He has identified exactly what he is missing to bridge the gap between a brute and a true master of combat. What he needs is pure combat technique, the ability to outmaneuver and outthink an opponent regardless of the raw power dynamic between them. He proposes a sparring match using pure technique only, no skills allowed. An Yusong stares at him, wondering if Kang Hyun has finally lost his mind. An Yusong rolls over, dismissing the request instantly. He has no interest in a fight where he can't use his full arsenal, seeing it as a waste of time. He mocks Kang Hyun, telling him that without his flashy skills, he's nothing special. It's a stinging insult designed to shut down the conversation. Kang Hyun remembers standing over a pile of slaughtered monsters, a testament to his raw power. He knows he's more than just a set of skills, but he needs to prove it. His eyes glow with a faint, dangerous light. He's annoyed that this brat thinks so little of him, and he decides to change his tactics to get what he wants. He starts to taunt An Yusong, asking if he's just scared of having his weaknesses exposed. He repeats the question, baiting him into an emotional reaction. An Yusong isn't falling for such cheap provocation. He tells Kang Hyun that if he wants a match this badly, he should try bribing him instead of acting like a child. Kang Hyun seizes the opportunity. He proposes a bet. If An Yusong wins, he'll grant him anything he wants, as long as it's within his power to do so. Choi Min-sik accepts the challenge with a predatory grin, his eyes locking onto his opponent as he asks what the stakes are if he wins. His demand is as absurd as it is specific. He wants full rights to the Kang Hyun figure series, Season 2, envisioning a muscular tribute to his rival. Choi Min-sik leans in, demanding the production rights. Kang Hyun can only stare in disbelief, calling him a crazy bastard for such a ridiculous prize. Despite the insanity of the bet, Kang Hyun roars his agreement, determined to settle this once and for all. The atmosphere grows heavy as Kang Hyun prepares for what comes next, the weight of the duel finally setting in. Nearby, terrified onlookers huddle in the shadows, whispering in confusion about who these powerful strangers could be. Survivors are in shock, realizing that Kang Hyun managed to handle the wave of monsters entirely on his own. But the scale of this world is far larger. Vera is a realm perched precariously on the edge of total annihilation. Beyond the mortal veil lies a world of beauty now under siege, where eclipse gates tear open the sky to bleed nightmares into the land. Champions are summoned from distant worlds, their souls branded to weave their destinies into the fate of this crumbling realm. If the gate to Grakthar isn't sealed, the brutal armies of orcs and goblins will march until Vera itself falls to ruin. Returning to the present, we find ourselves at the Earthhawk Basin, a notorious F-rank dungeon. Because Earthhawks are strictly nocturnal, the dungeon is repurposed during the day for a practice known as space rental. Large guilds pay handsomely to use the area for group training, turning the monster-filled basin into a controlled combat zone. Legal access requires contacting the owner guild and paying a steep hourly fee. Bloodied from his previous encounter, Kang Hyun tells the survivors to scavenge weapons from the fallen goblins to defend themselves. However, the Beta Guild operates differently, securing free use through what they call physical negotiation, or brute force. This brings us back to the standoff between the two men who represent the pinnacle of their respective worlds. Choi Min-sik, the top ranker of the Beta Guild, prepares to demonstrate the massive gap in their power. The stage is set. Solo resurrection begins now. Choi Min-sik plants his foot with explosive force, the ground shattering beneath him as he initiates his attack. He leaps through the air, mace held high, descending like a meteor toward Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun's focus sharpens to a razor's edge as he draws his blade, the air around him shimmering with killing intent. Sword sweeps through the air in a perfect arc, meeting Choi Min-sik's momentum with calculated precision. Choi Min-sik skids across the grass, bracing himself as he prepares for a counterstrike. The bystanders watch in terror, wondering where Kang Hyun is going as he calmly walks toward the center of the storm. Choi Min-sik lands a heavy blow, his mace impacting with a dull thud that forces a pained grunt from Kang Hyun. Despite the bruise blooming on his cheek, Kang Hyun's expression remains cold and analytical. He taunts Choi Min-sik, telling him his movements are far too large and predictable for a real fight. The sudden burst of speed, Kang Hyun delivers a punishing kick that sends Choi Min-sik hurtling back. Choi Min-sik recovers mid-flight, his face twisting into a manic grin as he swings his mace again. The two clash once more, the impact creating a shockwave that ripples through the Earthhawk Basin. A sickening crack echoes across the field as a bone snaps under the sheer pressure of the exchange. Kang Hyun curses his reflexes as his arm hangs limp while Choi Min-sik reminds him of their agreement, no regeneration allowed. Even with a limp arm, Kang Hyun's instincts scream for him to move, narrowly dodging a lethal sweep that carves the earth beneath him. Choi Min-sik observes the struggle with a sadistic grin, noting the desperate swarming of goblins he encountered on his way here. He leans in, his eyes gleaming with malice as he asks Kang Hyun if he knows what his real problem is. With a sudden burst of speed, Choi Min-sik declares that Kang Hyun's attacks are far too predictable to be effective. He mocks the gap in their experience, looking down at his opponent with absolute confidence. He explains that to survive in a real fight, one must be able to read at least one step ahead of the enemy. It's not just about raw power, it's about mastering the art of redirecting force against the attacker. He demonstrates this perfectly, parrying Kang Hyun's blade with effortless precision and a mocking like this. Kang Hyun's footing wavers as he gasps for air, the physical and mental pressure becoming almost unbearable. Choi Min-sik continues his lecture, emphasizing that a true warrior must strike openings with lethal intent. A heavy blow connects, sending a spray of blood into the air as Kang Hyun is thrown back by the impact. The blades screech against each other in a final, desperate clash that sends sparks flying across the field. Kang Hyun wipes the blood from his face, his resolve tested by the sheer overwhelming power of Choi Min-sik. But Choi Min-sik is faster, pinning Kang Hyun's weapon to the ground with a heavy, decisive stomp. With a smug look, he asks if the victory is clear now, holding his mace over the defeated hunter. Kang Hyun grinds his teeth, the word "not" barely escaping his lips through a mouthful of blood. He lunges forward in a desperate frenzy, screaming that it's not over yet, refusing to accept defeat. Choi Min-sik simply laughs, asking how Kang Hyun expects to win now that he's completely weaponless. He delivers a brutal counterpunch that sends Kang Hyun crashing into the dirt once more. Looking down at the fallen hunter, he sighs, bored of the one-sided beatdown and ready to end it. He turns his back, deciding that the fight has become too dull to continue any longer. A strange vision of a movie reel flickers, hinting at a humiliating fate that awaits Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun collapses, his body trembling as he asks if the nightmare is finally over. Choi Min-sik taunts him one last time, telling him to hurry up and regenerate so they can move on. He reminds him that since he won, he'll be making the figure exactly how he wants per their deal. He steps through a shimmering portal, already planning the new release for his organization's merchandise. News spreads like wildfire across the community radar as a shocking new listing pops up for all to see. The beta goods are revealed, a 1/6 scale deluxe figure of a naked Kang Hyun priced at over 500,000 won. The internet explodes with disbelief, comments ranging from pure shock to mocking laughter at Kang Hyun's expense. Back in reality, a car door slams shut as Kang Hyun tries to process the absolute humiliation he suffered. He pours cold water over his face, trying to wash away the shame of becoming a literal toy for his enemy. He steps out onto the pavement, swearing that he'll make Choi Min-sik pay for this disgrace. He stands before a massive, glowing gate, realizing he never wanted to resort to this kind of extreme training. Tonight training grounds loom ahead, a C-rank dungeon known for its brutal difficulty and unique monsters. This place is famous because the monsters within possess swordsmanship that rivals the best human hunters in the world. He knows there's no better place to refine his skills, even if the cost to his body is high. With one final thought on the humiliation he suffered, Kang Hyun prepares to enter the gate and reclaim his dignity. Kang Hyun looks toward the horizon, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he questions the irony of his situation. Why of all things did the monster appearing here have to be a goblin? The image of a savage, yellow-eyed goblin flashes in his mind, a reminder of the low-level pests most hunters look down upon. With a heavy sigh, Kang Hyun pushes open the massive dungeon doors, the weight of the metal groaning under his strength. He can't help but feel a sting of pride, thinking he's now in a position where he must learn swordsmanship from a mere goblin. A single drop of moisture falls through the air, echoing the tension building within the silent chamber. Perched atop a jagged cliffside, a dark, Gothic castle looms over the crashing waves, serving as the silent witness to the trial ahead. Memories of past failures surface as Hyun cleans Kang Hyun's bloody torso. He questions the waste of resources, but she sharply tells him to shut up, insisting his wounds need cleaning with the last of their saline solution. The dark, torchlit corridors of the dungeon stretch out before him, filled with an oppressive atmosphere that would make any lesser hunter tremble. There he is, sitting in a meditative pose with a massive claymore behind him, Kurgro, a proud goblin knight. Kurgro's eyes snap open, glowing with a predatory red light as he senses the intruder's presence. Goblin Knight rises with explosive speed, grabbing his weapon as Kang Hyun enters the arena. He later recalls this specific moment as a turning point. A single step forward echoes through the hall, marking the start of a duel that defies the natural order of power. Among all the days of his goblin life, Kurgro was about to face his most unusual challenger. If Kurgro had to choose the absolute worst moment of his existence, it would be without a doubt the moment he met this man. Kang Hyun smirks, his eyes burning with a competitive fire that matches the monster's own. Back in the infirmary, Hyun looks at him with frustration. She points out that for someone who acts so tough, he sure does get hit a lot. While goblins are often seen as low-intelligence creatures, the truth is they are wild by nature and possess a civilization of their own. Kurgro takes his stance, the green aura of a true warrior radiating from his muscular frame. This is no ordinary monster, this is a master. The knight unleashes a devastating vertical slash, his blade cutting through the air with the precision of a master swordsman. Kang Hyun grinds his teeth, barely catching the blow on his own blade. He realizes that Kurgro's movements are on an entirely different level compared to any goblin he's ever fought. They trade high-speed blows, sparks flying as steel meets steel. Kang Hyun believes that since he has the upper hand in strength and stamina, winning should be easy if he can just overwhelm him. But a cold realization washes over him. Brute force isn't what he needs right now. Kurgro begins to glow with an intense purple light, intentionally lowering his physical abilities to focus purely on the essence of swordsmanship itself. Duel intensifies, a blur of motion as the Goblin Knight demonstrates the pinnacle of technique against Kang Hyun's raw power. Kang Hyun admits his weakness to Hyun in the past. He never practiced how to dodge because his recovery ability was so high. But without his skills, it's a different story. Kurgro swings with a wide arc, the force of the blow creating a vacuum that pulls Kang Hyun into the strike zone. The hunter's eyes widen as he realizes he's been caught in a trap of superior technique. Blood sprays across the stone floor as Kurgro's blade finds its mark, carving through Kang Hyun's armor. Kang Hyun winces in pain, the reality of his mortality hitting him harder than the blade itself. Kurgro stands tall, his green skin glistening with sweat, looking down at the fallen human with the respect of a warrior. The Goblin Knight huffs, his breath heavy as he prepares to deliver the final verdict of their match. Kurgro grunts in his native tongue, translated as a final sign of respect. It was a good match. Raising his sword high, Kurgro prepares to send his opponent off without any further pain. Kang Hyun looks down at the deep gash across his chest, the blood bubbling as he realizes just how far he still has to go. Despite the deep, bloody gash across his chest and the exhaustion weighing on his limbs, Kang Hyun wipes the blood from his mouth with a defiant smirk, challenging his opponent to go one more round. Meanwhile, in the cold, torchlit corridors of another dungeon, a different kind of slaughter is unfolding. A sudden, violent impact shatters the stone floor as a heavy weapon finds its mark with bone-crushing force. Choi Min-sik charges forward, his mace glowing with a lethal aura as he closes the distance between him and a group of spectral armored knights. The sickening crunch, Choi Min-sik's mace connects directly with a knight's helmet, caving in the reinforced steel like it was made of paper. He doesn't stop there, leaping into the air with surprising agility for a man of his build, ready to deliver another devastating blow from above. A trail of pink energy follows his descent, a visual testament to the sheer power he's pouring into every strike as he slams back down into the fray. As the dust settles, Choi Min-sik looks down at the empty suit of armor, noting with a hint of boredom that the creature inside has been completely vaporized. In the dungeon, Choi Min-sik observes the relentless combat style of his allies, admitting that the chaotic scene reminds him of Kang Hyun's own reckless approach to battle. Skill notification appears. Magic arrow is activated, sending streaks of light piercing through the dark hall to strike down the remaining armored sentinels. Hyun grinds her teeth in frustration. Loading her arrows with mana provides enough power to pierce the knights, but the consumption rate is far too high for a sustained fight. She watches as her regular arrows simply bounce off the non-living armor of the knights, realizing that her primary weapon is becoming useless in this environment. Her eyes narrow with sudden resolve. If long-range attacks won't work, she'll have to adapt or be overrun. Drawing a combat knife, Hyun decides there is only one method left to survive this encounter. She charges headlong into the fray, shouting that she has no choice but to engage in close combat, her body glowing with a desperate red aura. She strikes with precision, her blade finding the weak points in the knight's heavy plating, but the sheer size of her opponents makes every exchange a deadly gamble. Hyun's eyes glow with an intense, predatory light as she focuses everything on her next strike, knowing she can't afford a single mistake. She drives her blade into the neck of a giant knight, a burst of energy erupting from the impact as she attempts to take down the behemoth. Back at the station, Kang Hyun's mind wanders. He realizes that while he sees his actions as necessary, the rest of the world views his methods with a mixture of awe and terror. In the dungeon, Hyun is nearly overwhelmed, forced to dodge a massive swing that narrowly misses her head. With a final, desperate effort, she brings down her target, the knight collapsing into a heap of useless metal as she gasps for air. Her victory is short-lived as she realizes the tactical error she made, her eyes widening in shock. She's nearly crushed by a follow-up attack, but Choi Min-sik intervenes, reminding her that while Kang Hyun might be able to handle this, her role is strictly long-range support. Choi Min-sik scolds her, warning that changing roles recklessly is a death sentence in a dungeon of this rank. Hyun looks down, chastened, as she acknowledges his orders, though her mind is clearly elsewhere. As they move through the wreckage of the knights, Hyun asks the question that's been on everyone's mind: where exactly did Kang Hyun go this time? Choi Min-sik ponders the question, mentioning he heard rumors of Kang Hyun training somewhere near Dongdaemun. Hyun's face pales as she connects the dots, realizing with horror exactly where Kang Hyun has gone. On a jagged cliffside under a burning sunset, the truth is revealed: Kang Hyun has entered the Goblin Knight training grounds. Inside the grounds, the Goblin Knight Kurgro is on the verge of a total mental breakdown, unable to comprehend the opponent before him. Kurgro stares in terror at Kang Hyun, who looks more like a monster than any dungeon inhabitant, his eyes wide and manic as he refuses to fall. Even after Kurgro used all his strength to hack at Kang Hyun's legs, the human remained standing, fueled by a terrifying, supernatural resilience. Kurgro had hacked at his arms with everything he had, yet Kang Hyun didn't even flinch, his blood spraying across the stone floor as he continued to press forward. Kang Hyun's eyes snap open with a terrifying clarity. He's finally found the rhythm of the fight, whispering that he's got it. The burst of speed that defies his injuries, Kang Hyun lunges forward, his fist connecting with Kurgro's face in a strike that signals the end of the goblin's dominance. The goblin stumbles back to his feet, refusing to yield despite the brutal impact that just rocked his world. A golden aura of pure will emanates, revealing that only the deeply ingrained resolve within the goblin's shattered mind keeps him standing. His scarred hand trembles around the sword's hilt, a visible sign that even his resolve is beginning to fracture under the relentless assault. At that critical juncture, a system notification flashes. A swordsmanship skill has evolved, upgrading to a higher level. A blush creeps onto the man's face, his eyes widening slightly in surprise and a hint of delight as he processes the sudden power surge. The system details the new skill level, which allows him to precisely read and respond to an opponent's sword path. The man exclaims his triumph, "I did it." The man, now wielding his sword with newfound confidence, playfully thanks the goblin, calling him teacher. The goblin, bewildered, can only utter a confused sound. With a wide grin and a gesture to himself, the man declares his name, asking the goblin for his in return. The goblin struggles to pronounce the man's name, stammering it out. The man corrects him with a cheerful tone as the goblin repeats a garbled version of the name in confusion. A surge of power courses through the goblin's arm, his muscles tensing as if preparing for a final declaration. With a defiant roar, the goblin finally proclaims his true name. The man smiles warmly, acknowledging the name and thanking the goblin for the day's intense training. With an enthusiastic grin, the man bids the goblin farewell, suggesting they meet again tomorrow for another session. Goblin, still babbling happily, swings his sword with renewed vigor, completely oblivious to the true meaning of the man's parting words. Though unable to comprehend the language, the goblin's face contorts into a wide, tearful grin, overwhelmed with relief that this grueling ordeal has finally concluded. Under the starry night sky, a frustrated voice laments, "I just need someone who is okay with a man who curses as soon as he wakes up." A sudden "what the heck" is heard, followed by a booming laughter. The imposing castle, perched precariously above a churning sea, stands as a silent testament to the goblin's blissful ignorance. Had he truly understood the promise of tomorrow, he would have collapsed on the spot. Next day dawns, revealing the building. A voice shouts, calling out to the person inside. From outside, a challenge rings out, "Come out, let's fight." Inside, a man with blonde hair looks up from his couch with a surprised "oh." A confident smile spreads across the man's face as he readily accepts the challenge. "All right." A frustrated voice commands, "Get that filthy figure off in front of the monitor." As the screen displays multiple images of a muscular, posing man. The scene shifts to the imposing headquarters of the ministry, a stark contrast to the previous light-hearted challenge. Inside a dimly lit office, the rhythmic clatter of keys echoes, suggesting diligent work late into the night. A pair of eyes, wide with intense focus, stare intently at an unseen screen, reflecting a moment of profound realization. Hand types furiously on a keyboard as a system box identifies the subject as the leader of a terror organization. The screen reveals the mastermind behind the ongoing dungeon outbreaks, who distributed a potent drug, unleashing widespread chaos across the nation. The drug, while drastically boosting the power of ability users, came with severe side effects, notably increasing violent tendencies in its users. The illicit substance soon infiltrated the general market, leading to countless citizens succumbing to its effects and losing their sanity. The screen displays mugshots identifying key members of the terror organization. One member grins maniacally, sneering that "you people know nothing about the noble purpose for which we are doing this." Another member's face contorts in fanaticism, screaming, only he can save the world." The on-screen report concludes that the drug spread, causing citizens to lose their reason. Key members of the terror organization are described as delusional religious fanatics claiming to save humanity, as fingers continue to type. The manager sighs, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Who? Saving humanity, huh? The weight of the investigation clearly pressing down on him. A system notification flashes, a command is issued to prove your wisdom that can overcome any difficulty. The investigator sits amidst scattered papers, reflecting on the chaos caused by the terror organization's dungeon breaks and illegal drug distribution. A single tear traces a path down the manager's face as he utters a name, his expression heavy with resolve and sorrow. The investigation deepens as files are reviewed, revealing a history of individuals claiming to be the saviors of humanity. As the cursor hovers over a specific profile, the true objective behind these actions remains a mystery. Far from the city, the setting shifts to the fortress training grounds perched on a cliffside where the air is thick with the scent of upcoming battle. Inside the training hall, a young man stares down a massive orc. He stands in silence, facing the confused monster. Sitting in frustration, he analyzes the gap between them. Despite similar equipment and apparent skill levels, something feels fundamentally wrong. He gestures toward his head, questioning his repeated losses. The orc simply watches him with a look of disdain. He wonders if it is a matter of reflexes or a hidden sense, questioning his own ability to grasp the mechanics of true combat. He maintains his intensity, reminding himself of his past potential. The monster remains unimpressed by the human's fierce expression. Suddenly, a system prompt flickers to life, drawing his attention back to his interface. The orc growls as the young man's resolve hardens, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. With a sharp exhale, he prepares to continue training with his monstrous partner. A smirk plays on his lips as he signals for another round. The monster lets out a weary sigh, exhausted by the human's relentless persistence. The orc's grip tightens on its weapon as a faint green aura begins to emanate from the hilt. Steel and iron clash in a blinding flash. The monster is pushed to its limits as the assault begins anew. A short while later, the dust begins to settle, accompanied by the sound of heavy, ragged breathing. Both combatants are sprawled out on the cold stone floor, completely spent after a grueling exchange. Staring at the ceiling, he acknowledges that his opponent is in a league of its own when it comes to raw tenacity. Sweat stings his eyes as he realizes that even without specialized skills, the difficulty of the match remains staggering. The orc lies nearby, panting heavily and wondering how it cannot secure a decisive victory. A worrying thought strikes the young man as he sits up, wondering if the monster is growing stronger at the same rate he is. He offers a final gesture of thanks before promising to return tomorrow. The orc grunts in disbelief at the prospect of more combat. As he begins to walk away, the orc seems surprised that the session is ending. The young man notes that it is difficult to leave. The playfulness vanishes from his eyes as he focuses on his real target, whom he must eventually defeat. With a final wave, he departs the training grounds, leaving the orc alone in the silent, dimly lit hall. The monster's face reflects a mixture of rage and exhaustion from the stress of the encounter. A promotional image for a scale figure of a hypermuscular man appears, showing a much bulkier physique. The scene shifts to a surreal dreamscape where he finds himself on a narrow stone bridge over a lake of fire. He looks around the cavernous space, convinced that he is experiencing a strange dream. He encounters a mysterious woman who laughs off his questions and offers a warning about those who talk too much. Another scale figure advertises an even more exaggerated and oiled-up version of the character. Reality returns as a smartphone is slammed onto a bed with a thud. The young man is fuming in his pajamas, frustrated by the sight of overpriced figures that are destined to lose value. He takes a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart and think rationally about his next move. With a towel draped over his head, he stares into the void, once again questioning the core of the problem. The weight of self-doubt settles on his shoulders as he sits alone in the quiet, wondering if he lacks talent for the path he has chosen. He hates to admit it, but the reality of his situation is starting to sink in, the cold sweat on his brow a testament to the pressure he's under. Tossing his towel aside, he collapses onto his bed, deciding to screw the nonsense and let sleep take him for now. His moment of peace is short-lived as neighbors shout from the apartment windows, demanding he turn off the lights while he snaps back with equal frustration. Elsewhere, the tension is thick as a hunter tries to play peacemaker among a group of agitated individuals, urging everyone to just calm down. In the depths of a dimly lit dungeon, a squad of armored goblins marches with disciplined, heavy steps through the stone corridors. Their nature is simple and brutal. Goblins are inherently hostile toward humans, a fact written in every clank of their steel boots. It isn't just a choice, it's an instinct engraved deep within their genes, driving them to eliminate any human presence on sight. For creatures like these, there is no room for mercy or understanding, only the hunt. They enter a grand hall illuminated by flickering chandeliers, where a lone figure waits in the shadows. Tribe views the knight's recent behavior with extreme discomfort, as his growing bond with humans is seen as a betrayal of their kind. The idea of a goblin and a human getting along is a mockery of their warrior heritage. Unable to tolerate this deviation any longer, the goblin soldiers make a final, lethal decision and draw their blades. The goblin knight who had supposedly lost his pride by befriending the enemy is now the target of his own people. They strike with intent to kill, declaring that he will be violently expelled from this sanctuary once and for all. Back in the present, the young man finds himself surrounded by a group of female hunters, completely bewildered by the strange situation unfolding. However, the air suddenly shifts as a flash of green light cuts through the darkness, followed by the spray of fresh blood. The attackers had overlooked one crucial detail, the true power of a knight pushed to the edge. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the knight stands amidst the carnage, his body radiating a terrifying, spectral energy. A single eye ignites with a piercing blue flame, signaling that the monster within has been fully awakened. In this moment of absolute crisis, the knight transcends his limits, his power exploding outward in a violent surge of mana. Suddenly, a system prompt appears. Clear condition: defeat the succubus disguised as a human. Failure condition: death. It warns that whoever discovers her identity will be targeted first. The sound of rhythmic footsteps echoes through the empty stone corridor, heightening the sense of impending dread. Past gargoyle statues and piles of gold, the unseen walker moves deeper into the heart of the dungeon. Now clad in light armor, he grips his sword tightly as he wonders what kind of nightmare he stumbled into this time. He pauses, noting the unnatural silence of the halls, his instincts screaming that something is very wrong. His eyes widen as he senses a massive presence ahead, one that feels both familiar and dangerously overwhelming. Recognizing the unique mana signature, he calls out to his teacher, his voice cutting through the heavy atmosphere. The knight stands with his back turned, cloaked in a swirling aura of blue and purple energy as he acknowledges the boy's arrival. The goblin knight slowly turns, the sheer pressure of his presence making the very air vibrate around them. With a low, guttural growl, the knight looks at his student, his glowing eye fixed on him with intense focus. The young man's mind races as he recalls the lore of the succubus, a dream demon that drains vitality, known for their deceptive beauty. The confusion is evident on his face as he tries to reconcile the system's warning with the reality standing before him. The knight notes that while he felt a shift from a distance, the truth of the situation is even clearer now that they are standing face to face. The atmosphere shifts instantly. This goblin isn't just another monster anymore. Its presence has undergone a total transformation, radiating a pressure that feels suffocating. A cold, blue light ignites within its eyes, signaling a level of focus and killing intent that Kang Hyun hasn't encountered until now. The armored knight drops into a low, aggressive stance, mana swirling around its blade like a localized storm as it prepares to strike. With a deafening crack, the ground beneath the goblin shatters, sending a shockwave of dust and debris across the stone floor. In a blur of motion, the knight lunges forward. Kang Hyun barely manages to raise his weapon in time to catch the overhead blow, the force of the impact vibrating through his entire body. A system notification flashes urgently. Bilgain's longsword has taken a massive hit, its durability plummeting to 407 out of 500 in a single exchange. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in disbelief as the durability drops again to 287. This is insane. No normal monster should be able to shred a high-tier weapon this quickly. His mind briefly flashes to the succubus scenario. In this world, beauty is a mask for danger, and every participant is hyper-aware of the hidden threats lurking behind a pretty face. He recalls how his blade usually holds up against waves of enemies, but this single opponent is dealing damage that defies all logic. Sweat beads on his forehead. If he keeps trying to block these heavy strikes, his sword will shatter before he can even land a counterattack. He realizes he needs to change tactics. It's better to lighten his movements and focus entirely on dodging rather than absorbing the impact. The goblin knight doesn't give him a moment to breathe, following up with a horizontal slash that cuts through the air with a terrifying whistle. The monster's eye glows with a predatory light, tracking Kang Hyun's every twitch as it hunts for a fatal opening. Kang Hyun pushes his agility to the limit, his body becoming a blur as he weaves through the knight's relentless assault. Blade grazes his hair, a near miss that would have taken his head off if he were even a millisecond slower. The goblin mocks him, its voice a guttural rasp, asking if he was always this insignificant of a human. Blood sprays as a shallow cut opens across Kang Hyun's face. He realizes that without his daily training against this very foe, he wouldn't have been able to dodge at all. Knight raises its sword high for a finishing blow. Even with his enhanced senses, Kang Hyun can barely read the trajectory of the strike. Suddenly, a memory of a girl asking for his opinion pulls him back to reality. He blinks, momentarily dazed by the sudden shift in focus. Back in the heat of battle, he knows the knight is a true master of the sword. At this rate, the monster will soon predict his every move and counter him perfectly. Goblin declares that the weak version of itself from the past is dead. Kang Hyun grits his teeth, searching desperately for a way out of this corner. The knight's aura flares, its confidence absolute. It claims that Kang Hyun can no longer disgrace it in combat. With a snarl, the goblin closes in for the kill, announcing that this battle ends right here. Its eye narrows to a slit, a final, cold command to die escaping its lips as it swings with everything it has. Kang Hyun isn't done. He triggers giant strength and Wayne's secret art simultaneously, catching the goblin off guard with a devastating punch to the face. He begins to pummel the monster, mocking it for thinking he was a pushover just because he went easy on it for a few moments. The goblin's arrogance shatters as it's sent flying. Kang Hyun demands it answer him properly instead of hiding behind a fake deep voice. Moments later, the battle is over. The goblin is kneeling, holding its sword up in a gesture of absolute surrender. Kang Hyun exhales, feeling refreshed for the first time in a while. As he sits and recovers, Kang Hyun reflects on the technique the goblin was using. It wasn't just raw power, there was a specific flow to it. His thoughts drift back to the mysterious girl. Up close, her beauty is undeniable, and he can't help but notice the pleasant scent she carries. Using his mana sense, he realizes that the goblin's technique wasn't a standard skill. It was something deeper, a pure manipulation of energy. The flow is different from a skill activation. He stands up, visualizing the exact way the mana moved through the knight's body and blade. He takes out a small knife, attempting to infuse his own mana into the edge, mimicking the goblin's high-frequency vibration. A massive pillar of blue mana erupts around him as he successfully channels his energy, the sheer volume of power lighting up the entire dungeon hall. The small blade begins to glow with an intense, stable light. He's got it. He's finally mastered the technique. The goblin knight watches in pure shock, its eyes wide as it witnesses a human mastering a technique it took a lifetime to acquire. The monster realizes it has been acting as a teacher to a monster even greater than itself. Kang Hyun bows slightly, thanking the teacher for the lesson. With this new power at his disposal, Kang Hyun stands tall. He finally feels confident that he has what it takes to win the upcoming trials. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The real hunt is about to begin. Meanwhile, on the community boards, the world is buzzing. Rumors of a badass appearing in the Earth's basin are spreading fast, and everyone is wondering if Kang Hyun is finally ready to reclaim his throne. Despite the world buzzing about his return, Kang Hyun seems completely out of the loop. Scratching his head with an awkward grin, he stammers, "And no idea. I just, clearly not realizing he's the center of a global storm." The scene shifts to the Earth-Hawk Basin, where the atmosphere is electric. Spectators are packed tight, shouting at each other to stop pushing as they debate the outcome of the impending clash. Crowd is split. While some bet on the flashy On Yu-song, others know better. Obviously Kang Hyun, they shout, while manager Kim watches the community radar, sensing the hype reach a boiling point. On Yu-song, the blonde fighter with a spiked mace, isn't just here for the win, he's here for the brand. He boasts about a new figure draft, promising to raise the intensity to make the merchandise a bestseller. Kang Hyun isn't interested in marketing or figures. He stares down his opponent, his voice cold and steady. "That nonsense ends today." On Yu-song, he declares, ready to silence the noise. Yu-song just laughs maniacally, his eyes wide with arrogance. He's convinced that today, Kang Hyun's defeat will be the perfect promotion for his upcoming figure release. The clash begins. Kang Hyun lunges forward, his blade carving a bright, lethal arc through the air as he meets On Yu-song's mace head-on in a shower of sparks. Metal screams against metal. On Yu-song swings with brutal force, but Kang Hyun holds his ground, parrying the heavy blows with surgical precision and effortless grace. Kang Hyun's focus sharpens to a razor edge. He isn't just reacting, he's calculating every variable, looking for the slightest opening in the heavy hitter's defense. Suddenly, a surge of energy ripples through the air. Hyun watches as a system prompt flickers. The ring of strong will resists enchantment. The mental pressure is neutralized instantly. "I can clearly feel it," Kang Hyun thinks. The flow of the battle is changing. He can sense the weight of the air and the rhythm of his opponent's heart. It's no longer just about infusing mana into the sword. He's beginning to manipulate the energy more freely, letting it become a seamless extension of his own will. On Yu-song realizes something is wrong. "Oh, something feels different," he mutters, sensing the sudden, terrifying shift in Kang Hyun's aura as the momentum swings. Every sense is on edge. Kang Hyun tracks the micro-movements of On Yu-song's muscles and the subtle shifts in his center of gravity with inhuman clarity. The world slows down. Kang Hyun reads the opponent's movements before they even happen, his own body becoming a tool of absolute, lethal precision. "So this is what it feels like," he muses. He ducks under a massive swing, the mace whistling inches above his head as he prepares his counteroffensive. On Yu-song is relentless. "Take this too," he bellows, unleashing a flurry of strikes that tear up the ground, desperate to regain control of the fight. The blonde fighter charges, his mace glowing with a violent light. He's putting everything into this next strike, aiming to crush Kang Hyun under sheer weight. Kang Hyun is already 3 steps ahead. He pivots on his heel, the mace missing by a hair's breadth as he finds the perfect angle to end this. Suddenly, a memory flashes, or is it a dream? Kang Hyun finds himself in a dark, crystalline cave. What kind of stupid dream is this? He mutters, his mind wandering. Flames erupt in the vision. A skeletal figure screams in agony. "Just how are you still alive?" The trauma of the past bleeds into the heat of the battle. Kang Hyun snaps back to reality, his eyes wide. The name Kang Hyun echoes in his mind, a reminder of the weight he carries and the throne he must reclaim. The system provides the answer. The Ring of Strong Will is active, granting him immunity to mind-related spells and mental attacks of A rank and below. Back in the arena, the blades meet again. Kang Hyun's sword catches the mace, sparks flying as he overpowers On Yu-song's brute strength with ease. With a powerful parry, Kang Hyun sends the mace flying. The heavy weapon spins out of On Yu-song's grip, leaving the arrogant fighter completely defenseless. On Yu-song hits the dirt hard. The impact echoes through the basin as the crowd goes silent, witnessing the sudden fall of the badass favorite. Kang Hyun stands over him, his blade resting on his shoulder. On Yu-song groans from the ground, struggling to process how he was defeated so easily. Dust settles over the battlefield. On Yu-song looks up, his voice trembling with disbelief. "You used a skill, didn't you?" he asks, searching for an excuse. Kang Hyun just looks down at him with a flat, unimpressed expression. "Nope," he replies simply, his voice devoid of any boastfulness or malice. On Yu-song scoffs, refusing to accept reality. "Liar. That last one was totally a skill." He can't believe the gap between them is this wide. Kang Hyun turns away, his silhouette framed against the sky. "Someone at your level can tell," he says, "that it wasn't a skill." On Yu-song can only click his tongue. Meanwhile, the internet is in a frenzy. The figure of the handsome On Yu-song is up for pre-order, but the comments are focused on the man who just humbled him. As night settles over the city, Kang Hyun gazes at the skyline, lost in thought. He wonders why the public's reaction to him is so cold compared to the idol-like adoration other hunters receive. His mind wanders to the chronicles of Vera, a world bleeding from centuries of suffering. From the opening of rifts to the descent of dragons, it was a realm of chaos until a hero from another world was summoned. The sound of a can cracking open snaps him back to reality. A cold KJS fresh is the only thing on his menu tonight. Lounging in a high-end suite, Kang Hyun remarks that a drink after victory hits differently. His companion notes that it's already been a week, yet he's still riding the high of his latest win. He briefly reflects on the camaraderie of the past, sitting around campfires in the dark, a stark contrast to the luxury he now enjoys. Kang Hyun teases his blonde friend, reminding him that the glory of victory is eternal, something a loser who's dropped 3 matches wouldn't understand. Teammate, focused on her burger, asks if he plans on hitting any dungeons soon, noting that his current break is starting to feel excessive. Kang Hyun admits he's getting restless, but he's following team leader Shin Tae-gil's orders to remain on standby for the time being. The blonde hunter mentions that things have been troublesome lately, wondering aloud if martial law has finally been lifted. Solo Resurrection, Chapter 77. Suddenly, a phone on the table vibrates. The caller ID flashes a familiar name, Shin Tae-gil. Kang Hyun sighs, already anticipating a headache. He picks up and identifies himself. On the other end, the caller apologizes for the sudden contact. It's manager Kim Q-sik, and it's not a social call. He asks if Kang Hyun is available at 10 a.m. tomorrow, noting that the hunter has finally stopped his usual nitpicking. Manager Kim explains there's a meeting for the Special Ability User Management Team, assuming Kang Hyun already has an idea of what it's about. Kang Hyun plays along, claiming he remembers the topic, though he's internally struggling to place it. A dark memory flashes through his mind. Stage 1, the Inferno Circus. The weight of that ordeal still hangs heavy over him. Manager Kim promises to text the location and ends the call with a curt sign-off. The next morning, Kang Hyun arrives at a massive, modern glass building. He's surprised the meeting isn't being held at the usual ministry offices. Walking through the polished lobby, he notes that Shin Tae-gil has certainly moved up in the world to be hosting meetings in a place like this. With a sharp motion, the heavy doors to the conference room swing open. Kang Hyun strolls in with a casual wave, claiming he's just in time. Manager Kim, a vein popping in his forehead, reminds him he was told to be 5 minutes early. Unfazed, Kang Hyun points out there's still a full minute left on the clock as he heads toward his seat. He attempts to excuse his lateness with a graphic story about a bathroom emergency, comparing it to giving birth. Manager Kim immediately shuts him down. Settling in, Kang Hyun scans the room and realizes there are several familiar faces among the attendees. He spots Han Se-yeon and Dongwoo from the Alliance sitting together, looking professional and ready for business. Then his gaze lands on Han Myung-do, leader of the Immortal Guild. The presence of such heavy hitters underscores the meeting's importance. He recalls a disheveled hunter from a previous encounter, a man who had clearly been through hell. Kang Hyun calls out to Park Ho-yeon, mockingly asking if he's recovered from trolling their last mission and falling into the abyss. Memories of screaming for help while being overwhelmed by monsters flash behind Park Ho-yeon, who desperately tells Kang Hyun to at least remember his name correctly. Kang Hyun leans back, noting the Fire Dragon Guild doesn't crumble easily, though he observes that Park Ho-yeon has calmed down since they last met. His playful expression fades as he focuses, his eyes sharpening to analyze the room's power dynamics. He subtly activates his mana to scan the gathered hunters. Judging by the energy, their levels seem to be on par with or lower than Han Si-hwan's. He concludes that for a management team of supposedly strong people, the average level here is surprisingly underwhelming. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupts him. "Are you some kind of pervert?" Irene, dressed in an elaborate pink gown, glares at him. She demands to know why he's rudely scanning people with mana, accusing him of being a stalker. Kang Hyun is shocked she detected his scan. He dismissively wonders what this cosplay otaku is doing here, questioning if a middle schooler could even pass the tutorial. Irene screams back that she's an adult. Kang Hyun observes Irene's unexpected power, noting that her detection ability is similar to An Yu-song's sixth sense. Kang Hyun's eye glows with a faint blue aura as he continues to scrutinize Irene and her mysterious capabilities. Irene erupts in a fury, demanding an apology and screaming that she doesn't look like a middle schooler. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun observes the massive mana surging around her. Still fuming, Irene yells at Kang Hyun, asking if he can even hear her over the commotion. Irene challenges Kang Hyun to a fight, calling him a narcissistic pervert who sells figures. Kang Hyun ignores her insults, his thoughts turning serious. Kang Hyun leans toward Irene with a piercing gaze, asking her what she intends to do if he actually stands up. Irene recoils as a shiver runs down her spine. She perceives Kang Hyun's presence not as human but as a terrifying monster. From a distance, others in the room notice the escalating tension and wonder if the two are actually about to fight. A female attendee nervously considers Kang Hyun's strength, having heard rumors that his power surpasses even Han Se-yeon and Choi Dongwoo. Another observer smirks, noting that Kang Hyun remains as formidable as ever. A hunter watching the scene tells himself to stay neutral, knowing that anyone who recognizes the succubus's true identity becomes a target. Manager Kim Q-sik sighs in exasperation and implores Kang Hyun and Yoon Nare to stop their argument immediately. Irene reluctantly concedes, stating she has no choice but to comply if the team leader insists. Kang Hyun warns Irene that he'll teach her a lesson the next time they meet, but then stops suddenly as something catches his attention. In her chibi form, Irene delivers a parting shot, sarcastically agreeing to their next meeting and calling him an otaku. Manager Kim Q-sik interjects with a sharp stop to halt the childish bickering between the two hunters. Meeting host addresses Yoon Nare and Kang Hyun, stating they have caused enough disruption in such an important gathering. Clearing his throat, the host announces he will get straight to the point, shifting the focus away from the squabble. He reveals that Korea will host the World Dungeon Summit next month, a critical gathering of international figures. The host declares that summit security will be entrusted to Choi Min-sik, who responds with surprise. Choi Min-sik asks why the military and police aren't enough, and the host explains that the risk of terrorism remains significant. Kang Hyun realizes that if the threat is a succubus, it's likely a powerful entity capable of human disguise and magic. He decides it's safer to use an NPC as a decoy. The host expresses concern, questioning why martial law was lifted if the situation wasn't fully resolved. He confirms his suspicion. Martial law was lifted specifically to accommodate the upcoming summit. He asserts that Korea's ability user-friendly policies have allowed them to manage dungeons more effectively than other nations. The summit is being held in Korea as a testament to its status as the strongest Korea with top safety. An analyst deduces the real reason martial law was lifted: Korea's image of safety is becoming precarious. A cynical hunter mutters that the summit cannot be cancelled due to political machinations. The host formally requests assistance with counter-terrorism security, but a female hunter immediately begins to decline. She explains her refusal, stating she won't dedicate her time to a threat that may or may not happen. Instead, she offers to cooperate in clearing dungeons within the capital to prevent dungeon-related terrorism. Kang Hyun announces he has other commitments and leaves, appearing aloof as Hyun watches him go. By a campfire, Kang Hyun refines his strategy, deciding that a female NPC would be the safest choice to avoid the succubus's charm. Hyun muses that Kang Hyun seems particularly prickly today and decides that clearing dungeons is a more suitable task for her. As the meeting dissolves, the other attendees begin to depart and the room slowly empties. Manager Kim Kyu-sik lets out a deep sigh of exhaustion now that the chaotic meeting is over. Manager Kim laments the selfishness of ability users, though another attendee notes that Kang Hyun is at least relatively cooperative. The analyst reacts with disbelief, questioning if the prickly Kang Hyun is truly considered cooperative compared to the others. Kang Hyun, still nearby, senses them talking about him and pauses with a puzzled expression. The man's face contorts in disbelief, his eyes wide with a mix of shock and confusion. High above the city, a quiet thought drifts, contemplating the management of special ability users and whether the current situation is truly acceptable. A young man lies awake in a dimly lit room, a bandage on his cheek, his gaze distant as he ponders recent events. Narrative shifts to a realm now teetering on the precipice of annihilation. A land of endless green valleys and crystal rivers now faces a relentless siege as mystical gates tear open, unleashing hordes of beasts. Champions are summoned, their destiny intertwined with the realm's fate as a dangerous gate threatens to doom the land if not sealed. An announcement echoes through the building, signaling the conclusion of the meeting. As people begin to disperse, the man walks out, letting out a tired yawn. The man observes a suited individual scratching his head with a puzzled expression. The suited man reflects on a past deception, realizing that the individual he encountered was a spy. The suited man offers to buy the young man a meal as an apology, but the young man quickly tries to decline the offer. Suddenly, the young man is startled as his manager exclaims in surprise. The man gazes into a cavernous space illuminated by mysterious purple crystals, a sense of unease settling over him as others are visible further within. The man lies in bed, staring at the ceiling, a sense of familiarity washing over him as he murmurs in thought. With a playful smile, the young man expresses his excitement for a meal while the manager offers to drive. The man's eyes snap open, a jolt of alarm passing through him as he senses something amiss. As the group walks down a hallway, the man's expression tightens, revealing he just sensed a surge of hostile energy. A man in a suit shouts a dire warning about an enemy, while another suited man looks on in confusion. The man frantically scans his surroundings, trying to discern the nature of the unseen threat and wondering if it is a stealth ability. He takes a defensive stance in the empty hallway, searching for any sign of the invisible foe while his companions remain vigilant. A woman glares, her anger flaring as she realizes the man sensed the energy all along and deliberately feigned ignorance. The man feigns surprise and offers a cheeky excuse, which only infuriates the woman further. The woman, still fuming, confronts the man about his purpose, to which he retorts that he has no business with her. The man explains his presence, stating he has business with the chairman, prompting the suited man to ask for clarification. The man on the bed looks exasperated, noting that they are in an office. A woman expresses her disinterest in a person she finds distasteful, provoking the man to retort before the suited man interjects to stop them. The suited man defends the young man, asserting he's a righteous person before complimenting the woman on her excellent abilities. The suited man mentions an embarrassing detail, causing the man to stammer a defense while the woman sighs. The suited man clarifies that he is making a recruitment offer, which the woman politely but firmly declines. The woman states her preference for working alone, to which the suited man responds with an understanding chuckle. The suited man assures the woman she'll always be welcome, and she expresses her gratitude. As the woman departs, the man observes, noting that a recruitment offer must have been extended. The man reflects on the woman, acknowledging that even her ability to sense energy is far from ordinary. The suited man suggests they depart as well, and the young man readily agrees. One man greets another, surprised he's awake just as he was about to rouse him with urgent news that an army has arrived. Over a sizzling grill laden with meat and an array of side dishes, a man asks his companion about his intentions. The man asks if his companion plans to participate in the upcoming security detail, to which the companion confirms his involvement. The companion's grip tightens on his cup, his expression hardening as he mentions the word terrorists. With a determined look, the companion mentions a specific individual vowing to settle a personal debt with him. The man's voice fills with outrage as he recounts the target's transgressions, including planting a spy and attacking his younger brother. The man pauses, cutting meat on the grill before shifting the intense topic with a dismissive remark. He then inquires about a mysterious figure, prompting his companion to confirm the person's identity. Companion begins to explain the figure's abilities, highlighting her exceptional recovery magic and the rarity of healers. The companion reveals there's more to her than just healing, specifically her impressive combat ability, with a knowing smile. The man's mind flashes to a terrifying realization, clenching his fists as he believes the figure must have known his secret and perhaps even tried to kill him. The companion drops a bombshell: she is capable of clearing a dungeon solo, leaving the man visibly stunned. Companion elaborates, describing her as a versatile powerhouse, excelling in attack, defense, healing, and buffs, effectively a one-person guild. The companion concludes by calling her an all-rounder, prompting a deep contemplative response from the man. The scene abruptly shifts to an ominous blood-red moon dominating a tumultuous, crimson-tinged sky. Below the crimson moon, a man stands silhouetted on a jagged cliff, observing a massive, hooded army assembling in the shadows. The man's back is to the viewer, his imposing figure framed by the unsettling red moon commanding the dark forces below. A close-up reveals the man's intense gaze, his eyes glowing with a chilling red light signaling his dark power. A sharp, commanding voice cuts through the silence, urging the followers to act immediately. The man jolts awake, confused and disoriented, clutching his fists as he mutters in bewilderment. A haunting voice from a vision declares the world as fragile as a candle in the wind, asserting that even unified efforts would be insufficient to save it. The voice continues, condemning those blinded by peace, unable to perceive the impending doom and instead spreading false optimism. The man screams, his face contorted in a furious challenge, demanding if they will stand by and watch the world's destruction. In unison, the hooded figures raise their fists, shouting a resounding cry of defiance. The man's voice booms, acknowledging their choice to join him in saving the world. He proclaims that even if they are branded as terrorists now, their ultimate goal is salvation under the blood-red moon. With arms outstretched, the man declares that history will ultimately remember them as the heroes who saved the world. A chilling smirk spreads across the man's face, his red eyes gleaming with fanatic conviction. The scene abruptly shifts from the dark vision to a clear blue sky as the narrator proclaims that the world is about to change. Military vehicles race through the streets, their urgent movement indicating a critical situation unfolding. The destination is revealed to be a major airport hub, now buzzing with unusual activity. A polished shoe steps onto the tarmac as a newly arrived male character comments on the country's perceived small stature. A man in a white suit, exiting a plane, remarks that the country is more developed than he anticipated, questioning his companion's perspective. He retorts that the nation has been developed for a long time. The woman then questions why a summit would be held in a country seemingly at war. She presses further, asking if it wasn't recently under martial law. The man calmly explains that martial law has become normal for any country in the current era. The woman playfully asks if he's the country's spokesperson, given his defense of the nation. He simply replies that he's stating the facts. As he slowly removes his sunglasses, he repeats the country's name to himself, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinting at deeper thoughts. The leader of the guild smirks as he steps off the plane, his mind already calculating the strength of the local ability users. Following close behind is the guild's vice leader, her sharp gaze hidden behind designer shades as she scans the environment. On the ground, the military presence is heavy, with soldiers mobilized and ready for any potential outbreak or threat. Destination is a convention center, where a high-stakes event is set to take place just a few days later. Security is airtight, with checkpoints and armed guards lining every entrance to the massive facility to ensure total control. Even the interior is crawling with specialized hunters, their spears at the ready as they patrol the grounds with professional discipline. Amidst the crowd, a young man walks alongside his companion, who leans in to ask if he can sense the heavy atmosphere hanging over them. It's impossible to miss. Powerful figures in suits radiate an overwhelming blue aura, marking them as elite hunters from abroad. The young man's eyes narrow, his focus sharpening on a specific individual standing out from the rest of the high-level visitors. It's the guild leader, whose presence is so immense it feels like a raging blue inferno, dwarfing everyone around him with pure power. Sensing the gaze, the guild leader simply adjusts his sunglasses with a confident, knowing smile that says he's well aware of his own status. The young man and his companion stop in their tracks, feeling the weight of the guild leader's silent challenge from across the courtyard. Nearby, the sound of live fire echoes as soldiers maintain their edge with constant drills, preparing for the worst-case scenario. With a casual wave, the guild leader dismisses the tension, acting as if he's just another tourist enjoying the skyline. The young man's friend turns to him, curious if he also recognized the sheer power of the warriors who just passed by. With a blush and a grin, he claims his sixth sense is tingling, identifying the newcomers as warriors through and through. He practically vibrates with the urge to pick a fight, forcing a frustrated young man to tell him to stay in line and avoid trouble. As they continue walking, the friend asks if the young man's foresight can predict if terrorists will actually show up today. The young man dismisses the idea, noting that his ability is frustratingly useless when it comes to specific timing like this. Suddenly, a sharp sound cuts through their conversation, snapping both of them into a state of high alert as they look toward the source. The playful demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a cold, murderous focus in his companion's eyes as he confirms the danger. Meanwhile, inside the exhibition hall, a guard asks for a brief moment to use the restroom, unaware of the shadows moving nearby. Flashbacks to the perimeter show the efficiency of the military as they gun down any monsters attempting to breach the zone. In the quiet of the restroom, the only sound is the rhythmic dripping of a leaky faucet, creating an eerie tension. Two soldiers stand at the urinals, complaining about the rumors of a terrorist attack and the stress of the mission. One of them sighs, lamenting the fact that he's stuck with such a dangerous assignment right at the end of his service. He washes his hands, scoffing at the idea that any terrorist would be insane enough to attack a base filled with ability users. The conversation shifts to the legendary hunter, with the soldiers admitting that seeing him in person was truly impressive. Stepping away from the sink, the soldier mumbles about needing a cigarette to calm his nerves before heading back to his post. Outside the elevator, the silence becomes deafening, a heavy stillness that feels entirely unnatural to the seasoned guards. Sensing something wrong, the sergeant orders his men to ready their weapons and switch to single-fire mode. A soldier peeks cautiously around the corner, his heart hammering against his ribs as he scans the dark corridor. His eyes widen in pure terror as he witnesses a sight that defies all logic, the silence finally broken by horror. On the outside, the young man watches through the glass as the first signs of chaos begin to erupt within the building. Inside, the hallway has become a slaughterhouse, with soldiers lying dead in pools of their own blood after a silent attack. An officer is among the fallen, his eyes bloodshot and lifeless, a victim of a swift and silent execution. The surviving soldier can only stutter in horror, realizing that the nightmare they joked about has finally arrived. Kneeling over the cold corpse of his comrade, the soldier's voice trembles as he wonders if the man was strangled to death. He desperately grabs his radio, calling out for backup and identifying his unit at the post, praying for a response. The only answer is a wall of static. He stares at the device in disbelief, sweating as he mutters, "Is it broken?" The silence of the hallway is becoming deafening. Panic begins to spread through the small squad. Another soldier stutters out for his sergeant, his hands shaking as he grips his rifle, sensing that they aren't alone in these shadows. His eyes widen as he peers into the darkness at the end of the corridor. "There's something over there," he whispers, the hair on the back of his neck standing up. Suddenly, a violent spray of crimson paints the walls. The sound of tearing flesh echoes through the hall as the unseen predator strikes with lethal precision. The soldier can only stare in mute horror, his mind failing to process the speed of the massacre unfolding before him. The hallway is transformed into a slaughterhouse in seconds. Bodies are strewn across the floor, and the lone survivor can only mutter a cursed damn as he realizes the scale of the threat. In a flicker of memory or perhaps a vision of the chaos elsewhere, the protagonist sees civilians trapped within a dungeon, their faces etched with the same desperation he feels now. A woman's eyes fill with tears as she calls out his name, her voice a fragile thread of hope amidst the encroaching darkness of the raid. Back in the present, civilians cheer, believing the arrival of the army means they are safe. They foolishly assume that military guns are enough to stop the monsters that have been unleashed. But the army is being dismantled. As another soldier is brutally executed from behind, his comrade turns, naively asking if there was a survivor among the wreckage. The killer steps into the light with a chilling smile. He remarks that it would be troublesome to be found out so soon, even as the soldier recognizes him from the mission briefing. The soldier quickly raises his weapon, his training kicking in as he confirms the target's identity. He's face to face with the leader of the enemy organization. He tries to pull the trigger, but his body betrays him. "My fingers, they won't move," he gasps, realizing he's under the influence of a terrifying power. The villain watches with amusement as red energy swirls around the paralyzed soldier. He commends the man's judgment, but his tone is purely predatory. Leaning in close, the man sighs that it's a waste. If the soldier were an ability user, he might have recruited him, but as a normal human, he's merely an obstacle. The soldier grunts in pain, his face contorting as the pressure of the intruder's aura begins to crush the life out of him. His finger trembles violently against the trigger, a futile struggle against the telekinetic grip holding him in place. Watching the carnage through the monitors, the young man's expression hardens. He knows the military is being led into a trap. "It's not over yet," he mutters grimly. Suddenly, a massive impact strikes the villain's position. A hexagonal energy shield flares to life, protecting him from a surprise aerial assault. The soldier collapses, his hands stained with a dark, necrotic energy as the killer's focus shifts to the new challenger. The intruder remains unfazed, his smile widening as he senses the power of the person who just tried to take his head. A blast of red kinetic force erupts, sending the remaining soldiers flying like ragdolls as the villain asserts his dominance. He lifts the soldier into the air with a single hand made of energy, mockingly asking for the man's name as he prepares to end him. Tendrils of red power snake out from the killer, pinning the soldier against the wall. He offers the man a chance to work under him, a final, cruel temptation. Blood drips from the soldier's mouth, but his spirit remains unbroken. Fuck off, he spits, choosing death over serving a monster. The villain's eyes narrow slightly. That's unfortunate, he says, his voice devoid of any real pity as he prepares to tighten his grip. The young man watches the soldier's final stand, his eyes burning with a cold, murderous intent. The time for observation is over. The killer admits he liked the man's guts, but that won't save him. The red energy coils tighten around the soldier's neck, the sound of snapping bone imminent. Like a bolt of lightning, the protagonist descends from the ceiling, his blade glowing with a fierce light as he smashes into the energy shield once more. The impact creates a massive shockwave, shattering the floor and sending debris flying in every direction. Smoke and dust fill the air as the two powerhouses finally clash, the very atmosphere vibrating from the sheer force of their meeting. The protagonist lands gracefully amidst the rubble, a predatory grin on his face. "Ha, finally met you," he says, his voice dripping with anticipation. He looks like a demon possessed, his eyes glowing as he prepares to unleash the full extent of his resurrected power. The villain struggles to his feet, stunned by the intensity of the attack. The young man mocks him, noting that despite all the stories he's heard, this is their first real meeting. System prompts flash before the man's eyes as his skills are activated. He tells the villain that without that shield, he'd already be a corpse, and promises to finish this today. Enraged, the villain lashes out with his red energy, screaming, "You bastard," as the final battle for the facility truly begins. The crimson arc of Choi Min-sik's blade cuts through the air, a manifestation of pure, unadulterated rage that threatens to tear the very atmosphere apart. Choi Min-sik lunges forward, his movements a blur of lethal intent as the red energy from his weapon leaves a trail of destruction in its wake. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in sheer disbelief, the reflection of the incoming assault flickering in his pupils as he realizes the sheer scale of the power he's up against. Chilling smirk spreads across Choi Min-sik's face, his eyes glowing with a predatory light as he savors the fear he's instilling in his opponent. High above, fireballs rain down like meteors, slamming into the facility and turning the battlefield into a literal hellscape of smoke and debris. A shield-bearing hunter grunts in pain as an explosion rocks his defense, cursing himself for letting his guard down at such a critical moment. Panic begins to set in among the ranks as they realize the terrorists haven't just attacked, they've successfully infiltrated the security detail itself. Amidst the chaos, a mage desperately channels her mana, her hands glowing green as she tries to provide support to the frontline fighters struggling to hold the line. A pair of boots skids across the pavement, kicking up dust as a combatant pivots sharply to avoid a lethal strike. The mage continues her frantic casting, but the pressure from the enemy is relentless, forcing the defenders into a desperate retreat. Soldiers on a transport truck open fire, but a sudden, overwhelming sense of dread washes over them, as if something monstrous is lurking just out of sight. The female hunter's eyes glaze over as blood streams from her nose, the internal damage from a hidden attack taking its toll instantly. Her comrade watches in horror, his face pale with sweat as he realizes they are being picked off one by an unseen force. A scream of agony echoes through the air as a high-velocity beam of light tears through an enemy combatant, a perfect counterstrike from the shadows. High on a vantage point, Hyun lowers her bow, her expression cold and focused as her allies cheer for the Vice Guild leader's impeccable marksmanship. Kang Hyun moves with lethal grace, his blade cutting a path through the facility as he calculates the enemy's positions inside the building. Looking out over the bridge, Hyun realizes the entire area has become a war zone and she needs to find a more secure position to continue her long-range support. Hyun sprints through the sterile hallways of the facility, her bow at the ready as she searches for a new vantage point to suppress the enemy. Suddenly, she skids to a halt. A voice rings out from the darkness, announcing that the sniper has finally been cornered. A man with slick back hair steps forward, a confident grin on his face as he mentions the rumors of Bede's skilled archer. Outside, the soldiers continue their firefight, but the oppressive feeling of an impending threat only grows stronger with every passing second. The enemy leader gestures to his men, telling Hyun with chilling certainty that her time on this battlefield is about to come to an end. 3 armed men charge down the hallway toward her, their blades drawn as they aim to overwhelm the archer in the narrow corridor. Hyun remains calm, her mind racing through the tactical disadvantages of the narrow space and her lack of numbers. Lead attacker laughs, believing that if he can just predict the trajectory of her arrows, she'll be defenseless in close quarters. But he's wrong. An arrow whistles through the air, curving with impossible precision to strike him directly in the forehead. Blood spatters against the wall as the first attacker collapses, Hyun standing her ground as the remaining enemies falter in shock. With a steady hand, Hyun knocks 3 arrows simultaneously, her eyes narrowing as she prepares to thin the herd even further. She releases the volley, the arrows glowing with mana as she uses the enemy's confusion to create the distance she needs to survive. Drawing her bowstring back once more, she begins to pour even more mana into her weapon, her face a mask of cold determination. Another part of the building, Kang Hyun stops in his tracks, his senses tingling as he feels a massive surge of energy nearby. The enemies cry out in frustration as they are relentlessly harassed by the same curving shots, unable to close the gap or find cover. Hyun transitions seamlessly into close combat, using her arrows as makeshift daggers to slash through the throat of an overextended foe. Impact is absolute, a blue flash of energy signaling another successful kill as Hyun dominates the narrow corridor with lethal efficiency. The impact is absolute, a blue flash of energy signaling another successful kill as the woman dominates the narrow corridor with lethal efficiency. Yet, in another time, a brutal clash unfolds as a warrior delivers a fatal sword strike, eliciting a pained gasp from his falling opponent. A dark-haired female combatant moves with luring speed, her eyes burning with resolve as she evades an unseen attack, blood already staining her arm. She ducks and weaves, a blue energy wave narrowly missing her as the male warrior lunges with his blade, a fierce dance of death in a confined space. Her eyes narrow, a faint purple glow hinting at an activated ability, her focus absolute amidst the chaos. The male warrior recoils, a sharp impact sending a jolt through his body as he is caught off guard by a swift counterattack. Elsewhere, a hand swiftly reloads an assault rifle, the metallic click echoing the urgency of the battle. Crimson blood drips onto the pristine floor, a grim testament to the violence that has unfolded, pooling around the boots of a combatant. The dark-haired female stands victorious, a lone figure amidst two fallen enemies, their bodies sprawled in pools of blood. A bead of sweat trickles down her temple, her expression etched with weariness and a hint of lingering shock from the brutal encounter. One of the fallen enemies twitches, a hand spasming on the blood-soaked floor, a final desperate movement. Electric energy crackles around the fallen body, delivering a final, lethal shock to ensure the enemy's complete demise. Her gaze snaps upward, eyes widening in sudden realization as if sensing a new, unexpected threat. The male warrior, previously thought defeated, lunges from behind, sword raised for a surprise attack, his body still bleeding profusely. His face contorted in a furious scream, the male warrior reveals his secret: he possesses a regeneration skill, while the dark-haired female stares back in shock. A powerful pink energy blast erupts, sending the male warrior flying backward with a cry of pain. The dark-haired female dismissively asks if his weak healing is truly what he calls regeneration. She observes his fallen, bloodied form, noting that his regeneration is far inferior to the other warriors, a stark comparison that surprises even her. The scene shifts to a desperate military engagement, soldiers on a vehicle firing relentlessly, shouting that the enemy numbers are endless and their attacks are proving ineffective. Back in the present, an injured man, kneeling, looks up at the woman, asking if she is all right. A blonde-haired man with a confident smirk approaches, remarking that she fought quite well, as someone exclaims in recognition. The woman, concerned, confirms she's fine but immediately asks about the man, reminding the blonde-haired man that they were supposed to move together. He then asks if she heard the gunshots earlier. She explains that the man went towards the strongest mana signature, then turns her attention back to the blonde-haired man, asking about his own intentions. The blonde-haired man nonchalantly replies that he was told to help out here, having agreed only on the condition that he would get to fight a few times. He then adds with a knowing smirk that the man is undoubtedly having a lot of fun. Indeed, the warrior is in the thick of battle, a wide, exhilarated grin on his face as he wields his sword, surrounded by swirling crimson energy tendrils. He launches into the air, a whirlwind of red energy, delivering a powerful strike to an unseen foe, the impact echoing through the corridor. His sword clashes violently with an opponent's weapon, generating a bright blue shockwave as his crimson aura intensifies. His enemy is sent hurtling backward, engulfed in a powerful red energy, a testament to his overwhelming force. With a maniacal laugh, he lunges forward, a small dagger glinting in his hand, fully immersed in the thrill of combat. Meanwhile, a soldier expresses his exasperation at the ongoing battle, cursing his bad luck for it happening right before his leave, wondering why the experts aren't handling it, then suddenly utters a confused "huh?" Blonde-haired man, also wreathed in red tendrils, attacks an enemy, complimenting his opponent's resilience but then dismissively calling him a cockroach. His eyes glowing with fierce determination, surrounded by intense red energy, the blonde-haired man declares his intent to finish his foe. The warrior lets out another confident laugh, his grin unwavering as he continues his relentless assault. His foot slams down with immense force, cracking the floor beneath him, a testament to his raw power. He delivers a devastating punch, a blinding white impact signifying the sheer power behind his blow. His eyes widen in surprise, a confused "huh" escaping his lips as he reacts to something unexpected. He stares in disbelief as his sword shatters into crystalline fragments, utterly shocked by the sudden destruction of his weapon. Kang Hyun stands in a surreal dreamscape, lava bubbling beneath his feet as he points an accusing finger at an unseen guest. He demands to know why they're invading his first dream of the year, his frustration echoing through the cavern. The dream shatters into a brutal reality as a soldier on the city streets unleashes a desperate hail of gunfire. A hulking monster charges through the lead, the sounds of combat drowning out the screams of the fallen. Back in the fray, Kang Hyun's eyes widen in pure shock as blood sprays across his vision. The sound of his weapon snapping echoes in his ears, leaving him vulnerable in the heat of battle. A massive pillar of energy erupts, tearing through the environment with enough force to vaporize the concrete. The sheer scale of the power on display is unlike anything the hunters expected. As the smoke begins to clear, Kang Hyun peers through the haze, his mind racing to process the destruction. He can feel the oppressive mana in the air, thick enough to choke the life out of a lesser hunter. Standing amidst the ruins is Choi Min-sik, casually wielding a blade dripping with dark, malevolent energy. He looks down at Kang Hyun, noting that even a glancing hit from his attack carried immense impact. Choi Min-sik swings his blade again, a trail of dark power carving a deep trench into the floor. He mocks Kang Hyun, surprised that the boy was actually trying to block his strikes head-on. Twisted smirk plays on Choi Min-sik's lips as he laughs. He calls Kang Hyun a tough guy, clearly enjoying the one-sided nature of this confrontation. Kang Hyun stares back, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggles to identify this monster. The name Tough Guy rings in his ears, but his primary focus is figuring out exactly who this man is. A memory flashes through Kang Hyun's mind, the lobby. He realizes he's seen this foreigner before, a man who seemed unremarkable then but has now revealed himself as a lethal threat. He looks down at the useless hilt remaining in his hand. The question burns in his mind: why did his sword suddenly break when he needed it most? A system window flickers into view, revealing the durability of Bilgeon's longsword at 400 out of 500. He remembers a previous spar with Kurgo where the blade took a massive hit to its structural integrity. The broken fragments of the blade clatter onto the floor, a grim reminder that even the best equipment has its limits. Kang Hyun is now effectively disarmed against a superior opponent. Elsewhere in the dungeon, a scarred monster clutches its weapon, sensing the overwhelming presence of a powerful hunter nearby. It turns, eyes scanning the shadows with primal instinct. The creature's face contorts in pure terror, its teeth bared as it begins to tremble. It realizes too late that it has become the prey in this dark corridor. Her eyes are cold and determined, the magical girl aesthetic belying the sheer power she's channeling. She knows that a single lapse in concentration will mean her death. A surge of mana ripples through the air, the sound of magical friction screeching as she reinforces her barrier against the relentless assault. This is solo resurrection, where the line between hunter and hunted is drawn in blood. Chapter 81 begins with the world on the brink of collapse. An archer fires a precision shot, the arrow burying itself in an enemy's skull with a sickening crunch. Blood sprays as the body falls, but there are always more to take its place. Hyrin surveys the carnage, her shield shimmering over a field of corpses. She curses under her breath, realizing the situation is far worse than they initially reported. Blood trickles from Hyrin's nose, a clear sign of mana exhaustion. She admits she wasted too much energy trying to end the previous skirmish quickly, and now she's running on fumes. She looks out at the city ruins, watching as more enemies emerge from the shadows. She wonders where they could possibly be coming from in such endless numbers. Her barrier groans as multiple swordsmen slam their blades against the prismatic glass. She knows she can't expect any backup. Everyone else is likely fighting for their own lives. Across the battlefield, other hunters are being swamped. Fights are breaking out everywhere at once, stretching the guild's resources to the breaking point. On the ground, a bloodied fighter reaches out with a trembling hand. He's desperate, and in this world, desperation often leads to dangerous choices. The fallen man pulls out a red capsule and swallows it. This is the infamous monster power drug, a last resort that grants incredible strength at the cost of one's humanity. His jaw locks, teeth grinding together as the drug surges through his system. The transformation is painful, turning a dying man into a mindless engine of destruction. Hyrin flinches as a primal scream tears through the air. She realizes that the moment these terrorists fall behind, they take the drug and rush back into the fray with suicidal intent. The monster, riddled with bullets and bleeding profusely, continues to charge toward a military vehicle. The drug has completely overridden its survival instincts. A transformed hunter, eyes glowing a murderous crimson, lunges at Hyrin. She recognizes the terrifying aura of the monster power drug as it closes in on her shield. The impact is catastrophic. A single drug-fueled punch shatters Hyrin's prismatic barrier like thin glass, the magical protection failing instantly. Hyrin is thrown back, shards of her broken mana fluttering around her as she loses her only line of defense. The predator is now inches away from its prey. A massive explosion rocks the city street, a final punctuation mark on a battle that has descended into absolute chaos. The hunters are outmatched, and time is running out. The thick, gray smoke of the explosion curls into the air, leaving a heavy silence in its wake as the dust of the battlefield begins to settle. Through the haze, a blinding light erupts. A hunter stands at the center, her mana flaring as she realizes she still has so much left to do, so many roles she hasn't yet played. Her eyes widen, reflecting the cold reality of their situation. A single thought consumes her: is this where it all ends? Is she really going to die here? Nearby, the military line is in a state of absolute panic. Amidst the deafening roar of gunfire, a soldier screams that everyone at the forward position has already been wiped out. A projectile cuts through the air with a lethal whistle, a streak of light promising destruction to whatever it touches. An ally swings a massive, glowing mace, crushing a monster's skull in a spray of dark blood. The momentum of his strike is absolute. Wiping a splash of blood from his face, the blonde fighter smirks. He shouts out a compliment to Hyun, calling it a nice shot despite the chaos surrounding them. She notices the jacket of the man who just intervened, a skull and the word badass emblazoned on the back. It's an unconventional look for a savior. The realization hits her like a physical blow. Her eyes snap wide as she recognizes the sheer power radiating from the man standing before her. Title card flashes, Solo Resurrection. The stakes have just been raised to a whole new level. Two legendary figures stand side by side, America's #1 hunter Eden and the relentless Kang Hyun. Their arrival shifts the very air in the room. A soldier stammers in disbelief, reporting the presence of a goblin that defies all logic. The fear in his voice is palpable. Eden, dressed in a sharp white suit, narrows his eyes as dark, flame-like energy licks the air around him. He mutters that things have finally gotten troublesome. Eden turns to Kang Hyun with a confident grin, suggesting they strike at the same time. Kang Hyun, ever the stoic warrior, simply agrees. Kang Hyun's gaze falls upon a massive weapon. The system identifies it as Urug's giant hammer, a rank D item with 994 durability, once belonging to an unusually powerful ogre. They face their opponent, a man enveloped in swirling red energy. He stares them down, his intent clear. He wants to finish both of them right here. The enemy's face contorts with a dark resolve. He claims that for the sake of his plan, he has no choice but to eliminate them. Suddenly, red slashes tear through the air. Eden and Kang Hyun are caught off guard as the rapid-fire attack forces them into a defensive crouch. Kang Hyun realizes the truth behind the attack. These aren't solid tentacles, it's a smokescreen designed to blind them and mask the enemy's movements. Gritting his teeth, Kang Hyun struggles to see through the crimson haze. Mana is saturated everywhere, making it impossible to sense the enemy's exact location. The smoke fills the entire hall, swirling in violent patterns. Eden and Kang Hyun stand back-to-back, searching for a target that has vanished into thin air. Two hunters look around in shock. The enemy is gone. Eden wonders aloud if the man actually chose to run away rather than face them. Elsewhere, the alarms of the Grand Hall blare. An intruder alert echoes through the corridors, signaling that the threat has moved elsewhere. Inside a secure room, a female security lead barks orders at the VIPs, telling them to stay low and take defensive positions immediately. A series of heavy thuds vibrates through the wall. The woman looks back, cursing under her breath as the perimeter is breached. She stands ready with her guards, scanning the room in a panic. Her primary concern isn't just the intruder but the sudden disappearance of Eden. Her hand tightens around the hilt of her knife. She can feel the circle tightening around them, the unseen enemy closing in from all directions. She weighs her options in a split second. Should she try to force an escape with the VIPs, or is there only hope to hold out right here? The floor erupts in a violent explosion of stone and dust. The intruder has arrived, and the impact is enough to shake the entire foundation of the hall. Guards snap their heads toward the source of the noise, sweat beading on their brows as they prepare for a fight they aren't ready for. In another part of the field, a massive, bloodied ogre is struck by a precise beam of energy right between the eyes, its life extinguished in an instant. A shadow emerges from the debris, walking calmly through the settling dust. The real battle for the Grand Hall is only just beginning. His gaze sharpens, his eyes burning with a cold, crimson light that signals the end of mercy. Without a word, he unleashes a flurry of red mana tentacles, lashing out through the corridor like a living nightmare. One hunter barely manages to raise a hexagonal shield, the impact of the mana strike ringing out with a deafening thud. Chaos erupts as the guards are tossed aside like ragdolls, their screams of confusion echoing through the hall as they realize they're completely outmatched. The strain of the output is visible. A single trail of blood escapes the hunter's eye as he realizes his mana reserves are hitting a critical low. He knows he can't keep this up forever, shifting his focus toward a hit-and-run strategy to preserve what little strength he has left. His eyes lock onto a high-profile target standing defenseless amidst the carnage. A smirk plays on his lips as he feels a sudden surge of luck, his body radiating a blinding, divine aura. He focuses his remaining power into a massive, rotating mana drill, determined to take down the most dangerous threat before making his exit. Nearby, a hulking orc warrior stands battered and bloodied, the aftermath of a previous brutal exchange. The target can only watch in wide-eyed terror as the spiraling energy closes in, a point of no return. The hunter watches the destruction with a detached intensity, the very air around him vibrating with residual power. The red targeting line flickers across his vision, locking on to the next vital point with mechanical precision. He stands amidst the rubble of the Grand Hall, the silence following the explosion more heavy than the noise itself. Exhaling a long, weary breath, he finally allows himself a moment of respite as the dust begins to settle. The story stretches back centuries to a realm consumed by suffering and the desperate hope for a summoned hero. Suddenly, the system interface flickers to life, welcoming the man to this new world as he lets out a cry of pure disbelief. The peace is short-lived, a monstrous roar tears through the air, proving that the nightmare is far from over. Rewinding 5 minutes, the hunter and his manager stand in a room choked with thick, crimson mist. The manager scans the area frantically, cursing under his breath as their target seemingly vanishes into thin air. The heavy mana saturation in the atmosphere acts as a shroud, making it nearly impossible for even the most skilled hunters to track movement. The hunter's instincts flare, his eyes widening as he catches a faint trace of mana that the others missed. He barks an order at the manager, demanding he follow along before the trail goes cold. Manager tries to piece it together, sweating as he wonders if the hunter has actually found the escape route. Despite the language barrier of the situation, the manager feels a strange sense of synchronization with the young hunter's confidence. Misinterpreting the plan, the manager enthusiastically agrees to a split search strategy and bolts down the hallway. The hunter is left standing there, completely bewildered by the sudden burst of misplaced enthusiasm. The scene shifts to a surreal dreamscape where the man finds himself arguing with a woman over whose dream this actually is. She looks around the volcanic cavern in shock, struggling to process the sudden talk of saving the entire planet. Back in reality, a military transport comes under heavy fire, the soldiers inside screaming for the driver to floor it. Manager continues his sprint, grumbling about the hunter's misleading thumbs up that led to this confusion. The hunter simply shrugs it off with a sigh, deciding to just roll with the chaos as he prepares for the next clash. He turns his back on the confusion, heading toward the sound of the other battle to provide much-needed support. Nearby, a hunter wreathed in blue lightning chains prepares to strike, his face twisted into a manic grin. The battlefield is a mess of clashing steel and magic, with every hunter fighting for their lives against the encroaching darkness. A woman watches the display of raw power from the sidelines, her eyes wide with genuine awe at the spectacle unfolding before her. The battlefield is a chaotic dance of steel and magic. An archer lets fly a glowing arrow, noting that while this is their first time fighting together, the coordination feels as natural as if they've been a team for a lifetime. Hyun watches the unfolding carnage with wide-eyed disbelief. She wonders how such a level of synergy is even possible, realizing that Kang Hyun fights as if he spent years training against the most unpredictable opponents imaginable. As she observes the sheer efficiency of the combat, a new thought takes root. If fighting with a team could be this seamless, perhaps the idea of joining a guild isn't as restrictive as she once feared. The weight of the situation presses down on her, the ghostly image of past failures flickering behind her eyes as the intensity of the present battle reaches a fever pitch. Suddenly, a massive, mutated beast slams into a military vehicle with primal fury, the screeching of metal echoing through the war-torn streets. Hyun shakes her head, snapping herself out of her reverie. She can't afford to be distracted now, not when the air is thick with the scent of ozone and blood. On the front lines, a blonde hunter kicks aside a fallen foe with utter contempt. To him, these enemies are nothing more than simple-minded obstacles, annoyingly durable but lacking any real challenge. He sighs, wishing for someone with real power like Kang Hyun to liven things up. His boredom is interrupted by a sharp shout from the sidelines, demanding he stop posturing and start helping. Manager Kim stands ready, his suit pristine despite the chaos. He apologizes for his momentary lapse in manners, his hand tightening on the hilt of his blade. He admits to being momentarily distracted by the sheer number of high-level ability users appearing in Korea. It seems the scales of power are shifting faster than anyone anticipated. With a sudden burst of speed, he announces his entry into the fray, his boot cracking the pavement as he lunges forward. A massive crescent of energy tears through the air, a devastating slash that clears the path and sends enemies flying in every direction. The impact is thunderous, a shockwave of raw force that levels the surrounding debris. Dust and smoke fill the corridor as the ground itself groans under the weight of the destruction. A hand trembles against the cold floor. A voice whispers through the haze, desperately asking if the target has finally been neutralized. Another flash of light erupts, a secondary strike meant to ensure that nothing remains standing. Manager Kim looks down, his expression grim. He knows that in this world, enough is never truly enough. Nearby, a soldier grips his weapon, recalling the orders from team leader Shin Tae-gil to capture the targets alive. However, looking at the threat before him, he decides that some rules are meant to be broken. Kang Hyun's eyes narrow, a cold, predatory light gleaming within them. He notes that the order was only if possible, and right now, it doesn't seem very possible at all. He heaves a massive stone hammer over his shoulder, the sheer weight of the weapon causing the air to whistle. It's time to handle this with a bit more permanence. The hammer descends with the force of a falling star, pulverizing the ground and everything beneath it in a single, bone-shattering instant. Kang Hyun blinks in surprise as the dust settles. The crater is empty. His target has vanished into thin air. He looks around the ruined hall, his grip tightening on the handle of his weapon. He growls, wondering where the coward could have retreated to. A shadow flickers behind him. Kang Hyun senses the presence immediately, his instincts screaming of a new, far more dangerous threat lurking in the darkness. His pupils dilate as he catches a glimpse of a hooded figure standing over the fallen manager Kim. This isn't just another lackey. The hooded stranger looks down at the defeated manager with a dismissive curse before turning their attention toward Kang Hyun, demanding to know his identity. In the distance, a red-skinned monster leaps into the air, its spear poised for a lethal strike against the distracted soldiers. Manager Kim lies motionless on the floor, the battle having taken a severe toll on his strength. Kang Hyun squares his shoulders, facing the hooded intruder. He isn't intimidated. If anything, the challenge only fuels his resolve. The stranger draws a blade, the air around them shimmering with killing intent. They ask if Kang Hyun is truly prepared to fight. With a feral grin, Kang Hyun draws a short sword, purple lightning beginning to crackle along the blade. He welcomes the challenge, telling the stranger to bring their best. The hooded figure vanishes, reappearing in a blur of motion as they launch a high-speed assault. Steel clashes against steel in a shower of sparks, the impact ringing out like a funeral bell through the hall. Kang Hyun weaves through a flurry of slashes, his movements precise and calculated. He's measuring his opponent, looking for the slightest opening. He blocks a heavy overhead strike, the force of it vibrating through his arms. He realizes this opponent is on a completely different level than the fodder from before. In his mind, he compares the stranger's speed and technique to legendary figures he's heard of. This isn't just skill, it's a mastery that borders on the supernatural. Soldiers watching from the perimeter can only gape in shock, unable to even track the movements of the two combatants. The hooded figure continues their relentless pursuit, wondering where another monster of Kang Hyun's caliber could have possibly come from. Kang Hyun takes a deep breath, his mana beginning to swirl around him in a violent vortex. He hadn't planned on revealing this technique yet, but for an opponent like this, he'll make an exception. The hooded figure's eyes widen in an instant of pure shock, sensing the sudden, violent shift in the atmosphere. The sharp hiss of steel, the mysterious warrior unsheathes a blade that hums with a dangerous, golden mana. The two forces collide in a blinding flash of blue and gold, the shockwave threatening to tear the very room apart. Kang Hyun grits his teeth, his face slick with sweat as he feels the staggering weight behind his opponent's strike. It becomes a frantic dance of death, blades clashing so rapidly they create a continuous ring of shrieking metal. Every parry and thrust is a gamble with life, the sparks flying like dying stars between the two combatants. A massive detonation of energy erupts from the center of the duel, sending debris flying in every direction. Manager Kim Kyu-sik recoils from the blast, his mind reeling as he struggles to comprehend the sheer scale of this battle. The hooded figure lunges through the smoke, their movements possessing a terrifying, predatory speed. A violent spray of crimson mana marks the next impact, the air itself screaming under the pressure of the exchange. Instead of backing down, Kang Hyun breaks into a wild, manic grin. This is the thrill he's been searching for. Manager Kim Kyu-sik watches with wide eyes, completely overwhelmed by the crushing pressure radiating from the two fighters. He thinks of Han Se-yeon, one of Korea's top hunters, and wonders how many more monsters like this are hiding in the shadows. The blades lock once more, the friction creating a high-pitched whine that pierces the ears of everyone nearby. Despite the heavy tactical gear, Kang Hyun notices the feminine grace and bone structure in his opponent's movements. This is overwhelming power, the kind of strength one only expects from a graduate of the brutal tutorial. Kang Hyun's boots skid across the floor as he's pushed back, the force of the duel leaving no room for error. His eyes narrow, focusing on the person hidden beneath the cloak as he tries to piece together their identity. The hood shifts, revealing the calm, determined face of the woman challenging him. Outside, the shockwaves from their clash are so intense they flip military vehicles as if they were made of paper. Kang Hyun stands his ground, asking the question burning in his mind, "Are you Han Se-yeon?" Silent step forward is the only answer he receives, the tension in the air reaching a breaking point. Kang Hyun sighs, readying his blade once more. If she won't talk, he'll make her speak through combat. "Fine, I'll just have to capture you and find out for myself," he declares with a ferocious laugh. Collide again with the force of a falling mountain, the impact sending a fresh wave of sparks into the air. The exchange is relentless, a blur of silver and shadow that leaves the walls scarred with deep gouges. Neither gives an inch, their blades locked in a struggle for dominance that defies human limits. Every strike is faster than the last, a deadly rhythm that only the most elite hunters could hope to follow. Surrounding convoy is decimated, the soldiers shouting in terror as the world around them is torn apart. Kang Hyun grunts, the strain of the mana vortex beginning to take its toll on his body. His hands tremble against the hilt. This high-level technique is consuming his mana far too quickly. He curses his previous encounter with Choi Min-jun. He entered this fight already drained. The opponent seizes the moment of hesitation, drawing back for a strike aimed at his blind spot. Kang Hyun barely parries, the impact vibrating through his bones and rattling his very soul. His eyes widen as he realizes he's not just fighting one person, the floor itself begins to glow with a sinister light. Suddenly, glowing red bindings erupt from the ground, wrapping around Kang Hyun and pinning him in place. Choi Min-sik sneers from the ground, his hand outstretched as he traps the hunter. "You little piece of..." Kang Hyun snarls as the blade descends. The blade descends, and Kang Hyun's face contorts in a silent scream as crimson blood erupts around him. Distorted reflection of a bloodied, enraged Kang Hyun stares back from the glass, a silent exclamation of shock or pain escaping his lips. The hooded figure moves with lethal precision, its blade carving through an armored combatant as crimson sprays across the chaotic scene. The battle's grim aftermath is evident as a bloodied blade lies discarded amidst crimson splatters, a testament to the brutal exchange. Dust and smoke billow, obscuring the view as the sounds of battle slowly fade into an eerie silence. Kang Hyun lies broken on the ground, his armor stained with blood, each ragged breath a struggle against the pain. A pained gasp escapes Kang Hyun's lips, his gaze distant as blood streaks down his face. Kang Hyun observes his arm, its regeneration inexplicably slowing. He realizes with a jolt that his mana reserves are completely depleted, leaving him vulnerable. Manager Kim Kyu-sik watches a distant hooded figure, his mind seething with silent fury at the bastards responsible for this chaos. A wave of disbelief washes over Manager Kim Kyu-sik as he questions the absence of the president's supposed protectors, the big shots of their nation. A defeated sigh escapes Kang Hyun as he lies abandoned, wondering why no one has come to his aid. The masked individual, having completed their grim task, casually swings their blade before walking away, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Kang Hyun stares in horror at the ravaged city street, his mind reeling from the devastation. He questions aloud, what the hell happened? What should we do now? The masked figure steps over the fallen, their internal monologue questioning whether to flee the scene. As consciousness fades, the masked individual's resolve crumbles. To hell with this, they think, believing they've done all they could. Kang Hyun lies still, accepting his fate. What's the worst that can happen? He muses, I die. Suddenly, Kang Hyun's eyes snap open, a flicker of awareness returning to his gaze. Kang Hyun awakens in a hospital bed, his surroundings unfamiliar. He utters, disoriented. Outside the hospital, an unseen voice questions, you're saying you lost them, revealing the ongoing search for the culprits. Manager Kim Kyu-sik bows his head in apology, explaining that after Kang Hyun collapsed, the report indicates a masked individual fled the scene. The report confirms that a masked individual secured Choi Min-sik and swiftly fled the scene, leaving no trace. The chaotic aftermath of the battle reveals that several remaining hostiles also managed to escape, adding to the growing concern. Hi-rin, still reeling from the events, wonders if she's trapped in a bizarre dream, questioning the sudden talk of saving the Earth or whatever. Hi-rin calls out to Kang Hyun, pulling him back to reality. The grim reality of the dungeon unfolds as a monstrous entity stands amidst a truckload of fallen bodies, a testament to its brutal power. The official informs them they are tracking both groups, but Kang Hyun interjects with a polite excuse me. Kang Hyun scoffs at their incompetence, demanding to know how they failed to apprehend the culprits despite the numerous personnel. He asserts, honestly, you guys can't get anything done without me. The official, unable to refute the harsh truth, admits his regret. The female official, calmly peeling an apple, shifts the conversation to the ruined summit meeting, questioning their next steps after such a major incident. The male official responds, acknowledging the significant damage and the potential repercussions for Shin Tae-gil, hinting at a possible dismissal. The TV broadcasts news of the U.S. president's survival. The official explains that the incident was deemed an act of God and paradoxically, it presents an opportunity to re-evaluate Korea's strength. The official expresses gratitude to everyone present for their efforts in minimizing the damage, offering a sincere thank you once again. The official sternly requests Kang Hyun to stop speaking informally, but Kang Hyun playfully dismisses it, believing they are close enough for such familiarity. Kang Hyun's expression turns serious as he prepares to voice a concern, a single word hanging in the air, but the official confirms their inability to track the culprits. Unfortunately, no, he states, explaining they likely used an item that completely bypassed CCTV surveillance. In a sudden flash, Kang Hyun recalls the past, his face etched with surprise as he stares blankly forward. The official pauses, considering the situation, while Kang Hyun, with a knowing look, confirms his suspicions. The official, with a shrewd gaze, asks Kang Hyun, you have a hunch, don't you? The official confirms Kang Hyun's intuition, revealing, yes, there is a primary suspect. Kang Hyun thought back to his conversation with the official. They had insisted they couldn't act on mere suspicion and needed to keep the matter quiet until definitive evidence emerged. He sighed, accepting the situation with a resigned, fine, whatever. His thoughts continued to swirl in a quiet internal monologue. It's not like. He concluded his reflection with a sense of fatalism. It's my problem, anyway. High above the clouds, a massive passenger jet soared. Inside, a voice questioned, where on earth have you been? A blond man named Eden leaned back in his seat with a casual smirk. You're asking the obvious. I was out fighting. I thought this was a small country, but it turns out there are plenty of interesting ability users here, he mused. Across from him, a woman in a suit sighed. Eden, our objective was to escort the target. She continued firmly, not to suppress terrorists. Her tone then shifted as she asked, so? Grim flashback showed Kang Hyun lying bloodied and broken, while the woman's voice echoed, are you saying you just left that man to fight all alone until he ended up in that state? The memory intensified, showing a monstrous, blood-splattered weapon on the ground, a testament to the brutal battle Kang Hyun had endured. Back on the plane, the woman in the suit regarded Eden with a cool gaze. What are you talking about? You seem to be misunderstanding something. Eden, looking exasperated, countered, that was not a fight we could have interfered with. He trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. The woman crossed her arms and glanced out the window. Badass guild. Kang Hyun, was it? She mused. Her thoughts drifted across the vast sky with a lingering premonition. For some reason, I have a feeling we'll meet again. The scene shifted to the next day, revealing the imposing Badass Guild headquarters under a clear sky. A sign for the meeting room hung on the wall as an unseen voice began, so. Kang Hyun sat across the table, arms crossed, listening as the voice continued, "You're saying you want to join our guild?" Hyun, dressed in a frilly pink outfit, sat with her own arms crossed. "Well," she began. Kang Hyun met her gaze, his expression unreadable as a silent challenge passed between them. Hyun's annoyance was clear, her eyes narrowing into a silent glare. Suddenly, an image of a monstrous, red-eyed creature engulfed in purple and red energy flashed, a jarring reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows. Kang Hyun's focus wavered for a moment as a flicker of memory crossed his face. Hyun's irritation deepened as she kept her gaze fixed on him. Hyun cleared her throat loudly, ahem, trying to regain Kang Hyun's attention. "What?" Kang Hyun snapped. "Why are you staring like that?" Hyun retorted. "You're the one who glared first," he shot back. Incensed, Hyun declared, "I was just wondering how someone could be so ugly." Without missing a beat, Kang Hyun stood up and dismissed her. "Fail. Get out." Hyun gasped. "What?" As Kang Hyun turned to leave, Hyun protested indignantly. "Do you know how valuable I am? There are dozens of guilds trying to recruit me." Kang Hyun's hand reached for the doorknob, his voice unwavering. "Then go pick one." He emphasized his point with a raised fist, giving a final, unequivocal command. "Get out." Hyun slammed her hands on the table, a furious growl escaping her lips. "You'll regret this." Kang Hyun remained completely unfazed, simply rubbing his nose and ignoring her outburst. Scene shifted to a hospital where an official informed Kang Hyun, "The government has decided to support you more actively, Mr. Kang Hyun." All of a sudden, Kang Hyun asked. Inside the hospital room, the official explained, "The recent terror attack has greatly changed public perception of ability users. Some argue they should be strictly regulated because they're dangerous." He continued as a blurry image of Kang Hyun in combat flashed, "But everyone has also realized how important each ability user is as a strategic asset. The president intends to support ability users more actively," the official concluded. Kang Hyun, munching on a snack, asked, "But why me? There's Han Seon and Dongwoo too." The official clarified, "Of course, support will be distributed among everyone. However, we are investing more heavily in you." "I mean, why?" Kang Hyun pressed. Kang Hyun's eyes widened in shock as the official revealed, "Because the government estimates your combat power to be #1 in the country." Taking another bite of his snack, Kang Hyun pondered the official's next question. "And, do you know the common trait of those who form large groups early on?" A thought bubble appeared over Kang Hyun. "They're attention seekers." The official began to confirm. "Yes, that's COR." "No, that's not it," Kang Hyun interrupted, a new realization striking him. A heavy scent of exhaust and mystery hangs over the city as camouflaged military trucks line the streets, signaling that something far beyond a standard raid is unfolding in the shadows. Back in the quiet of the hospital, Kang Hyun looks at his companion with a skeptical gaze, asking if his status as a nobody is what truly sets him apart from the elite hunters. Manager Kim Kyu-sik quickly denies the slight, but the atmosphere remains heavy as he notes that individuals driven by their own fierce ambitions eventually reach a crossroads where their goals can no longer align. Kang Hyun doesn't flinch, his eyes sharp with a rebellious glint. He makes it clear that he isn't the type to follow orders blindly. He will forge his own path regardless of the guild's expectations. Manager Kim Kyu-sik sighs, offering a final piece of advice. Kang Hyun needs to grow strong enough so that no one, not even the highest authorities, can ever hope to touch him. Dismissing the gravity of the moment with a casual gesture, Kang Hyun mumbles about growing stronger, his mind already moving toward the next challenge. Later, standing in the hallway in his signature leather jacket, Kang Hyun realizes that personal growth isn't enough. He needs to elevate the entire guild to survive what's coming. He turns to the pink-haired mage, Hyun, with a playful yet challenging smirk, offering her a test. If she can pass, he'll personally welcome her into the fold. Hyun narrows her eyes, her curiosity piqued but her guard up. She demands to know exactly what kind of trial this nobody has in mind for her. Kang Hyun's grin widens, a look of pure confidence that suggests he's already planned out every move of the upcoming confrontation. Meanwhile, on the front lines, chaos erupts. Soldiers scramble as reports come in that the 3rd Squad has been decimated by an unseen force. Ignoring the military's panic, a black van covered in badass graffiti drifts through the city streets, carrying the guild's core members to their next destination. Inside, the driver, Jae-moon, grumbles about being stuck behind the wheel despite the mountain of paperwork waiting for him back at the office. Kang Hyun just laughs it off, praising Jae-moon's smooth driving while the driver jokingly threatens to hit the next speed bump at 60 kilometers an hour. Hyun shifts the conversation, mentioning she heard Kang Hyun fought alongside Seo-na and An Yuseong recently, her eyes searching for his reaction. She admits that team combat wasn't as bad as she expected, hinting that the experience might be the real reason she's considering joining the guild. Kang Hyun goes quiet, staring at her with an intensity that makes the air in the van feel thin. He's reading between the lines of her casual admission. He suddenly drops the name Shin Seo-na, catching Hyun off guard as she wonders why he's bringing up her past associates so abruptly. When he mentions An Yuseong, Hyun visibly flinches, her composure cracking for a split second. Back on the battlefield, the situation turns dire. Soldiers scream for a signalman and immediate support as their perimeter is breached. Kang Hyun lets out a wild, almost predatory grin, clearly enjoying the chaos and the psychological game he's playing with his potential recruit. He teases her, suggesting she only wants to join because of a certain someone's handsome face. Hyun explodes in a fit of embarrassed rage, denying it instantly. As the van swerves wildly, Kang Hyun continues to poke fun at her being a face-obsessed otaku while Jae-moon tries to pull off a high-speed drift. They finally arrive at the test site. A crowd of hunters gathers, whispering as they recognize the infamous Kang Hyun standing in the center of the field. The onlookers gossip, confused by the sight of a young girl in a frilly dress facing off against the country's most unpredictable fighter. Kang Hyun stands his ground, completely unarmed and relaxed. He simply tells her to give it everything she's got. Hyun knows the rumors that this man is a pervert who sells his own figures, but his raw power is supposedly the highest in the entire country. She doesn't expect to win, but she's determined to at least force him to take her seriously. Channeling her mana, she reasons that if he's going to stand there defenseless, she'll make sure her first hit is a devastating one. The soldiers nearby clutch their heads as the sheer pressure of the mana being gathered begins to distort the air around them. A massive pillar of fire erupts, engulfing Kang Hyun, but as the smoke clears, he stands there completely unscathed, casually asking her what she's doing. Hyun's eyes widen in shock. Her strongest opening move didn't even singe his clothes. She quickly recovers, claiming that was just a warm-up. Now, it's time for the real show to begin. Kang Hyun watches as multicolored magic circles flare to life around her, the true battle finally commencing. A massive explosion rocks the training grounds, the shockwave tearing through the landscape as Hyun unleashes her full arsenal. With magic circles glowing like neon sigils against the sky, Hyun prepares to prove that she belongs in the top tier of hunters. The air shatters as a powerful explosion erupts. A blinding flash of light and force tears through the training ground, marking the intensity of Hyun's challenge. Amidst the chaos, Kang Hyun's foot lands with precise, unyielding force, his movements cutting through the aftermath with unnerving calm. Despite the brutal impacts, Kang Hyun grins, bloodied but utterly unfazed. A chilling smile spreads across his face. Kang Hyun's grin widens as he mockingly challenges Hyun. Are you kidding me? Hyun, visibly frustrated, criticizes the predictability of his moves. Your attacks are way too straightforward. I heard you were good enough to take on Yuseong. A monstrous figure looms on a distant building, spear in hand, while another, closer, grins with chilling red eyes and mutters, my. As Kang Hyun strides forward, Hyun's thoughts race. She questions if his level has dropped, wondering, what the hell is this lunatic? Hyun observes Kang Hyun, realizing with shock that he's not only unfazed by her attacks, but his wounds are actively regenerating before her eyes. The distance between them vanishes. Their feet now stand mere inches apart on the dusty ground, signaling an impending close-quarters clash. Towering over Hyun, Kang Hyun coolly points out her tactical error. For a mage, giving up the distance this easily is a major disadvantage. With surprising agility, Hyun launches a powerful kick aimed at Kang Hyun's chest. He instinctively raises an arm to block the blow. Kang Hyun's hand bleeds as he catches Hyun's sharp, unseen attack. The impact draws blood, but his resolve remains unbroken. Hyun's eyes widen in disbelief as Kang Hyun's fist lures toward her. The swift counterattack leaves her stunned. With a quick, decisive flick of his fingers, Kang Hyun delivers a precise, impactful strike. A sharp, resounding crack echoes through the air, signifying a direct and forceful hit. Reflected in Hyun's dazed, Kang Hyun's image stands clear, a stark reminder of the blow she just took. Kang Hyun stands over the prone Hyun, gently tapping her forehead as he calls out, Hey, wake up, boy. Kang Hyun asks the surrounding soldiers for water. One quickly responds, offering his own. I have some. A masked soldier's eyes widen in disbelief, questioning the order to send a single civilian. Just one person, a civilian. A sudden splash of water hits Hyun's face, jolting her awake with a gasp. Hyun, disoriented, exclaims, What happened? Kang Hyun coolly replies, What do you think? You got knocked out by a single hit. Kang Hyun's blunt assessment, You failed, kid, crushes Hyun. She is left speechless, only able to utter, What? Hyun stammers, unable to form a coherent sentence, while Kang Hyun looks at her and simply asks, Huh? Hyun bursts into dramatic tears, wailing loudly, which elicits a confused from Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun, unfazed by her tears, dismissively tells her she's too weak to join his guild. Hyun angrily retorts, Who do you think you are? How can you say that? Hyun passionately defends her efforts. Do you know how hard I worked? Kang Hyun simply smirks and advises her, If you're that mad, get stronger. Undeterred, Hyun defiantly declares, I'm joining no matter what. Let me in. Kang Hyun hums thoughtfully, Kang Hyun internally assesses Hyun, acknowledging her awkward PvP skills but concluding, she's definitely useful. Kang Hyun admits to teasing Hyun because her reactions are entertaining. He agrees to accept her into the guild but with one condition, which makes Hyun nervously question a condition. A massive monster leaps toward a speeding military truck. The soldiers brace for impact while Choi Min-se curses the escalating chaos. I'm going to go crazy, damn it. A monstrous, clawed hand extends, its sharp talons poised to strike with lethal intent. The scene concludes with the title card, I Alone Resurrect. Further production details are presented acknowledging the creative team. Chapter ends with a call to action. Visit readscans.com for faster updates. Kang Hyun doesn't waste any time establishing the new hierarchy, raising a finger to signal the first of his non-negotiable terms. He demands absolute respect and unconditional obedience, leaving Hyun stunned as she processes the weight of his words. Hyun stares back in disbelief, her mind racing with the disturbing image she has of Kang Hyun as some kind of eccentric pervert. The thought of following orders from someone she views as a total freak sends a wave of pure embarrassment and horror through her. After an hour-long shouting match filled with threats and insults, Hyun finally gives in and signs the guild application. Meanwhile, at Haesong Daycare, the sun shines over a playground where children run and play, seemingly without a care in the world. But hidden among the leaves, a predatory mantis waits, unaware that it is about to become the target of a different kind of predator. With a sudden, aggressive motion, a small hand snatches the insect right off its perch. One of the children immediately calls out to the teacher, reporting that An Yuxiang is back to his disturbing habit of bullying bugs. The teacher gently scolds the boy, reminding him that all living things are precious, but An Yuxiang just stares back with empty, hollow eyes. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a chaotic battlefield, the sound of gunfire and screams echoing through a fractured memory. Back at the daycare, the teachers discuss the boy's strange behavior, their voices hushed and filled with concern. They whisper about bruises found on his body and the possibility of abuse, but ultimately decide it's safer to just look the other way. Years later, a beautiful butterfly flutters through the clear blue sky, a symbol of a peace that feels almost fragile. Yuxiang, now a young man, walks through a modern park, his hands buried deep in his pockets and a neutral expression on his face. He watches the insects around him, the same cold curiosity from his childhood still lingering behind his eyes. A quiet whoops escapes his lips as he interacts with the world around him, a mask of normalcy covering something much darker. His shadow looms over a mantis on the pavement, a silent threat that the insect can't possibly understand. He reaches out, his movements precise and practiced, as if he's done this 1,000 times before. He marvels at how peaceful and fun life has become, a stark contrast to the suffocation he once felt. The memory of combat flashes back, the jarring kick of a rifle and the smell of gunpowder cutting through his peaceful afternoon. He remembers the day he got his first piercing, a desperate attempt to feel something through the numbness that consumed him. That was the day the tutorial began, changing the trajectory of his life forever. It was a world of blood, violence, and constant death, a brutal environment that most would find horrifying. For him, it was an outlet for his inherent aggression, a way to vent an aimless desire for total destruction. In that moment of pure carnage, with blood splattered across his face, he finally felt truly alive. The sound of a vending machine brings him back to reality, the clatter of a bottle breaking the silence of his thoughts. He drinks deeply, reflecting on how long it's been since he finally managed to keep those uncontrollable urges in check. Images of his past selves, violent, blood-soaked, and grinning, loom behind him like ghosts of a life he's trying to manage. He tosses the empty bottle into a bin, his mind turning toward Kang Hyun, whom he finds to be an incredibly interesting person. A sudden beat from his pocket interrupts his stroll, drawing his attention away from the peaceful park. The memory of the soldier resurfaces for a split second, a reminder that the world of violence is never truly far away. He pulls out his phone, his expression shifting to one of mild curiosity as he sees who is contacting him. The screen displays a call from Secretary Kang, a name that carries significant weight in his current life. Camera pans up to the towering Haesong building, a glass monolith reflecting the afternoon sun. Inside a high-end office, Choi Min-sik stands by the window, overlooking the city he intends to dominate. He meticulously cleans the leaves of a plant, noting with a cold smirk that An Yuxiang has finally done something useful. Mentioning the Bades Guild and Kang Hyun, Choi Min-sik concludes that everything is falling perfectly into place for his next move. Inside the high-rise corporate office, an assistant confirms the target's location. When asked where he is, she calmly reports that he is currently on the first floor. The elevator chimes as it reaches its destination. Stepping out with a focused expression, Choi Min-sik acknowledges the summons with a brief, respectful, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, a brutal flashback of a dungeon raid flickers through the mind, a monstrous entity lunging at a helpless soldier. The internal narrative laments the timing, cursing that things had to break down right now. Entering the opulent CEO office, Choi Min-sik stands before the large desk overlooking the city skyline. He announces his arrival, addressing the man by the window as father. The man turns, revealing the cold, weathered face of An Musiak, the powerful chairman of the Haesong group. His gaze is sharp, carrying the weight of absolute authority. An Musiak mentions he's heard of Choi Min-sik's recent activities with the Bades Guild. Choi Min-sik confirms it with a simple yes, but his trembling hands betray his deep-seated anxiety. The chairman doesn't waste time on pleasantries. He issues a direct, chilling command, "Bring that guy, Kang Hyun, to me." Stunned by the request, Choi Min-sik can only manage a confused pardon. The chairman's patience thins instantly as he snaps, asking if he hadn't heard him the first time. Choi Min-sik hesitates, his voice trailing off as he tries to process the implications of bringing a wild card like Kang Hyun into his father's presence. He knows Kang Hyun's nature better than anyone. While Kang Hyun might be reckless, he isn't the type to cause harm without a reason. However, Kang Hyun is also not the type to let an insult slide. If he were to face the authoritarian on Musiak, Choi Min-sik is certain he would stir up a storm. The mental image of a clash between them is violent. A heavy object is thrown, shattering against the wall as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. On Musiak smokes calmly, but his words are laced with a dark promise. He warns that if Kang Hyun causes trouble, he will never let it go. Extinguishing his cigarette with a cold finality, the chairman reiterates that no matter how strong Kang Hyun thinks he is not beyond the reach of the Hyezong group. Finding a rare spark of defiance, Choi Min-sik looks down and mutters a soft but firm refusal. He simply says, "I can't." The chairman's eyes widen in genuine shock. He lets out a sharp "what?" unable to believe his son would dare to disobey a direct order. Choi Min-sik looks his father in the eye, sweat beading on his forehead but his resolve holding steady. He repeats his refusal, stating clearly that he won't do it. A loud thud echoes through the office as Choi Min-sik exits, slamming the heavy doors behind him in a rare display of rebellion. Silence returns to the room. On Musiak sits in the shadows, his head bowed as he contemplates this unexpected defiance from his son. Breaking the silence, the chairman calls for his assistant. Secretary Kang responds immediately, stepping forward to await her next instructions. Screen flashes with the image of a powerful monster being struck down, a reminder of the raw power that Kang Hyun possesses and why the chairman is so interested. On Musiak's expression hardens into one of absolute malice. He repeats the order to his secretary, "That guy, Kang Hyun, bring him to me." The scene shifts to the exterior parking lot of the Badass Guild, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A car pulls into a spot with a sharp screech of tires, signaling the return of the hunters from their latest mission. As they step out, Hyun asks if the raid was easier than expected. Kang Hyun confirms it with a relaxed yes, looking remarkably unfazed. Hyun reflects on their recent struggles in the forest of Benandi, admitting she never thought just two people could clear a C-rank dungeon so efficiently. Kang Hyun notes that the forest of Benandi was likely an outlier. He suspects it represented the absolute peak difficulty for C-rank Ace. Hyun mentions a B-rank dungeon that recently appeared, but Kang Hyun's casual attitude toward danger makes her wonder if he even knows the meaning of the word cautious. Their conversation is cut short as a figure blocks their path. Kang Hyun stops in his tracks, letting out a surprised "huh" as he looks up. Choi Min-sik stands before them, looking exhausted, his usual arrogance replaced by a subdued tone. Kang Hyun, sensing something is off, asks him, "Where have you been?" A brief flashback of a brutal impact flashes, a reminder of the violence that follows these men wherever they go. Choi Min-sik forces a smirk, claiming he was simply at home, though his disheveled appearance suggests otherwise. Kang Hyun narrows his eyes, sensing that something is off. He lets out a skeptical as he studies the other man's face. Sensing the tension, Kang Hyun asks directly if something is going on. Choi Min-sik can only manage a weak pardon as he prepares to deliver the chairman's message. Sensing the lingering tension, Kang Hyun decides to drop the subject, telling the others that if it's nothing, they should just forget it. Manager Kim watches him walk away, a faint, knowing smirk playing on his lips as the sun begins to set behind the city skyline. Later, Kang Hyun cracks open a cold can of Sound of Vitality. The crisp sound of the tab pulling back is followed by a long, satisfying gulp. He lets out a deep sigh of contentment, lounging in the guild's high-end common area. To him, this luxury is the only reason to keep running dangerous dungeons. He brings up the topic of the guild's expansion, reminding Kang Hyun of the plans they had previously discussed. Kang Hyun confirms the plan, noting that team leader Shin Tae-gil promised massive support to help them scale up their operations. In his mind, Kang Hyun remains fiercely protective of his goals. He warns against anyone treating his ambition as their own dream because this path belongs to him alone. He questions the reality of his situation, wondering how a dream could feel so visceral, with heat so intense and conversations so natural. Suddenly, the calm is shattered by a violent impact on a city street, sending a shockwave of dust past a military truck. Returning to the present, Kang Hyun asks for an update on the recruitment process, curious about the progress. Manager Kim looks utterly drained, explaining that while they started recruiting, the sheer volume of interest forced them to stop. They had to close applications after only 2 days because they were completely flooded with candidates. Kang Hyun is taken aback by the scale of the response, asking exactly how many people applied in such a short time. Manager Kim reveals the staggering number, 5,000 people. The office is now buried under literal mountains of paperwork. Hyun points out that having too many applicants is its own problem and suggests they begin conducting interviews immediately. Choi Min-sik suggests a bolder move, just accept every single one of them to become the largest guild in the entire country. A spark of inspiration hits Kang Hyun. He snaps his fingers, realizing that a massive scale-up is exactly what they need. The scene shifts to Earthhawk Basin. While dungeon ownership isn't legally protected, the territory is a contested zone of high value. The basin is famous for its space rental service and is currently the recognized property of the powerful Nest Guild. However, trouble is brewing. A figure lies defeated on the ground as dust settles around the perimeter of the basin. Inside the Nest Guild headquarters, a heavy fist slams onto a desk in a display of pure, unadulterated fury. Choi Min-sik is livid. He's just been told that the badass guild is invading their rental space yet again, using it all day, every day. He fumes, clutching his head in frustration. If they keep using the basin for free, his entire business model will collapse. His aide confirms the dire situation, noting that they were fully booked with regular clients who are now being pushed out. Choi Min-sik grits his teeth so hard they might shatter. His patience has officially reached its breaking point. The voice dripping with venom, he declares that he's done with the current state of affairs, leaving his aide in shock. He roars an order to tell the intruders to go to hell. He's tired of being treated like a pushover just because he's been quiet. He kicks his chair aside with a violent crash, screaming that he really can't take this anymore. He plans to form an alliance with his regular guilds to show the invaders who's really the boss of this territory. He doesn't care about the logistics or the cost. He just wants his men out there to reclaim the basin immediately. At the basin, a guard spots a figure approaching in the distance and gasps in shock, wondering what's happening. Choi Min-sik stares intensely, the name Kang Hyun escaping his lips like a curse as he prepares for the confrontation. He vows to himself that he won't be humiliated this time, determined to protect his guild's reputation. A group of heavily armed guards stands ready at the gate, their eyes fixed on the approaching threat. They brandish spears and massive hammers, the leader asking if everyone is clear on the mission to defend the perimeter. Choi Min-sik's strategy is simple: pressure them with overwhelming numbers and settle this without a fight if possible. Signal is given as the targets come into view. The guards are ordered to raise their weapons and threaten the intruders. But as the dust clears, Choi Min-sik's expression shifts from aggression to pure, unadulterated shock. Choi Min-sik's face contorts in pure disbelief, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance, as the reality of the situation hits him like a physical blow. Kang Hyun looks around with a questioning gaze, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding chaos. He quickly moves to check on a cowering soldier, offering a brief moment of reassurance. Standing tall amidst the scattered figures, Kang Hyun directly questions the assembled group. A wide shot reveals the massive crowd of applicants gathered nervously in the open field, their collective silence broken only by hesitant stammering. Kang Hyun observes the scene, noting that the gathering appears to be composed of minor guilds. A steady stream of men in formal suits walks across the field, maintaining a sense of order amidst the growing crowd. The vast, open sky stretches overhead during a transition in the unfolding narrative. A man watches intently as another figure steps through a shimmering portal, marking the start of the gathering. Sweat beads on the man's brow as his face shows a mixture of apprehension and concern regarding the unfolding events. A thought bubble appears against the empty sky, reflecting the confusion shared by many present. A formal-looking man in a suit addresses the gathered applicants, extending a polite welcome to all who applied. A woman in a sharp suit interjects, suggesting they bypass a lengthy introductory speech. A sinister grin spreads across Kang Hyun's face, his eyes glowing red as he remarks on the hardships faced in such a situation. His hands come together in a seemingly reverent gesture, but the ominous glow surrounding them hints at a darker intent. With a chilling smile, Kang Hyun announces the commencement of the interviews. Kang Hyun's voice echoes across the open sky, commanding the attention of everyone present. Kang Hyun holds up a number ticket, confirming that all applicants have received their designated numbers. The crowd murmurs as the grouping system is explained, with teams of 100 being formed based on ticket numbers. A hand gestures emphatically as the rules are laid out, explaining that the interview will be a group practical test. As someone in the crowd questions if the test involves hunting, Kang Hyun reassures them with a smile that it is not. Kang Hyun issues a command for those with numbers 1 to 100 to step forward, initiating the first phase of the test. A close-up reveals Kang Hyun's disturbing grin, his dark eyes glinting with chilling anticipation. A hand holds up 3 fingers, visually emphasizing the 30-minute duration of the test. Kang Hyun clarifies the passing condition: applicants must endure and remain standing for the entire 30 minutes. A wave of horror sweeps through the applicants as they react to the stakes, but Kang Hyun calmly dismisses their fears. Kang Hyun questions the logic of the applicants fighting each other. With a confident stretch, Kang Hyun reveals the true challenge: they must hold out while fighting him. His smile widens into an arrogant smirk as he issues a direct challenge for them to come at him all at once. The title card appears: Solo Resurrection. In a lavish office, 2 men observe the events. One exclaims over Kang Hyun's power while the other reacts with hesitation. The standing man voices his apprehension about the situation, prompting the man on the couch to ask for clarification. The soldier's face contorts in terror, his eyes wide with fear as a blue, ethereal aura signals an overwhelming force. The blonde man on the couch dismisses any concerns, marveling at Kang Hyun's history of absolute dominance in combat. The standing man's face is etched with distress as he expresses his worry that the applicants will be the ones to suffer. A woman with dark hair sits composedly, offering a calm reassurance that things will be fine. The woman explains that healers were sent with the applicants, but reveals a pragmatic, cold perspective on the potential risks. The woman leans back with a chilling indifference, noting that even if the applicants perish, it will happen within the dungeon's depths where no evidence can ever be traced back to them. Manager Kim Kyusik can't shake his unease, insisting he needs to check on the situation himself, though his colleague simply dismisses him as being too soft. The chaos intensifies as ambulances flood the entrance, with frantic orders being barked to bring out every available blood pack immediately. Triage is a nightmare. The most severely injured are prioritized for the healers, who are being pushed to their absolute limits. Manager Kim Kyusik watches as the wounded are sorted, the minor injuries being ushered away to make room for the critical cases arriving by the second. In the middle of the madness, Kang Hyun stands amidst armed soldiers, shouting in frustration as they point their weapons at him, demanding to know if he doesn't appear human enough to them. A team leader tries to maintain order, shouting for the patients to be sorted accurately while Manager Kim Kyusik attempts to get his attention. Leader turns, sweat beading on his forehead as he confirms his identity to Manager Kim Kyusik amidst the deafening noise of the sirens. Han Si-hwan of the Beta Guild approaches, his expression grim as he identifies himself to the overwhelmed management team. Manager Kim Kyusik lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh, his eyes dark with the weight of the unfolding disaster as he asks what exactly is going on. He looks at Han Si-hwan, realizing the man has arrived for the scheduled interview despite the literal war zone surrounding them. Manager Kim Kyusik closes his eyes for a brief moment of respite, wondering if anything today is actually going according to plan. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a blood-soaked field where a man collapses in agony, the ground littered with the remnants of a brutal struggle. Bodies are strewn across the wasteland, and in the distance, a glowing portal flickers, signaling the arrival of the cleanup crew. Manager Kim Kyusik and Han Si-hwan step through the light, their eyes widening as they take in the sheer scale of the carnage before them. They find Kang Hyun standing over the fallen, his silhouette framed by the dust and debris of the battlefield. A soldier nearby is paralyzed with fear, stuttering as he tries to reconcile the fact that the person who caused this destruction is standing right in front of him. Kang Hyun turns his head, a faint, blood-spattered smirk playing on his lips as he senses their arrival. With a casual tone that betrays the violence of the scene, Kang Hyun simply states that the job is finished. Manager Kim Kyusik can only stare in shock, asking the obvious question as he surveys the mountains of defeated enemies. Kang Hyun looks at him with cold eyes, questioning if the support team is so incompetent that they can't even handle the aftermath of a clear. He lets out a sharp breath, his gaze piercing as he asks if this level of brutality was truly necessary to get the point across. Kang Hyun addresses Shin Tae-gil directly, asking if he understands the fundamental flaw in the current system of ability users. He points out the stagnation in the ranks, noting that while the dungeons grow more dangerous, the growth of the hunters has hit a dead end. Kang Hyun argues that the problem isn't a lack of power but a fundamental failure in the way these hunters think and train. A brief flashback reveals that not long ago, the world was a very different place for those who dared to enter the gates. Back then, even a single C-rank dungeon required the combined efforts of top guilds, and many nations failed to clear them entirely. The soldiers look at Kang Hyun with a mix of awe and suspicion, wondering if he is merely a volunteer or something far more dangerous. Now, B-rank dungeons are appearing with alarming frequency, yet the average level of ability users remains frustratingly static. Kang Hyun observes that the top-tier hunters are carrying the entire world on their shoulders while everyone else is stuck in the lower ranks, playing it safe. Shin Tae-gil sighs, admitting that while it is a significant problem, it seems almost unavoidable given the nature of human talent. Truth is harsh, not everyone is born with the same innate gifts, and very few possess the resolve to fight while staring death in the face. Shin Tae-gil looks at Kang Hyun, acknowledging the boy's point with a reluctant nod as the weight of the reality sinks in. Kang Hyun casts his eyes downward, his voice dropping as he admits that talent is the one thing he cannot change in others. He clenches his fist tightly, the blood on his knuckles a testament to the only thing that truly matters in this world: guts. Wild, predatory grin spreads across Kang Hyun's face as he declares that the only thing he needs is the guts to risk one's life. He vows that if he can find people with that spark, he has the power to make them truly strong regardless of their starting point. Kang Hyun points a blood-stained finger toward the horizon, telling Shin Tae-gil to look closely at what is coming next. The scene shifts violently into a hellish dreamscape of molten lava where a confused girl questions how the heat can feel so real if it's all just an illusion. Kang Hyun, a sinister smirk playing on his lips amidst the hellish landscape, remarks how easily the brain is tricked. He adds that the common belief of not feeling pain in dreams is a lie. Still disoriented, Kang Hyun stammers an apology, admitting he's a bit out of it. A nearby figure calmly replies that it's understandable, given Kang Hyun barely escaped death. The scene shifts to a grim image of a warrior, sword broken at her feet, embodying those who never let go of their weapons. Her bloodied face, though marred, reflects the fierce determination of seedlings ready to grow. A figure turns to Kang Hyun, declaring that he passes, then asks for his name. Kang Hyun's expression shifts to a startled confusion, a fresh wound visible on his cheek. Her body lies still on the ground, a chilling contrast to her earlier determination, a stark reminder of those who fell. onlooker notes that he has fainted as the scene pulls back to reveal the aftermath of a brutal trial. Later, this event would be known as Bede's recruitment or finding the second Kang Hyun. The recruitment was progressing even more effectively than expected as Kang Hyun's face contorts into a bloodied, unsettling grin. A sudden, bright flash fills the sky as if a momentous realization or turning point has arrived. The world of Vera bleeds, suffering for centuries under the unstoppable evil king. In desperation, the last oracle, Princess Luna, performed the oracle's requiem, a ritual to summon a hero from another world. Her only hope was to bring peace, but the summoned hero, Kang Hyun, reacts with utter shock and confusion, screaming out in disbelief. Grateful figure thanks Kang Hyun for his assistance, but Kang Hyun dismisses it, stating he wasn't driven by a sense of justice. A holographic system panel appears before Kang Hyun, welcoming him as the summoned one to the world of Vera. Below, a class selection interface offers choices: mage, warrior, cleric, and hunter, each with a brief description. The scene shifts to a vast, verdant forest identified by a system prompt as an E-rank dungeon, werewolf forest, where a small group of figures stands by a shimmering portal. Suddenly, a figure's face contorts in terror, a blood-curdling scream tearing from his throat. More desperate screams echo through the forest, hinting at unseen horrors unfolding within the trees. The remaining figures recoil in horror, one exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? What is this?" His eyes wide with fear, a figure questions if something terrible has happened, confirming that those are indeed people screaming. He's never heard anything so horrific, wondering if an entire guild is being wiped out. Desperate cry for "help me" rings out, but Kang Hyun's fist clenches, a silent, resolute no forming in his mind. Kang Hyun reflects on his past, questioning why he, a doctor, became an ability user. The answer solidifies in his mind: it was to save people. The blurry image of a monster in the distance triggers a chilling thought in Kang Hyun's mind: is it happening again? Kang Hyun, standing firm with his comrades, declares that they are united by the same purpose, vowing that no one will run away. With a powerful stomp, the command rings out, "Let's go," initiating a charge forward. A figure pauses, a bewildered "huh" escaping his lips. One figure questions who the approaching people are, while another frantically shouts for them to stop. Frantic figure warns Kang Hyun not to go in that direction, but Kang Hyun's resolve is clear: people are dying, and they have to help. A calm figure observes the situation, stating with certainty that it's not just a few casualties, but a clear mass slaughter. A calm figure reveals the perpetrator: it's Beta. Another reacts with a shocked "what?" as the explanation follows: those horrifying sounds are because of Beta. The screams continue to echo, now identified as coming from Bede's new recruit training. More desperate pleas for help and horrified screams fill the air as two figures look on, grim-faced. One figure's face is etched with profound disturbance, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and dread. A monstrous, red-eyed figure looms as a chilling thought emerges from an observer: that bastard obviously made eye contact with me. If the army were annihilated, these bastards would have come to Ah Hyun's company. The scene shifts to a seemingly innocent playground, but shadowy figures sprint across the ground under a prominent, luminous moon, hinting at a hidden threat. A figure sighs, observing ants, as he muses internally that his father will undoubtedly try to meet Kang Hyun, even by force. He continues his internal monologue, reflecting on his father's relentless nature, stating that he won't rest until he gets what he wants. A girl approaches a figure, asking if he's watching ants. He corrects her, stating he's not a mister but an Abba. The girl insists he's a mister, to which the pierced man casually agrees that he does look like one. The girl questions why an adult would be watching ants, and the pierced man reveals his sinister plan to wait until they all go home, then wipe them out. The pierced man suddenly turns, scolding someone for their inappropriate language in front of the child. Girl recognizes Kang Hyun, who approaches, sternly stating that such talk is bad for a child's education, especially in this low birth rate era. Kang Hyun emphasizes that kids should grow up seeing and hearing only good things, while the girl looks terrified, sipping from her drink. Kang Hyun leaps onto a military truck, declaring it better to handle problems directly than carry them as baggage. He then warns the soldier not to shoot because if he gets hit, he'll get holes too. A police siren wails in the background and a new voice begins to speak. A police officer questions Kang Hyun about a potential kidnapping, to which Kang Hyun vehemently denies, asking why he would attempt such a thing in broad daylight. The officer presses, asking if that means he'd do it at night, driving Kang Hyun to exasperatedly clarify that he wouldn't do it day or night. This is driving him crazy. The officer concedes, understanding for now. The police car drives away, leaving Kang Hyun to ponder the situation. The pierced man laughs, pointing out that Kang Hyun's face is the real problem, eliciting a weary sigh from Kang Hyun. The pierced man asks why Kang Hyun was sitting there looking miserable, leading to a petty argument where Kang Hyun denies it, only for the pierced man to insist he was. The pierced man offers a bribe, then explains that his authoritarian conglomerate chairman father wanted to meet Kang Hyun, and despite his refusal, he was worried his stubborn father might contact Kang Hyun personally. Kang Hyun inwardly curses, regretting the situation. Kang Hyun dismisses the concern, revealing he thought it was something serious, as the father has already come back and forth several times. The pierced man reacts with surprise. The pierced man cautiously asks what Kang Hyun did, who casually replies that the man annoyed him so he simply punched him in the face. Kang Hyun suddenly asks a soldier if they have something like a tear gas, to which the soldier confirms they have almost all operational weapons loaded. Pierced man concludes his story stating that after about 3 attempts his father finally stopped trying to contact Kang Hyun. The pierced man, however, knows his father definitely won't stay quiet for long, a grim determination etched on his face. The pierced man observes Kang Hyun's pensive expression, telling him it doesn't suit him. Kang Hyun remains silent. Kang Hyun remains silent, his eyes narrowed in thought. Kang Hyun abruptly declares he'll go see the father once, surprising the pierced man. Kang Hyun muses that if the father wants to see him that badly and it's a matter concerning a guild member's family, then the situation is different. Kang Hyun decides he will meet the father, deeming it not difficult. The pierced man watches Kang Hyun, a slight smile forming on his lips. The pierced man calls out to Kang Hyun, who responds with a questioning yeah. Pierced man approves, then casually asks Kang Hyun to pop one of those for me, causing Kang Hyun to react with a shocked what. The pierced man smiles, thanking Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun looks utterly bewildered by the pierced man's request. Kang Hyun internally curses the pierced man as a crazy bastard, then tells him to stop doing things he's not used to because it's creepy. Clear sky stretches above, setting a peaceful backdrop before the next confrontation. The imposing Haesung Tower stands tall, a beacon of corporate power. An elevator door gleams, awaiting their arrival. Inside the elevator, the pierced man marvels at how it just keeps going up endlessly. The pierced man muses about why people in high places like high places so much as the elevator doors begin to open. Kang Hyun steps out of the elevator, beginning to greet whoever is inside. Kang Hyun's greeting trails off as he takes in the sight, a lavish office filled with numerous armed personnel, remarking on the thorough preparations. The chairman, observing Kang Hyun, remarks on the interesting attempt to crush his spirit from the start, but then clarifies that the personnel are merely for safety. A soldier attempts to offer Kang Hyun a gas mask, but Kang Hyun, already in action, cuts him off, urgently stating there's no time to explain and they need to hurry. With the tension of the battlefield still fresh, Kang Hyun finds himself in a different kind of confrontation. An Yuseong, a man of significant influence, greets him, noting his growing reputation across the country. Kang Hyun returns the sentiment, remarking that while it's interesting to meet someone he's only seen on TV, a more gentlemanly invitation might have secured a meeting sooner. An Yuseong sternly warns him to mind his words, but Kang Hyun remains nonchalant. The atmosphere shifts as An Yuseong suggests they skip the formalities and get straight to business, citing their busy schedules. In a commanding tone, An Yuseong makes an offer. He will make Kang Hyun's guild the best in the world if he agrees to serve under his banner. Kang Hyun remains silent, his expression unreadable as he weighs the audacious offer while An Yuseong waits for a response. Looking up at a towering corporate skyscraper, Kang Hyun addresses An Yuseong with a tone that borders on a challenge. An Yuseong's face twists in rage as Kang Hyun delivers a provocative insult. Is your father not right in the head? The scene shifts to a chaotic flashback. Amidst a military operation, Kang Hyun shouts urgent instructions to a soldier to stay low and avoid gunfire, threatening severe consequences for failure. The distressed soldier hastily confirms his understanding. Back in the present, Kang Hyun's blunt questioning of An Yuseong's father's sanity leaves the entire room in stunned silence. An Yuseong's subordinates react with visible shock and disbelief at such blatant disrespect. Flushed with fury, An Yuseong demands clarification, his voice a raw expression of anger and disbelief. Mockingly gesturing to his head, Kang Hyun sarcastically asks if An Yuseong has hearing problems, further provoking the man who can now only stammer in rage. With barely contained fury, An Yuseong declares that Kang Hyun has crossed a line that cannot be forgiven. Kang Hyun retorts that it was An Yuseong who crossed the line first, expressing his annoyance at traveling so far just to hear nonsense. A system notification identifies An Museok as the legendary founder of the Haesung Group. The imposing Haesung Group building stands as a monument to An Museok, the man who built an empire from nothing. The narrator notes that even for a hardened business magnate like An Museok, Kang Hyun's unprecedented audacity was enough to leave anyone speechless. A flashback shows a stern female commander issuing critical orders: gas masks on, stay alert, shoot only the monsters, and never turn your guns toward the center of the street. With an unsettling calm, Kang Hyun challenges An Yuseong, asking if he truly understands the weight of the people backing him. Kang Hyun's smirk widens, radiating confidence as he continues to goad An Yuseong. Kang Hyun dismisses An Yuseong's armed subordinates as a bunch of nobodies, sparking immediate outrage among them. Kang Hyun then claims he was just kidding to lighten the mood, despite acknowledging the clear killing intent they showed him. When Kang Hyun asks who they are, a subordinate proudly reveals them as the Gangshin Guild, currently ranked 6th in Korea. The subordinate declares that the Gangshin Guild will soon surpass Dangun to become number 1. Kang Hyun simply replies with a casual, "Ah, I see." An Yuseong, his curiosity piqued, challenges Kang Hyun, wondering if he can truly defeat those backed by the power of the Haesung Group. Confident, Kang Hyun proposes a bet if An Yuseong doubts his abilities, catching the influential figure off guard. With a sly smirk, Kang Hyun sets the terms. Since B-rank dungeons have recently appeared, the guild that secures the B-rank main core first wins. A potent B-rank main core, pulsating with energy between ancient stone pillars, serves as the ultimate prize of the challenge. In a separate moment, Kang Hyun muses that the brain is easily tricked, arguing that the idea of not feeling pain in dreams is a total lie. He recounts a vivid dream where he had a desperate need to urinate, only to wake up relieved the blankets were dry, a story that earns him a scolding from his sister for his TMI confession. Kang Hyun declares the table is set as he walks toward a colossal, monstrous arm emerging in the city, ready for the coming battle. Kang Hyun raises the stakes, offering to join on Yuseong or crawl like a dog if he loses, prompting on Yuseong to marvel at his extreme confidence. On Yuseong asks what the stakes are for his side, and Kang Hyun replies that it's simple. The mischievous grin, Kang Hyun reveals his audacious demand, a single flick on the forehead. Offering to go easy, Kang Hyun proposes flicking on Yuseong's forehead once, leaving the powerful man stunned and outraged by the ridiculous request. One of On Yuseong's subordinates bursts into laughter, doubled over at the absurdity of the bet, while Kang Hyun keeps his hand poised. Kang Hyun smirks, declaring that this is how a real bet should be, as On Yuseong points at him in a fit of pure fury. Following his bold declaration, Kang Hyun casually turns to manager Kim, adding as an afterthought, by the way. His fingers subtly tap the surface, a silent gesture of contemplation. Suddenly, a powerful impact shatters the ground, fragments of the surroundings exploding outward. Two combatants clash. One braces against a brutal strike as shards of a shattered barrier scatter around them. A bloodied monster snarls, its red eyes burning with hatred. I'm sorry, but I harbor a deep resentment toward your kind. As the destructive aftermath is shown, a voice echoes, if you target the people around me just because I provoked you. Kang Hyun, with a cold gaze, warns, I won't let it slide. Under the clear sky, a voice asks, will that be okay? Prompting a sharp what? In response. As they exit the building, manager Kim reminds Kang Hyun, your father. He is a nuisance, sure, but his wealth and power are the real deal. Manager Kim continues, nothing good comes from making an enemy of him. But Kang Hyun simply scoffs, it's not like he's the only one with influence. I've got backing of my own. Kang Hyun's blonde companion asks, you mean you, Hyun? Kang Hyun grins, of course. A very reliable backing. Now that I think of it, I should make a call. A man in a sharp suit, Shin Tae-gil, answers his phone. A notification on the screen indicates a message from Kang Hyun. I have something to report. Shin Tae-gil's expression shifts to concern. A report? Kang Hyun's voice continues. Yes, just now. Scene flashes to a gloved hand pulling the pin from a grenade with a metallic click. Kang Hyun concludes his report. Something like that happened. Please take care of the cleanup. Shin Tae-gil clutches his head, visibly stressed by the weight of Kang Hyun's report. High above, a voice asks, what should we do, Chairman? The question hangs in the air as the camera pans toward a towering corporate building. Inside, amidst shattered glass on the floor, Secretary Kang reports to the chairman, if you permit it, we'll act immediately. The chairman remains silent for a moment before addressing her. Secretary Kang. Secretary Kang promptly replies, yes, Chairman. The chairman then inquires, and the investigation into that matter? Secretary Kang clarifies, you mean the destruction of the Bay Guild? Yes, the report is ready. Report reveals that while authorities mark the case as unsolved, circumstances strongly suggest Kang Hyun and Yuseong acted alone. A flashback intensifies, showing a grenade plummeting toward a lone figure and a monster in a desolate battlefield. The chairman muses, I heard ability users were strong. Back in the present, a broom diligently sweeps away the last remnants of the shattered glass. The chairman's thoughts continue, but that level of power is no ordinary feat. He adds, admiring Kang Hyun's boldness, I won't let someone like him slip away. A sinister chuckle escapes the chairman's lips. As expected, he's no ordinary guy. Heh heh. With a chilling grin, the chairman declares, it's been a long time since I've wanted someone this badly. Secretary Kang interjects firmly, don't touch him. He's not someone you can simply possess. The chairman shifts focus and instructs, for now, focus on the bet. Make sure to provide maximum support to the Gangshin Guild. Secretary Kang responds, understood. The vast, clear sky offers a moment of calm before the next storm. Bloodied monster groans in bewilderment, Gur, as a small object lands nearby. Back on the city streets, a voice begins, hey, but. Kang Hyun's blonde companion asks, earlier, with your intuition, didn't you feel anything? Kang Hyun corrects him, it's a sixth sense. The companion retorts, same thing. Still reflecting on their previous encounter, Kang Hyun dismisses his companion's comment and asks, anyway, what about those idiots from earlier? He elaborates, asking if manager Kim also noticed how strange they were. He points out that they weren't just mages, their average mana was unusually high and their guild leader was practically top tier. The memory of their overwhelming strength, a terrifying monster power, flashes through his mind. A chilling thought strikes Kang Hyun, could his own father be involved with such a terrifying power? Manager Kim admits he doesn't know. With reassuring confidence, manager Kim tells Kang Hyun not to worry, adding that if it came down to it, he would personally deal with Kang Hyun's father himself. A visceral memory flashes. Kang Hyun stands firm against a towering, monstrous creature, the air crackling with raw power. The impact is immense, shattering his weapon into countless fragments with a piercing crack. Shards of what was once a formidable weapon drift weightlessly, reflecting the light. System notification confirms that the ability management team has recovered the fragments. They promise to find a way to repair it. The scene shifts back to the present as Manager Kim's car smoothly passes through a gate. As he drives, Manager Kim reminds Kang Hyun to fasten his seatbelt. Startled, Kang Hyun admits he forgot. Kang Hyun confidently claims he won't die even without a seatbelt. Manager Kim, however, is more concerned about the car's windows than Kang Hyun's safety, imagining the damage Kang Hyun would cause if he went flying. Manager Kim explains that if Kang Hyun became a projectile, there would be casualties. Surprised, Kang Hyun mutters, "Casualties? Really?" Reluctantly, Kang Hyun buckles his seatbelt and asks about their destination. Manager Kim explains they are headed to an item research institute in Yongin, noting that its director is world-renowned. A guttural, monstrous roar rips through the air, a terrifying reminder of the threats that lurk in the shadows. They arrive at their destination, the Jong Seobin Item Research Institute, a towering facility dedicated to advanced item research. The impressive facade of the institute stands before them, a hub of scientific and magical innovation. Inside, they are greeted by the director, Jong Seobin, who introduces herself. Kang Hyun introduces himself in return. Jong Seobin beams, saying it's an honor to finally meet him. Kang Hyun silently wonders if this young woman is truly the esteemed director. She thinks to herself that Kang Hyun is much younger than she anticipated. The institute's peculiar decor, filled with various muscular male mannequins, adds an unexpected vibe to the serious research environment. Kang Hyun stares, utterly bewildered, muttering a shocked "oh" as he realizes he's looking at the full collection. Shifting to business, Jong Seobin confirms the repair request and suggests they examine the item first. Kang Hyun readily agrees. With a soft click, the case is opened to reveal its contents. A brief, intense flashback shows Kang Hyun in combat, coughing as a crimson aura envelopes him while wielding the sword that now needs repair. Inside the case lies the shattered B-rank weapon. Jong Seobin gasps, "This is..." She identifies it as a B-rank weapon, marveling that it should have withstood most impacts. She asks Kang Hyun how roughly he must have used it to cause such damage. She asks Kang Hyun if he is an ability user, then chuckles. "Ahaha, yes. Only ability users can conduct research in this specialized field, after all." Kang Hyun cuts to the chase, asking if she can repair it. Jong Seobin confirms it's possible but reveals a critical problem. It requires a B-rank or higher mana stone. She adds that no such stones are currently available. Undeterred, Kang Hyun declares he'll acquire one himself and asks if there are any other issues. Jong Seobin hesitates before revealing the final hurdle, the cost. With a comical look of shock, Kang Hyun asks, "Money? How much?" before quickly adding that his guild has plenty. Jong Seobin states the minimum cost, 500 million. Kang Hyun turns pale as the staggering sum echoes in his mind. As she sets a teacup on the table, Jong Seobin explains that such specialized research naturally comes with a hefty price tag. She clarifies that current efficiency isn't optimal and suggests that if they wait a few months, the cost could be reduced. Kang Hyun sighs and dismisses the idea, prioritizing speed over savings. Unwilling to compromise on speed, Kang Hyun confirms his commitment to the immediate upgrade, declaring he will pay the hefty 500 million. The researcher, a woman with keen eyes and a confident smile, assures him he won't regret the investment, noting his refusal to skimp on top-tier equipment. His mind flashes to past battles, recalling the raw struggle against creatures like goblins and hobgoblins. He knows all too well how easily hunters falter when flustered, a lesson etched into his very being. Back in the present, the researcher explains the extent of their services, offering to change or add attributes to his gear. Kang Hyun, surprised by the advanced customization, asks if such modifications are truly possible. She confidently affirms that for the right price, anything is achievable. Kang Hyun then specifies his requirements for a new weapon. He wants to retain its existing options but demands it be made as sturdy and heavy as possible, capable of withstanding immense force. With a satisfied smile and a sip from her cup, the researcher readily agrees to his precise demands, her demeanor exuding complete confidence in her institute's capabilities. Thinking their business concluded, Kang Hyun suggests celebrating with some beef. However, Manager Kim interjects, revealing there's still more to discuss, catching Kang Hyun by surprise. Kang Hyun, confused, asks what other business could possibly remain. The researcher, bending slightly with a knowing smile, promises to explain everything as she prepares to lead them elsewhere. A stark red sign illuminates a corridor, warning of a restricted area. The researcher's voice echoes, inviting Kang Hyun to follow her deeper into the facility. She leads the way, her silhouette dark against the bright hallway, while Kang Hyun follows, a question mark hanging over his head as they arrive at their destination. Kang Hyun's gaze falls upon a shelf displaying an apple, a hamburger, and a water bottle, each labeled with a simple F rank. He wonders aloud about the mundane objects, questioning their significance. Surveying the room filled with similar items, Kang Hyun dismisses them as mere junk, failing to grasp the true nature of what lies before him. The researcher suggests he pick up one of the items himself. Kang Hyun, still skeptical, reaches out to grab a hot dog, his curiosity piqued despite his initial dismissal. Suddenly, a jarring flashback. A bullet impacts the ground with a blinding flash. A voice echoes from the past, mocking him for deflecting bullets, questioning if this is his first taste of real pain. Snapping back to reality, Kang Hyun muses if food itself can be treated as an item. The researcher, intrigued, asks for his assessment, then proudly declares at the pinnacle of their institute's technology. A bead of sweat trickles down Kang Hyun's temple as he gazes at the item, realizing the true implications. He mutters, acknowledging it's far beyond just decent. His mind reels with the profound realization, this isn't just an advancement, it's a revolution. Narrator explains that while the Beta Guild prioritizes speed and travels light, typical dungeon raids span days, necessitating porters for supplies. In the perilous depths of a dungeon, where danger lurks at every turn, heavy baggage becomes an unbearable burden. Yet, traveling too lightly presents its own set of grave risks. Indeed, if luck turns sour, the grim reality of starvation often claims lives in the unforgiving wilderness of the dungeons. With the advent of these itemized goods, the perilous risks associated with supply management in dungeons would vanish, allowing hunters to carry essential provisions without the burden of weight. Kang Hyun's eyes widen in astonishment as he processes the full implications. Inventories, once limited by weight, would now be entirely free, revolutionizing how hunters operate. As Kang Hyun moves to take a bite of the hamburger, the researcher cries out, stopping him. She reveals the item's astonishing value, 1,000,000 won, far too precious to simply consume. A flashback reveals Hyun, distressed, reacting to an embarrassing comment from Kang Hyun about a dream. She chides him for spouting such nonsense in front of her. Flashback intensifies. Kang Hyun, engulfed in flames, faces an unseen assailant. The antagonist, Choi Min-sik, shouts in disbelief, demanding to know how Kang Hyun is still alive after such an attack. Kang Hyun, wreathed in fiery energy, defiantly responds to Choi Min-sik's incredulous question with a cryptic, who could say. Ignoring the danger, Kang Hyun presses forward, declaring his intent to move on. Hyun, looking back with worry, frantically asks where he plans to go. In a moment of frenzied combat, Kang Hyun's face contorts with a chilling smile. He acknowledges his opponent's high pain tolerance but boasts that he is far more accustomed to enduring agony. Back in the present, Kang Hyun stares at the hamburger, still reeling from its value. The researcher explains that the price only covers material costs, the development costs are exponentially higher. Kang Hyun questions why she's showing him these expensive items. The researcher clarifies that it's to demonstrate the immense cost involved in item research and development. She reveals the project was initially funded by the Hansak Group but was recently halted. Kang Hyun, bewildered, asks why such groundbreaking technology would be stopped and if it has any adverse side effects. The researcher explains there are no side effects. The Hansak Group's successor became embroiled in the Summit Terror incident, causing their stock to plummet. Kang Hyun simply nods in understanding. Kang Hyun, still puzzled, asks why she's sharing this information, assuming she's seeking investment. The researcher, amused, corrects him, stating she believes he has misunderstood her intentions. She clarifies her true objective, not an investment but a partnership. Kang Hyun, surprised by the revelation, echoes her words, a partnership. The researcher outlines her first condition. Kang Hyun's guild must supply mana stones at a reduced price, as this constitutes the majority of their production costs. Kang Hyun, annoyed, scratches his head. He reminds her that mana stones account for a significant 50% of his guild's income, highlighting the impact of her request. The researcher dismisses his concern, stating that 50% is actually low compared to most guilds that rely on mana stones for over 70% of their income. Kang Hyun, however, cuts her off, insisting that's not the immediate point. With a confident gesture, the researcher presents her counteroffer. In exchange for mana stones, they will provide Kang Hyun's guild with their revolutionary technology and supply them with itemized goods. A hunter unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack with a sword, leaving a trail of vibrant blue energy. The dynamic motion underscores the potential of enhanced equipment in combat. Kang Hyun ponders the offer. He acknowledges they won't give items for free but will exclude mana stone costs and sell at cost, plus share future profits. He muses that his income would still be halved and he'd still pay for items, weighing the true value of the partnership. Kang Hyun realizes the true potential of the partnership. While the profit margins are slim, the items themselves are the real prize, assets that could be sold at any price on the open market. Jong Seo-bin interrupts his thoughts, suggesting he hear the second point of her proposal before making a final decision. Kang Hyun, intrigued, tells her to go ahead. She explains that she wants their guild to promote her babies, quickly correcting herself to say items. Kang Hyun stares back, wondering if he heard her correctly. The confusion only grows. Kang Hyun asks why she chose their guild specifically, noting that there are far richer guilds with much better public images available. Her expression shifts as she mentions Dan Gun, the top-tier guild. A cold, intense light flickers behind her glasses as she prepares to explain her reasoning. She claims that despite their power, those guilds lack the fundamental awareness required of true ability users. To her, ability users are warriors meant for the battlefield, heroes who risk their lives to stand against the monster tides. He erupts with passion, screaming that ability users should exude a raw, orc-like beauty. Kang Hyun can only watch in stunned silence as she loses herself in her own intensity. She weaves a tale of a bleeding world and summoned heroes, her imagination running wild as she describes the epic scale of the warriors she envisions. The sheer force of her eccentric personality hits Kang Hyun like a physical blow, leaving him reeling from the sudden outburst. Despite the scientist's bizarre behavior, Kang Hyun officially agrees to the partnership with the research institute. As he leaves the details to Jae-mun, a sudden bolt of dread strikes him. Even in a moment of quiet, he can't shake the feeling that he's just signed up for something chaotic. Outside the institute, they exchange final pleasantries. Kang Hyun assures her that he will handle the promotion of the institute personally. He pauses, a serious thought crossing his mind as he turns back to the scientist. Kang Hyun asks if she has the capability to create a specialized prosthetic arm. Request catches her by surprise. She repeats the words back to him, her curiosity piqued by the sudden shift in tone. Kang Hyun gestures to his own limb, indicating the exact length and specifications he has in mind for the device. Manager Kim Kyu-sik watches from the side, a look of sudden realization dawning on his face. A memory of a violent clash flashes through his mind, recalling the high cost of dungeon raiding. Manager Kim Kyu-sik remembers that Kang Hyun's father lost his arm during the tragic high-angry gun dungeon opening incident. The scientist muses that while custom designs are tricky, making the prosthetic respond to the user's will is well within her expertise. Relieved, Kang Hyun celebrates the news. It seems one of his personal goals is finally within reach. However, the scientist stops him, asking if a simple replacement is truly enough for a warrior. Kang Hyun blinks, the sense of dread from earlier returning as he wonders what she means. Her glasses flare with a menacing light. She insists that a prosthetic arm should have more important functions. He screams "rocket punch" at the top of her lungs, leaving Kang Hyun absolutely horrified by her vision of a prosthetic. Manager Kim Kyu-sik stands frozen, completely speechless at the absurdity of the suggestion. The scene shifts to the exterior of the badass guild building where new plans are being set in motion. Kang Hyun finds himself struggling with the sheer weight of the new responsibilities and perhaps the literal weight of his new gear. Inside the guild headquarters, the team gathers to discuss a bold new strategy, creating a dedicated YouTube channel for the guild. Hyrin is more than ready. Kang Hyun reflects that she's always been an attention seeker and this is her moment to shine. She excitedly pulls out a tablet, eager to show off the content ideas she's been brewing. The first item on the list is a beta vlog, a behind-the-scenes look at their daily lives. He plans to start with a grand tour of the guild headquarters, hoping to drum up interest and prestige. The second category is justice content, which will feature Kang Hyun actively punishing criminals and bad guys. Third is an item review segment where she intends to show off the powerful bow she received from Kang Hyun. Finally, she suggests a guest segment leveraging Kang Hyun's extensive network of high-level connections to boost their views. The team brainstorms new content ideas, proposing a monster mukbang segment. The concept involves comparing the taste of monster meat with similar terrestrial animals, such as a Kika vs. chicken challenge. A female colleague, tablet in hand, asks with surprise if Kang Hyun is actually planning something so audacious. He simply confirms yes. The scene shifts to a soldier in a gas mask witnessing a massive energy surge. He exclaims in shock, wondering if the source could be an awakener. Back in the meeting, the colleague raises a practical concern, but monsters are poisonous, so you can't eat them, right? She then adds, though I suppose Kang Hyun might be able to. Manager Kim Kyu-sik interjects, finding the idea a bit extreme. Kang Hyun admits that even with his poison resistance, it's a difficult proposition. Kang Hyun pauses, wondering if it might actually be feasible. Manager Kim watches him, asking what his guild leader is contemplating. Kang Hyun announces a change in plans, stating that an item review segment sounds better, as he was already preparing for one. The colleague eagerly suggests reviewing her bow, but Kang Hyun swiftly rejects the idea, refusing to feature it. Manager Kim asks if Kang Hyun has another item worth reviewing. Kang Hyun, with a confident air, assures him, of course I do. Projector whirs to life, illuminating the room as Kang Hyun prepares to reveal the mystery item. Manager Kim gasps in disbelief at the revelation. Food that can be stored in the inventory? Is that even possible? Kang Hyun elaborates, mentioning not just food but also electronic devices that function within dungeons, noting that the US is currently developing similar technology. Manager Kim is astonished that their country has already achieved such advancements, including functional communication devices. That's crazy, right? The soldier in the gas mask observes the situation with a deep sense of unease, wondering what is unfolding. Manager Kim shifts the focus back to their channel, emphasizing the need to promote these items while revealing there is one more content type they must pursue. With a knowing smirk, Kang Hyun declares the next content type, a lecture. Manager Kim stutters in confusion, LEC, what? Manager Kim explains that team leader Shin Tae-gil has requested Kang Hyun give a lecture on monster hunting methods which the government intends to use as educational material. Clarifies that among the new developments is a camera capable of functioning inside dungeons which will finally allow them to gather much needed data. Kang Hyun, understanding the implications, asks who will be giving the lecture. Manager Kim retorts, "Why are you even asking?" With a confident smile, Kang Hyun confirms, "Of course, it's me." Manager Kim looks taken aback, questioning the practicality of Kang Hyun giving a lecture given his extreme and unorthodox hunting methods. Nervously clicking a pen, he voices his concerns, believing that normal people won't be able to follow such a lecture. Manager Kim's face remains etched with lingering doubt and concern. Despite his apprehension, Manager Kim concedes that the lecture idea could be fun. The colleague adds that no one is more suitable, to which Kang Hyun asks, "Right?" Meanwhile, the soldier from before appears to be in a precarious situation, muttering, "I thought I was the only supporter." Back in the office, Kang Hyun moves to the next agenda item, reminding the team of their goal, clearing a B-rank dungeon. Manager Kim presents the investigation results, confirming that 9 B-rank dungeons have appeared domestically, 3 of which have already been cleared. He points to a map indicating that 6 B-rank dungeons remain uncleared across the country. Manager Kim explains that for most remaining dungeons, normal cores have been cleared, providing ample data. Kang Hyun asks which one is suitable for them. With a decisive gesture, Manager Kim points to a specific location on the map. This one. The chosen dungeon is revealed, Vale's Maze, an undead-type maze dungeon notorious for its deadly complexity. Vale's Maze is known to trap explorers in an intricate structure where escape is impossible. Limited food supplies inevitably run out, leading to the hunter's demise. Due to these insurmountable challenges, no party has ever survived after venturing deep into Vale's Maze. Kang Hyun reacts with surprise, questioning the choice of a closed-type maze dungeon where not even a single normal core has been cleared. Annoyed, Kang Hyun asks why such a troublesome place was chosen, sarcastically asking if Manager Kim is praying for his death. Manager Kim nervously denies it. Soldier's eye, visible through his gas mask, observes with an intense gaze, reflecting the grim reality of the dungeon. Manager Kim clarifies that the recommendation came from team leader Shin Tae-gil. Kang Hyun grumbles that Shin always pushes the most troublesome tasks onto them. Kang Hyun flatly refuses, waving his hand dismissively. Manager Kim then reveals a crucial detail. "I told you, there's a bet involved this time." Kang Hyun argues they should start with an easier dungeon. Manager Kim then asks, even if the reward is worth 4 billion. Kang Hyun freezes. "Wait, 4 billion. Stunned, Kang Hyun repeats the amount. Manager Kim explains that because the dungeon has remained uncleared for so long, the government reward has significantly increased. Kang Hyun stands frozen as the weight of the numbers sinks in. 10 billion for a normal core, and a staggering 40 billion for the main one. This isn't just a hunt anymore, it's a life-changing windfall. The decision is instantaneous. There's no room for hesitation when a fortune is on the line. They have to move, and they have to move right now. "Anyways, I'm going," Kang Hyun states firmly, stepping toward the stairs. Behind him, Hyrin is left in a state of pure shock, her voice cracking as she shouts, "What? Where?" He recalls the system prompt that dictated his path. The clear condition was simple, reach the end of the bridge. But the fail condition loomed over him like a shadow, absolute death. His current reality is far more brutal. His blade is notched and cracked, the steel worn down to its breaking point by the relentless combat. Standing amidst the ruins of the city, Kang Hyun gasps for air, his lungs burning. The broken sword in his hand feels heavier with every passing second. Grit and sweat sting his eyes as he glares at his opponent. "This bastard," he hisses, his frustration boiling over as he realizes how outmatched he truly is. Beast stands like a mountain of muscle. Kang Hyun expected a tough fight, but he never imagined his strikes wouldn't even leave a scratch on its hide. He can feel his energy draining. If he can't find a way to penetrate that defense soon, his stamina will bottom out and he'll be defenseless. He considers his options, wondering if he needs specialized equipment to target the joints. But in this moment, all he knows is the edge of his blade. Suddenly, a blur of movement cuts through the air. Another hunter enters the fray, striking the monster with a heavy blow that forces a pained grunt from the beast. Kang Hyun watches in disbelief. The speed is incredible. He can barely track the newcomer's movements as they dance around the massive enemy. The stranger stands ready, his tactical gear and mask hiding his identity, but his presence on the battlefield is undeniable. The newcomer's internal assessment is just as grim. Striking the monster's skin feels like trying to cut through solid rock with a kitchen knife. The objective remains the same. The bridge is the key. Kang Hyun refocuses, knowing that clearing this dungeon is the only way to survive. He points toward the beast, a realization dawning on him. He asks the other hunter if he saw it too, the secret hidden in the monster's movements. He shouts out to the stranger, reminding him that no matter how strong the defense looks, this is still just an F-class dungeon boss. It has to have a weakness. If the armor is this abnormally strong, it means the monster is overcompensating. There must be a soft spot hidden somewhere beneath that rocky exterior. Kang Hyun smirks, noting the stranger's knowledge of dungeon rankings. "You seem like a person who knows a lot," he remarks, his confidence returning. He doesn't care who the man is, only that they share an enemy. He charges forward, asking if the stranger has any brilliant ideas to end this. The two hunters clash with the beast in a flurry of sparks. Kang Hyun admits his strength is failing, but the stranger dismisses him, saying he could tell just by looking. With a desperate roar, Kang Hyun puts everything he has left into a final strike, wondering what he'll do once his strength is completely gone. Impact is massive, but the monster remains unharmed. To make matters worse, Kang Hyun's sword finally gives out, shattering against the beast's hide. He needs a weapon, anything that can pierce that armor. His eyes scan the ground frantically as he dodges another lethal swing. There, a discarded spear lies in the dust. It's a slim chance, but it's the only one he has left. The other hunter keeps the monster occupied, shouting for Kang Hyun to strike the vital area while he holds the beast back. It's now or never. He points again, the path to victory finally clear in his mind. The weakness isn't on the surface, it's in the gaps of the armor. Back in the memory of the cave, Hyun's face is flushed with anger. She can't believe he's calling her an NPC in what he claims is his own dream. Kang Hyun pushes the memory aside and lunges for the spear. Even in a critical situation, his focus is razor sharp. Monster senses the shift in the air and raises its guard. It knows that even a desperate fighter can be deadly with the right opening. He eyes the joints of the beast. Is the skin weaker there? He doesn't have time to be certain, he just has to strike. Ah, whatever. He screams, throwing every ounce of his remaining strength into a final, desperate lunge with the spear. A massive spray of dark blood erupts into the air. The spearhead finds its mark, sinking deep into the monster's flesh. Beast's eyes bulge in shock. Its impenetrable defense has been breached, and for the first time, it feels the cold sting of mortality. The other hunter looks on, stunned by the sheer audacity and precision of the attack. The tide of the battle has finally turned. The spear burrows through the armor, the impact sending shockwaves through the monster's massive frame. Battlefield falls into a heavy silence as the monster staggers. The desolate city ruins stand witness to the impossible victory. Kang Hyun stands there, trembling and covered in blood. Oh, he breathes out, the adrenaline finally beginning to fade. But the memory of Hyun's fury lingers. She refuses to be dismissed as a mere NPC, her voice echoing in his mind as she insists that she saw the truth as well. The moment an unpleasant sensation travels up the axe handle, a philosophical question flashes through his mind, grounding him in the brutal reality of the fight. He stares at the beast, wondering with a straight face, is the anus a vital point? In this twisted tutorial, every weakness must be exploited. He quickly dismisses the thought, doubting it's a weakness that would cause instant death. There's no time for trial and error when survival is on the line. The decision is made in an instant. His body is already in motion, executing the next move with practiced, lethal precision. With a guttural roar, the young man slams his weapon down, the sheer force of the impact vibrating through the concrete floor. The monster is sent sprawling, its massive frame no match for the explosive power behind the desperate strike. Pain's shriek erupts from the creature as the blow connects. It's a critical hit, tearing through its defenses and leaving it reeling. He blurs into a streak of motion, closing the distance before the beast can even recover its footing. In the depths of a flickering memory, a girl watches him with wide eyes, asking if he's worried about falling into the abyss below. He just scoffs at the concern. Are you stupid? Since this is a dream, if I die, I'll just wake up. The memory fuels his recklessness. He leaps into the air, descending upon the monster like a vengeful shadow. Monster collapses, white foam bubbling from its mouth as its life force rapidly drains away under the relentless assault. One final, brutal strike ends it. Blood splatters across the pavement as the tutorial boss is officially neutralized. Exhausted, he catches his breath. He doesn't notice the armored figure watching him from the shadows of the skyscrapers. Figure adjusts his gas mask, his breathing heavy and mechanical as he analyzes the young fighter's movements. He is genuinely impressed. Strong, where did such a skilled person come from? Is he unaffiliated? The young man senses the gaze, his sharp eyes darting toward the observer. Even with a bandage on his cheek, he looks ready for another round. A golden glow catches his eye. A lutra. What's that? He mutters, his curiosity momentarily overriding his fatigue. He picks up the item, lamenting the lack of a proper inventory system. This tutorial really needs to end quickly. The armored man steps forward, his voice muffled by the mask as he tries to initiate contact. Excuse me. The words trigger another flash of that same memory. If I die, I'll wake. The mantra of a man who thinks he's in a dream. He sees the others falling, the screams echoing in the cave. To him, this is all just a nightmare he hasn't woken from yet. He looks at the newcomer, then back at the monster. Perhaps, he starts calculating the value of the encounter. He realizes he did all the heavy lifting. Usually, items are distributed, but since he took it down alone, the spoils are his. Suddenly, the young man turns to bolt. I have urgent business, so I'll be going. This awesome axe is yours. With a cheeky grin and a wave, he shouts a final adios, before disappearing into the urban ruins. The armored man is left standing in the middle of the street, stunned. He is gone, he whispers, unable to process the boy's exit. Slowly, he reaches up and removes his gas mask, revealing the face of a seasoned warrior who has just seen the impossible. A bead of sweat rolls down his chin. The intensity of that short encounter has left even a leader like him shaken. Standing tall, the man stares at the empty road. What kind of person was that? He wonders, his mind racing with possibilities. Several hours pass. As dusk falls over the city, the chaos of the day finally begins to settle into a grim silence. But the memory of the cave persists. The falling bodies, the heat of the flames, it's a recurring loop in his mind. He looks at his reflection in the fading light, his expression unreadable. To him, the world is still just a stage in a tutorial. Passing through streets that look like scenes from a disaster movie, the youth and the girl make their way through the debris. They only reach the safety of their home after the surroundings have completely darkened, the weight of the day finally catching up. Girl looks at him, sensing his distance. She starts, but the words fail her as he remains lost in thought. Kang Hyun and his companion step into the wreckage of their apartment, the dim light revealing a room in total disarray. Did you leave without closing the door? She asks, her voice heavy with suspicion. Kang Hyun stares blankly as she lets out a weary sigh. I'm an idiot for thinking you'd grown up, she mutters, clearly exhausted by his constant lack of responsibility. Checking his phone, Kang Hyun's face twists in annoyance at the notifications flooding his screen. What? Why do you keep picking on my handsome face? He grumbles, scrolling through the comments. The online community isn't holding back. Comments label his face as totally villainous and claim he looks like a violent criminal even from a distance, while others wonder about his gym stats. He looks up at the night sky, a seed of genuine doubt planted in his mind. Is it that bad? He asks, his confidence momentarily shaken by the harsh words of strangers. Her voice cuts through the silence, blunt and unforgiving. It is, I keep telling you, she reinforces, leaving no room for his vanity to recover. Suddenly, she bursts into the room, her eyes wide with panic. Hey, we're in big trouble, she yells, while Kang Hyun just wants to disappear under his covers and ignore the world. Flicker of a memory passes through his mind, a rare moment where Kang Hyun looked truly content, bathed in a warm, orange glow before things became so complicated. But the vision shifts into something darker. An eye wide with terror reflects a world consumed by flames, with a mysterious silhouette standing amidst the inferno. Back in reality, he groans as she finally relents to his pleading. I'll turn it off just this time since you've had a tough day or two, she says, reaching for the light switch. Clutching her toothbrush, she gives him one final warning before leaving. Don't yell in the morning tomorrow, okay? I'm dead tired too. Kang Hyun flashes a confident thumbs up from the safety of his blankets. Don't worry, this stage is a freebie. Let's have a beer on me tomorrow while you tell me all about it. As the door clicks shut, she leaves him with a chilling parting thought. Your confidence is almost at the level of a death flag now. Kang Hyun is left alone with his thoughts. The room falls into a heavy silence as Kang Hyun lies still, his mind refusing to quiet down despite his physical exhaustion. He stares up at the ceiling, the events of the previous battles replaying in his head like a broken record. He thinks back to his opponent. That guy from earlier was quite strong, he muses, wondering exactly how many stages someone of that caliber has managed to clear. Tossing and turning, he tries to force himself toward a goal to stop the overthinking. Well, there's no point in thinking about that. I'm going to clear up to stage 8 after all. Finally, his eyes close, and Kang Hyun drifts into a heavy, uneasy sleep as the world around him fades away. The nightmare returns instantly. The fiery eye opens once more, reflecting a past he can't escape and a future he fears. A blood-curdling scream echoes through his subconscious as a hand reaches out from a sea of fire, the heat of the trauma almost palpable. Dream shifts to a beautiful succubus with glowing pink eyes. She was really pretty, he thinks, even though she killed me. I feel kind of excited to meet her again. A blush creeps onto his face as he dreams of the tutorial. Even if it's a tutorial, it's not bad to take a quick look, he tells himself, his guard completely down. But the dream turns into a nightmare as a hideous goblin lunges at him from the dark, its white eyes glowing with murderous intent. Holy shit, you gave me a heart attack, Kang Hyun shouts, his instincts taking over as he delivers a devastating punch to the creature's face. Impact is massive, sending the goblin spiraling through the air with explosive force, clearing a path through the dense forest. The goblin hits the dirt hard, neutralized before it could even land a scratch on the startled hunter. Kang Hyun stands in the middle of the dark woods, looking around in confusion. What in the world is this, goblin? He asks, trying to orient himself. A purple glow illuminates his face as a system window flickers into existence, catching him completely off guard as the reality of the dungeon sets in. The screen displays the clear condition: evade the cave goblin horde. The failure condition is simple: death. It warns that these creatures have excellent hearing despite poor eyesight. Goblins begin to emerge from the shadows surrounding him. What about their hearing? Why are you telling me this now? He whispers, realizing he's already made too much noise. The vision of the fire returns, the screams of the past drowning out the sounds of the forest as his trauma mixes with the present danger. A figure stands tall within the blaze, its form obscured by the intense heat. Who could say? A voice echoes through the dreamscape. The figure's eyes glow with a murderous red light. It's probably because the voice trails off, dripping with hidden intent and malice. The dreamscape expands, showing rivers of lava carving through the earth, a hellish landscape that haunts his subconscious and fuels his drive to survive. Kang Hyun freezes as the goblin horde closes in. No, more importantly, he realizes something is terribly wrong with the environment. He grinds his teeth in frustration, the fear of the changing reality boiling over as he prepares for a fight he didn't expect. Why did the tutorial content change? He screams, his voice echoing over the forest as birds scatter in terror from the trees. The scream carries over into the real world, echoing through the apartment complex. It's so noisy, a neighbor bellows in response, fed up with the midnight shouting. Outside, the city remains indifferent to his plight, the neon sign of a local PC bank flickering as Kang Hyun's real-world troubles begin anew. The harsh reality of his world offers no reprieve as a brutal impact sends a man's head snapping back, his face a mask of agony and blood. Inside the PC bang, a man stands amidst the carnage, casually kicking another victim through the air, their blood painting the sterile floor. Another man lies broken on the ground, his hands pressed to his bleeding face, the sheer brutality of the assault evident in his wide, terror-stricken eyes. He groans, barely conscious, his expression filled with pain as he questions the senseless violence. His mind reels, unable to comprehend the disparity in power or how his opponent could be so much stronger than him. A sudden shift and the scene plunges into a searing memory of a fiery chasm, its molten depths rumbling ominously as two figures kneel on its precipice. The young man's eyes widen in stark terror, the memory of the inferno burning bright in his mind, a silent scream trapped within his gaze. A man coolly surveys the aftermath, dismissing the efforts of his opponent and questioning the value of strength without fighting skill. His bloodied face contorts into a grotesque grin as he revels in the chaos, finding interest in the existence of other powerful individuals. The scene shifts to a mysterious forest where a group faces a new challenge. A system prompt explains their grim task involving a hidden monster. The young man ponders the mission, noting its similarity to previous challenges he has faced. A sudden realization dawns on the young man, his expression shifting to one of keen insight as he compares the situation to a game. He stands firm, the glowing cube a beacon of his resolve to use his intellect to break through the challenge. Suddenly, the young man is violently thrown backward, the force of an unseen attack sending him sprawling. He struggles to regain his footing as a massive surge of crackling energy washes over him, threatening to engulf him entirely. Among the gathered, one warrior stands ready, dual blades clutched tight, while the others observe with cautious expressions. The young man's face is etched with pure terror, sweat beading on his brow as he confronts the overwhelming threat. A woman's eyes dart open in a gasp of shock, her expression one of sudden alarm. The young man mirrors her surprise, his own face a mask of wide-eyed astonishment. Even the seasoned warriors, a blonde-haired man with a headband and his long-haired companion, register their astonishment. A tense silence falls over the forest clearing, all eyes fixed on the young man as he stands with the enigmatic cube. He clears his throat, breaking the silence with a deliberate and nervous cough. His eyes glow with fierce determination as he attempts to establish a rule for the group, yet he seems to have forgotten a crucial detail. Back in the real world, the city skyline stands serene under a clear sky, birds circling peacefully above the towering buildings. The young man sits alone in his room, the memory of the game weighing on him as he recalls a chilling truth about those who speak the most. A new wave of realization washes over him as he considers his poor track record in competitive games. He scratches his head, a mundane thought about getting food breaking through his deeper concerns. Under the vast, star-dusted night sky, a voice echoes, questioning his well-being. The question seems to trigger a jolt of anxiety in the young man, his face once again etched with a familiar shock. Standing opposite him across the fiery abyss, a woman challenges him, while he offers only a silent, tense response. In stark contrast to the heat, a man smoothly adjusts his dark sunglasses, his meticulous nature evident in the movement. The man, in formal attire, adjusts his glasses with a smug look, proclaiming his personal transformation. The woman's face contorts in a furious expression, sparks of anger radiating around her as she reacts in disgust. The woman, clearly exasperated, demands to know why she has to deal with such a mess after work, while the man explains his attempts to change his appearance. His frustration boils over as he rages about his repeated failures on a difficult stage and his desperation to do something about it. The woman, crouching in disbelief, questions the absurd challenge and scathingly suggests that he will never be smart enough to solve it. The man flinches in surprise at her bluntness as the woman continues her verbal assault, calling him an idiot. Kang Hyun surveys the ominous cave entrance, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes as he questions if this desolate cavern is truly a dungeon. Across a perilous chasm of fire, Kwon Min-soo challenges Kang Hyun, asking if he still had something to say, while Kang Hyun remains silent, observing the deadly environment. Kwon Min-soo attempts to mask his terror with a forced smile, claiming the realistic scream didn't scare him in the slightest despite his visible trembling. A shimmering purple system panel materializes before Kang Hyun, its ethereal glow reflecting in his intrigued eyes. Kang Hyun's eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he processes the system's prompt. The system panel reveals a critical message, clear condition F. Kang Hyun ponders the meaning of this unexpected display. A manic grin spreads across Kang Hyun's face, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he exclaims, Eureka, a breakthrough in understanding. The system details the clear condition, eradicate all monsters in the F-rank Terran's hatchery, with death as the only failure. A critical tip warns of a level 20 spitting Terran, urging a strategic approach. Flickering torches illuminate the damp, cavernous walls, casting dancing shadows and a sense of eerie anticipation. Grotesque spitting Terran, its multiple purple eyes glowing menacingly, screeches a deafening roar as it emerges from the shadows, its presence shaking the very air. Kang Hyun sprints across the cavern floor, a blur of motion as the colossal spitting Terran looms menacingly above him, its shadow engulfing his path. As the spitting Terran unleashes a torrent of corrosive purple venom, Kang Hyun's mind races, confidently declaring he has found a solution so brilliant even Aristotle would be impressed. Once more, Kwon Min-soo attempts to reassure himself and Kang Hyun, insisting the realistic scream did not frighten him despite his trembling body betraying his words. Unnamed female companion sighs, her expression one of weary resignation. Engulfed in a surge of purple energy, Kang Hyun unleashes a furious sword slash, questioning the Terrank's unusual ability to spit venom. A bead of sweat forms on Kang Hyun's brow as his eyes widen in alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. Kang Hyun stares in horror as his hand discolors and veins protrude, realizing with a jolt that he has been poisoned. With a powerful, arcing swing, Kang Hyun unleashes his blade, a trail of purple energy following its destructive path. Despite being bloodied and airborne, Kang Hyun defiantly roars, declaring that his injuries are nothing compared to his resolve as he continues his assault. The spitting Terran recoils with a pained shriek, black particles erupting from its body as Kang Hyun's relentless attacks take their toll. Pinning Kang Hyun to the ground, the colossal Terran attempts to crush him, but he defiantly stabs at its leg with a small knife. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Kang Hyun acknowledges his injuries, admitting the battle is taking its toll. A system tip reappears, reiterating that the spitting Terran's weaknesses are hidden somewhere within the hatchery itself. System panel flashes with urgent red and blue lines, emphasizing the critical importance of finding the Terrank's hidden weaknesses. The unnamed female companion sighs, her expression one of weary resignation. Kwon Min-soo, cautiously crawling, warns Kang Hyun against reckless actions, advising him to crawl for safety rather than walk. With a swift and brutal strike, Kang Hyun's sword cleaves through the spitting Terrank's leg, a decisive blow in the intense battle. Colossal Terran crashes to the ground, impaled and defeated, its lifeblood staining the cavern floor. As a luminous orb materializes above the fallen beast, the narrator reveals Kang Hyun's ultimate decision to forcefully overcome the challenge rather than seek subtle weaknesses. Enveloped in a radiant blue aura, Kang Hyun confidently dismisses the need for weaknesses or clues, asserting that only raw power matters. He proclaims his intent to smash through obstacles rather than seek ease. Bloodied but victorious, Kang Hyun grins maniacally as a system notification grants him Giant's Power B as a clear reward, his internal thought mocking the reliance on intellect over brute force. The system details the newly acquired Giant's Power B ability, a magical enhancement that boosts strength by 12 for a duration of 10 minutes. Kang Hyun's updated status window displays his growth, level 25, with increased core stats, the unique ability Resurrection, and a formidable array of skills including Giant's Power B. The scene shifts abruptly to a bright, ordinary school campus, a stark contrast to the dark dungeon bathed in the gentle light of day. A voice from off-panel addresses Kwon Min-soo, playfully demanding a birthday punch as the scene shifts to a typical classroom hallway. Kwon Min-soo, visibly exhausted, dismisses the playful request, complaining that he's already drained from the arduous tutorial. Kwon Min-soo, still cautiously crawling, reiterates his warning to Kang Hyun against reckless movement, insisting that crawling is the safer option in their treacherous environment. Kwon Min-soo, still feigning bravery, questions Kang Hyun's suggestion, then internally marvels at Kang Hyun's unwavering resolve. In the bustling classroom, one student reminds another of his 18th birthday, inquiring about his experience in Stage 1, to which the other replies that it was as terrible as the rumor suggested. In the bustling classroom, the conversation turns grim as a student notes that reliable tips for the tutorial completely vanish after Stage 5. He suspects that high rankers are keeping the most valuable survival information to themselves to maintain their lead. Suddenly, his friend spots a shocking update. Someone cleared Stage 7 yesterday and is already moving on to the final challenge of Stage 8. They scroll through a leaked guide stating that Stage 4 requires leadership through strength, while Stage 5 defines wisdom as simply having more muscle. The tips turn darker for Stage 6, demanding the elimination of both allies and enemies, while Stage 7 calls for an absolute devotion to killing. The students remain skeptical, wondering if the entire post is just elaborate bait designed to trick desperate players. Meanwhile, the young man is losing his temper, shouting at his phone because the community is mocking the life-saving tips he worked so hard to share. A woman walks in, annoyed by the noise, while he desperately tries to explain that he was the one who revealed the advanced tutorial strategy. She dismisses him as a nuisance, tisking at his obsession while he reels from her lack of respect. He recalls a moment of vulnerability where she claimed she wasn't scared even as she struggled to crawl over a pit of molten lava. The memory of the bubbling magma serves as a stark reminder of the hellish environment they must navigate to survive. With a confident thumbs up, he vows that once he clears Stage 8, he will become the third tutorial graduate. The woman contemplates his ambition to reach the same heights as the country's legendary figures. However, she can't suppress a mocking smirk, clearly finding his comparison to such geniuses ridiculous. As they continue to bicker about his progress, the sun begins to set on another day of preparation. The transition from twilight to the starry night signals that the time for the final challenge has arrived. System window flashes to life, welcoming him back and confirming his successful completion of tutorial stage 7. The ultimate prompt appears, asking if he is ready to enter the final stage of the tutorial. He reviews his rewards first: a long sword with a sinister aura and a powerful ability that triggers in battle. Next is a set of armor featuring a unique self-repair function to withstand repeated damage. The heat of the lava pits intensifies as the stage environment loads, preparing for the final trial. Precarious stone paths stretch across the magma, requiring absolute focus to avoid a fiery death. He knows that clearing this stage is the only way to bring these powerful artifacts back into the real world through his inventory. He doesn't expect an instant victory, but he is determined to conquer stage 8 within a week at most. As he steps forward, the system prepares to deliver the core theme of this final challenge. A massive screen manifests with a single, cryptic question: what are your beliefs? He stares at the prompt in confusion, caught off guard by the philosophical nature of the trial. He remains silent, searching for the logic behind the question as the atmosphere grows heavy. Suddenly, a violent impact shakes the entire dimension, nearly throwing him off the narrow ledge. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the very fabric of the tutorial space, glowing with an ominous light. Panic sets in as he realizes the space itself is fracturing. What the hell is going on? He shouts. The bridges over the lava continue to crumble, leaving the other participants trapped in a nightmare. From the heart of the chaos, a massive fiery entity begins to emerge, its power dwarfing everything he has faced. Its eyes burn with a primal, murderous intent as it surveys the shattering remains of the stage. The other players desperately cling to the remaining paths, their screams echoing through the collapsing trial. The ground beneath him finally gives way, sending him plummeting into the dark abyss. He screams in defiance as he falls through the cracks of reality, the stage 8 trial turning into a catastrophe. As he disappears into the void, the tutorial's final secret remains hidden behind the destruction of the world. The destruction of the world was only the beginning. He opens his eyes, gasping as the blinding light of the void recedes, revealing a sight he never expected to see again. He finds himself standing in the middle of a bustling city intersection. People are moving everywhere, the sounds of urban life filling the air in a way that feels disturbingly normal. He looks around in disbelief, his voice barely a whisper as he tries to process his surroundings. He starts, but the words catch in his throat. Suddenly, a woman walks straight toward him. He braces for impact, but instead of a collision, she passes through him like he's nothing more than a ghost. He spins around, eyes wide with shock. He wonders if he's in a formless state, some kind of spectral observer in a world that can no longer feel his presence. Looking up at the towering skyscrapers, a chilling thought crosses his mind. This is the first time he's seen a city during the tutorial. Could this really be Earth? Before he can find an answer, the scene shifts violently. He's no longer on the street but suspended over a hellish pit of molten lava where survivors crawl across narrow stone beams. A woman nearby calls out to him, her face etched with exhaustion and fear. She's trying to get his attention in this nightmare landscape. The vision flickers, and he is back in the city. He watches a couple walk by, laughing and holding hands, but something about their faces feels wrong. His brow furrows as he focuses his gaze. He realizes with a jolt of horror that these aren't the people he thought they were. Realization hits him like a physical blow. These beings wearing human clothes and walking human streets, they aren't human at all. He looks at the office workers nearby. Their skin is scaly, their eyes are slit like reptiles, and their ears are sharply pointed. They are monsters mimicking a society. Even the families are the same. A mother and daughter walk past, their monstrous features hidden in plain sight as they carry out mundane daily tasks. The man stands frozen as the crowd of creatures flows around him. He is an anomaly in a world that has been entirely replaced by the denizens of the dungeon. He remains motionless, his mind racing to understand the scale of this deception. Is this a vision of the future or a lie created by the tutorial? Suddenly, one of the creatures stops. A monster in a yellow jacket turns its head, its cold, predatory eyes locking directly onto him. He feels a cold sweat break out. If he's formless, how is it possible for this thing to see him? He's being stared at with terrifying intensity. The monster's eye is a golden orb with a vertical slit, pulsing with a malevolent intelligence. It knows he doesn't belong here. The world glitches again, dragging him back to the beams over the lava. The woman is still there, her voice cutting through the heat of the pit. She looks at him with desperate eyes, asking the question they've all been dreading. What do you think happened to us? Any ideas? He can't answer her. He's too busy looking at the city that's bleeding back into his vision. He realizes the monsters weren't looking at him at all. They were looking up. Behind him, a massive rift tears through the sky, and a horde of colossal beasts begins to descend upon the city. Streets erupt into chaos. Monsters are everywhere, their screeches echoing between the buildings as the true invasion begins. Goblins and lizardmen scramble through the traffic, their movements frantic and violent. The facade of a peaceful city is being torn to shreds. From above, the scale of the disaster is staggering. Thousands of monsters flood the streets, turning the urban landscape into a literal war zone. He recognizes some of them. He sees monsters he's faced before in the lower levels of the dungeon, but now they are here, on the surface. There are others, monsters he's never seen, creatures of such immense power and size that they dwarf the buildings themselves. A massive, multi-eyed cephalopod creature looms over a skyscraper, its tentacles crushing concrete like it's brittle glass. This is a level of destruction far beyond anything he experienced during the dungeon opening 2 months ago. This is the end of everything. A system window flickers into existence before his eyes. It displays a countdown, the time remaining until the complete connection with the other dimension. He stares at the numbers in horror. 5 years. Is this what Earth will look like in just 5 short years? The vision of the lava pit returns. The woman is still crawling, still asking for an answer that he doesn't want to give. He grits his teeth, trying to convince himself that this is all just a realistic nightmare, a cruel trick played on his mind. But the weight of the vision is too heavy to ignore. He stands in the center of the road as the ground begins to tremble under the weight of something massive. He turns slowly, sensing a presence that radiates pure, unadulterated power. Something is standing right behind him. Titan of cosmic proportions towers over the city, its body crackling with purple energy. It is a god of destruction, and its gaze is fixed on the world below. The entity reaches out a hand, its fingers stretching across the sky as if to pluck the very life from the planet. He braces himself for the end, his heart hammering against his ribs as the world around him begins to dissolve into static. The vision shatters. His form begins to pixelate and fade, the secrets of the future pulling him back into the darkness of the tutorial. The man stands alone in the blinding white void, his body tensed and his fists raised, still processing the sudden shift in reality. He looks around the empty space, his mind racing. He wonders what that monster was and if he's truly safe for now. Suddenly, a glowing bubble of light appears above him, carrying a chillingly calm question. How did you feel? He grits his teeth, the memory of the searing heat and despair still fresh. To him, it wasn't just a vision, it was a realistic nightmare. The entity mocks his denial, asking if he truly believes a dream could ever feel this visceral, this terrifyingly real. The man floats in the digital abyss, fragments of data swirling around him as he faces the unknown power governing this space. He stares at the massive, translucent figure looming before him, its form composed of glowing blue circuits and divine light. Overwhelmed by the sheer presence of the being, he asks the only question that makes sense. Are you a god or something? The entity shimmers, its winged silhouette radiating an ancient, cold authority that seems to transcend time itself. A simple, glowing no shatters his assumption. The being doesn't claim divinity, yet its power is undeniable. It identifies itself as a dimensional administrator, a cosmic overseer rather than a creator, watching over the unfolding chaos. The administrator explains that this stage is a personal interview, granting the man the rare chance to ask anything he desires. He doesn't waste time. He needs to know if the horrific future he just saw is the inevitable fate of his world. He asks if Earth will truly become a monster-infested wasteland in the near future, his voice heavy with dread. The administrator's answer is chillingly indifferent. That depends on what you all do from now on. He scoffs at the vague response. If this being is so powerful, why doesn't it just step in and stop the catastrophe? The hellish vision returns, a reminder of the narrow bridges over lava where humanity's last stand will take place. Another survivor is there, her face etched with a mix of shock and realization as she witnesses the impossible scale of the coming war. The administrator reiterates its role. It is an administrator, not a guardian. It exists only to maintain balance, not to save them. Claims that the status window and the tutorial were the greatest gifts it could offer. The rest is up to the humans. The administrator then turns the focus back to the man, asking what beliefs have guided him through his journey thus far. He finds the question profound yet irritating. He demands to know why such a high-level being cares about his personal philosophy. The entity admits that after observing humanity during this event, it has become curious. Humans, it says, are especially interesting. He reflects on the grim reality of the world where people aren't driven by grand beliefs but by the simple desire to survive. He thinks of the soldiers and office workers, all struggling just to be a bit happier and survive day by day in this nightmare. With a sudden, fierce grin, he pounds his chest. His motivation is simple. He has to protect his family and his sister. The administrator then drops a bombshell. Have you ever thought of becoming a hero? He dismisses the idea immediately, calling it nonsense. He knows the cost of such a path all too well. He looks down at the lava pits again, realizing that if they die here, there might be no coming back in the real world. He admits that after dying a few times, he's learned his place. The exhausting job of a hero simply isn't for him. The administrator bluntly states that heroes have natural talent and that the man is closer to being completely untalented. Yet it adds that it's a fan of his, having found immense excitement in watching him conquer the tutorial against all odds. He is disgusted. He realizes the administrator is a sadist who views his life-and-death struggle as mere entertainment. Tries to ask about the theme of the next stage, sensing that something about the task is fundamentally wrong. The administrator ignores the question, its form beginning to glow with an intense, blinding light as the interview ends. Time's up, the entity declares. A system window flashes. Congratulations. You've cleared the stage. As the man is pulled away, the administrator leaves him with a final, ominous warning: the tutorial was just a facade. The administrator's smirk lingers in the darkness, a silent mockery of the struggle that has just concluded. Suddenly, a system message flashes: congratulations on graduating from the tutorial, Kang Hyun. Kang Hyun doesn't celebrate. He reaches out in a panic, cursing the administrator as he is violently yanked away. The world dissolves into a chaotic swirl of light and data as the transition begins. Space and time warp around him, the digital tether of the system dragging him back to reality. Final notifications flood his vision. The administrator leaves a parting promise to watch his progress, while the system confirms he is the 62nd person to graduate, awarding him the title Tutorial Graduate. Kang Hyun snaps awake, but he's not in a dungeon. He's in a bed, gagged with a sock and thrashing against the sheets with muffled groans of frustration. He stops, his eyes wide with confusion as he tries to process the sudden change in environment. He rips the sock from his mouth, demanding to know what's going on, only to find Hyun sitting calmly in the room, watching him with an unimpressed stare. Hyun explains she gagged him in advance, fully expecting him to wake up screaming like he always does. Kang Hyun is less than thrilled about her choice of silencer. She smirks, noting that judging by his pathetic expression, he must have failed his mission once again. The memory of the administrator's smirk returns to him, fueling a quiet, internal fire. Hyun looks at him with pity, thinking to herself that he truly is the most unreliable older brother in the world, recalling how he used to freeze in fear. Kang Hyun doesn't correct her. Instead, a confident, knowing smile creeps onto his face. With a sharp command, he triggers his status window, causing a purple holographic screen to erupt into existence, much to Hyun's shock. He laughs, boasting about his power, but Hyun just blinks, unable to see the system interface that only he can perceive. She dismisses his antics, telling him to stop daydreaming and go make some money, mentioning she made him breakfast as a one-time treat. Kang Hyun pouts, calling her cold-hearted and muttering that it's no wonder she's still single. His sass is immediately met with a flying spatula to the face. The impact is swift and painful. Hyun heads out for the day, leaving Kang Hyun alone to nurse his bruised ego and his glowing status screen. He settles back, his expression turning serious as he begins to analyze the data from his graduation. He examines the tutorial graduate title. It grants a +2 increase to all stats, which he finds somewhat underwhelming given the hell he endured. He reflects on the moments he spent paralyzed by fear, a version of himself he is determined to leave behind. The memories of his near-death experiences in the tutorial still haunt the edges of his mind. He stares intensely at the screen, his resolve hardening as he looks at his current standing. The stats show he is level 28 with strength at 21 and agility at 19. He's also equipped with the title, the Unyielding. He notices a system rule: except for the chosen title, all other effects are applied at only 50%. It's a fair restriction, he figures. He decides to apply the tutorial graduate title. His full list of abilities and skills, from Lion's Roar of Rage to physical regeneration, populates the screen. There's something else he's been waiting for. He reaches for a plain cardboard box sitting on the couch. He opens it with a click, revealing a mysterious, glowing purple book nestled inside. This is the reward he earned for defeating the hobgoblin. His eyes gleam with anticipation as he prepares to use it. He holds the book aloft, commanding it to reveal its true nature. The system identifies it: Magic Explosion E, a skill book that allows him to fire magic orbs with devastating explosive power. A genuine skill book, a rare and powerful asset for any hunter. He thinks back to the narrow bridge and the flames of the tutorial, realizing how far he's come. Deep within the inferno of his memories, a pair of glowing eyes watches him, signaling that the real challenge has only just begun.